Now it shows you that I might play the big man on here, yeah, but as soon as the missus turns up, I shit it.
Well,
Uh,
you tune her out as well, right? I mean,
no,
that's the thing that you guys do.
I I could turn it round if she was listening, saying that she's more important than anything.
Unless she's making an hysterical sound, that's sort of like the alarm bell with you guys. Then you know that your yes and no didn't do a good job.
I told you what she came up for. She thought I'd nicked her nuts. Genuinely, she thought I'd nicked her
So
mixed nuts.
when I heard that first time, I thought that you said something totally different, and I was sort of like shocked.
This is a just a reminder. It's a family show.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm not going to say what I heard. So I think people get it.
All right, I tracked this down. That was hard to find. I need to put this in a better spot. That, like I said, the concept of momentum momentum conversation. Do we have momentum conversations?
Yes, we do. We just had one.
The concept of momentum conservation comes from and is in direct consequence, obviously, of Newton's third law. However, from Boston University Physics Department, listen to this closely, folks. A good question to ask is, do Newton's laws apply all the time? In most cases, they do. But if we're trying to analyze motion in an accelerated reference frame, that is the non-inertial spinning reference frame, while we're spinning around, like he said would be a good example, that is a non-inertial reference frame, then Newton's laws are not valid. A reference frame in which Newton's laws are valid is known as an inertial reference frame. Um,
Can I ask the question? Can I
uh,
ask the question? Can you hear me, QE?
yeah, I got you. Go ahead, ask it.
I've been starting to ask this question to the baller. How could you ever prove Newton, in eccentric paradigm, that things will stay at rest, will be at rest until acted upon by a force, is that everything's accelerating? How could you prove that? You can't, right? You understand that? Because the
Uh,
inertial reference frame does not exist.
you were chopping for me, Paul. I'm sorry. Can you drop out, pop back in again?
Yep.
Thanks. Yeah. So, folks, when Hillbilly Blue Ball said that there's only one reference frame, the non-inertial whenever you hear non-inertial reference frame, that's the rotating reference frame. If anyone was confused with that. Right? So as soon as he said there was only one reference frame, then you don't even need this definition that I just gave you that told you that Newton's laws are not valid in the rotating reference frame. But you don't even need that. It's intuitive that if you have only one reference frame, let's say a rotating reference frame, that which is in that, you can't leave that reference frame, so everything in that reference frame is rotating, according to him. Just think about that now. Go ahead.
Andy said the ball leaves the Earth's surface.
Exactly.
I mean, really?
Yeah, that doesn't. It's meaningless. If you say there's only one reference frame, then is it leaving anywhere? Because it's still in that rotating reference frame, right? It's non sequitur. It's hard to get your mind. It's hard to even argue it because it's so stupid. Oh well. Hey,
Can you hear me now, QE?
Yeah, go ahead and make it quick, Paul, because we're gonna move on to actual substance of the show for today.
Sorry, just real quick. I've been asking the ballers, like one of Newton's laws is things will stay at rest unless it's acted upon by a force. I said, how would you ever prove that in a heliocentric Einstein paradigm? Because everything is accelerating.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that.
Geodesics.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And which means the inertial reference frame does not exist and cannot exist in the heliocentric paradigm.
It's worse than that because they're actually. I've had a couple of them claim that inertia is not caused by weight. So when something is weightless, it still has inertia. How could it resist an acceleration or have any resistance to an acceleration when it doesn't have weight?
Then what's weight?
It's like it's them bringing mass into it. It's like mass without any weight, which means mass out in the middle of space in their world, still has inertia. It has no weight. You need weight to have inertia.
What's weight?
Well, it's a calculated amount of matter within.
No, it's not.
If you want me to get into it.
This is the bullshittery. Weight is what we experience, what we know, everything. The trouble we have, and the way they have us, is they have us upside down. What we should struggle to explain is what the thing we experience and know to be true, how it would be experienced in the fantasy realm of space with no apologetic G there, which is supposedly its cause. That's how they have us. That we try to explain. We know what weight is. Yeah? Pick something up. What's its weight? You know what it is. That's reality. Stop misconstruing that you need G to define it. There's no G.
Yeah,
There never has
weight-
been a G. There's always been weight.
yeah, weight is just simply a unit they gave for a measurement on that's force pushing onto a surface. It's easy as that. It's not actually anything other than just density.
Something's weight creates its inertia. We know what weight is. Stop trying to redefine it in some mathematical construct or something other than what works as a convention, which is sticking it on a scales. It works. That's what a weight is. It's what it weighs. Don't try to be pseudo-intellectual.
Yeah, but the gig is up.
That's the mugging off.
Adam, the gig is up. They had to define it because weight
Yeah.
in their paradigm is W equal mg. Mg love you long time. They can't get out of that. So
And that's
go ahead.
That's my point. Don't be pseudo-intellectual. Unless you can define it as something other than what you experience, as I know and can use in everyday life, unless you can define it as something else, don't try and mug me off and pretend it's F equals ma or anything. Any of this nonsense mathematically. Weight is what it is. It's what something weighs. Yeah, we can use a convention of scales to kind of quantify it in a way. Yeah, but as to try and describe it as the effect of some pseudo force, it's just nonsense. And that's where you end up when you try and place yourself in a place that can't exist because of the second law, and then describe the effects of something that doesn't exist and how the removal of that effect would affect you.
Yep. Any direction they
Wow.
go, Adam, because this has all this weight mass thing. Any direction they go, because they're pigeonholed, there's nothing that they can do. You got equivocation fallacy definitions for all the terms, and it's nothing but confusion. And that's okay, because if you go that route, ballers, you're finished. This is what we're doing. We're deconstructing everything you discuss because your pseudoscience priest has pigeonholed you with contradictions, and you can't get out of them. Right? Here's another one. This is really funny. So we all know that F equal ma is false, right? But we're pretending we're in their paradigm. So it's one of Newton's laws. And like I said, we all know all Newton's laws are bunk. But anyway, F equals ma. But some of them define m as the resistance to acceleration. So F equal ma now becomes force equals the resistance to acceleration times acceleration. Do you see the silliness in that? That's what it comes.
So what is inertia? What and mass?
Wait, now think about it.
Yep.
F equal ma, right? Newton's law. And if you define m in that equation as the resistance to acceleration, then F equal ma is force equals the resistance to acceleration times acceleration.
So it's moving and not moving at the same time. Wow.
That's what happens when you have contradictory definitions.
That
That
shows
it's
you the maths is wrong, doesn't it, for
Yep.
reality? Yeah, if the two things are very different in reality, yet their mathematical description is the same, then from logic, it tells you that the mathematical description is either wrong for one of them or both.
Yep.
Yeah. But what it can't be is correct for both.
Yeah, you got it. Yep. That Flatsoid like that one. I can see a show on that coming up.
Yeah, that was actually that's why I asked the 3 questions that Katz is even avoiding to answer.
Listen, I nicked that off somebody. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm usually really good with that, but I didn't catch that one. So somebody in my comments section underneath the video put forth that idea. I gave him kudos there. I said, good job, looking at something, paying attention to detail. So whoever that was, I should have got your name. I should have wrote it down, but I didn't do it. But you know who you are. Thumbs up to you. That's exactly what you do. Way to pay attention to detail. All right, we ready to roll into another fiasco, right?
Before you do, let me shout out a super chat.
Oh, we finally hear from a QE cutie.
Yeah, I'm here for the admin, of course.
Thanks for
We got one
gracing.
from- What?
Thanks for gracing us with your presence. Go ahead, ma'am.
No, for talking me, right? So we got one from Unitox Pemu, Sasha, and he says, if I mix Newton and Einstein in double-blind experiment, then conservation of momentum is achieved.
That's way over my head.
I think so, yeah.
Thanks.
Even over mine.
Oh my goodness gracious, I got blown out again.
That's Sasha.
All right, who was that?
That was
I don't know even what I wrote.
Sasha. Okay, I got you, Sasha. Now you're okay. You blew my eardrums out.
I wanted to be more nonsensical.
Yeah, it is nonsensical. I got you, Sasha. It is all nonsensical. Yeah, and once you tear apart, and it comes from, like Adam was saying, from their mathematics. But see, they misdefined their terms. Any mathematician will tell you, all variables in any formula or equation must be defined rigorously. It's self-evident. I don't need to say that. I shouldn't have to say it, but I'm going to say it just in case anyone's unsure about this. That's where the problem lies when you start defining them, because within the same conversation, people will change the definition on you. And just to let everyone know, that's fallacious. It's called bait and switch. It's an equivocation fallacy. Just to let everyone know. It's often done with gravity. They'll switch back and forth between Reverend John Michel Cavendish, CV Boys, and Einstein. They'll switch back and forth, force, no force, right? That's the one that stands out. But be careful. Mass, inertia, weight. You're in prime time real estate for equivocation fallacies to run rampant. And if they speak real fast and throw the formulas at you, if you're not familiar with the topic, you're through. Okay? Good. All right. I think we're ready to go. We want to get done this century. Go ahead. Somebody else wanted to say something good.
Just to clarify then, so if I threw a weight and used Newtonian mechanics to figure everything out, its inertia, where it land, etc., the impact, etc., that's great. But all of those mechanics are based on a non-rotating reference frame after I throw it, yeah?
It would have to be an inertial reference frame.
Just one.
Yeah.
So when Newton worked all this out, his presupposition of everything that was working out was that the Earth wasn't rotating underneath him when he threw the weight.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll never know. Dave,
I'm just saying the mathematics makes that assumption, John, not Newton.
listen,
Yeah,
there's
well,
there's so much adulteration with Newton. Right now, I'm a little dizzy with all the convolutions. That's why I don't say Newtonian gravity. I make mistakes just like everyone because that we've heard it over and over and over again, right? I try to step back and take that away from him because of what he said. It's so convoluted, Adam. I really don't know what to say. I don't know what
I'm
they
not
were thinking.
necessarily.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying I want to ascribe that to him, John. Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is within the purported mechanics, it doesn't account for it.
You're talking about Newton's.
Well-
You're talking about Newton's debunked laws.
What I'm saying is when I did A-level physics and I dropped it after a year, which is that year in the photo, funnily enough, because it was getting nonsensical. Yeah. When I was doing a calculation back then for throwing a weight and how far it goes a distance, that was based on those basic mechanics. At no point in those mechanics was there a rotating reference. Yeah. Was I on a rotating reference frame?
Sure.
Yeah? And at no point was I releasing it into a different reference frame, the object. Yeah.
Right.
So no point in those mechanics when I was calculating as a kid was that in there. Yeah.
Right.
Wasn't in there because it wouldn't be calculable simply, and it therefore would mean Newton was wrong.
It would be non sequitur because it
Yep.
Yep. You got it, Adam.
Yeah, but like I was saying, even I mean, if you have to look at any physics that's taken in today with anything that's even got to do with planes and whatever, they have to work also on a non-rotating platform. Otherwise, it won't work.
Yep.
They need the maths to be on a non-rotating platform.
Exactly. You got it.
But if I, as a high school kid, took that same mathematics and threw it towards an American football goal, then I would have to consider that mathematics, wouldn't I?
Not if you're not rotating.
Well, suddenly we are, and we're told that these mathematics are worthy of consideration when taking a field goal, but not when I'm at high school figuring out how a weight flies through the air and how that distance relates to the force I've applied and its mass, right? So to calculate how far it'd go, that's what I have to take into consideration. At no point am I deciding which way I'm orientated to consider secondary reference frames and the effects of when I release that weight into it and I'm on a rotating one. Yeah. Well, that is important to Newtonian mechanics because everything we calculate relates to that. I.e., when I drop a weight and I time how it's 9.8, the Earth should have moved underneath. Shouldn't be catching it directly underneath, should I? But none of that's calculated or explained. It's only then put in later. But it's not Newtonian. That's the point I wanted to raise, which is that none of it that you raised, none of this is in there. Yet they want it later on when they need it. But they can't because the mechanics they are espousing denies it. All the numbers they're going to use. Yeah. I'll finish rambling, John, but
No, keep going, man. I'm halfway through the banana. Keep going.
I knew you. I could tell you, man. But I'll reiterate the point then. Yeah, they're trying to deny something and then use it. Yeah, but all the proof we had is all the mechanics we did, all the stuff you can do and test. But then they're trying to claim there's an extra force later on that isn't
But you-
detectable in all this stuff, but
But
would
you
be on
see,
a
Adam,
field goal.
That's why they are pushing, like Neil deGrasse with Coriolis, where he's trying to show it as physical when it's not actually physical. All because of this cluster screw. Because they have to make it work for them, even though he knows it's not possible using their maths.
If the Earth had rotated the field goal to be scored, yeah, then the Earth would rotate under planes, yeah, blimps, yeah, and flights would be shorter in one direction to the other. As simple as that. It's either there or it isn't. Whether that effect is 1.5 inches during the flight of the ball is irrelevant. They're either claiming it or they're not. You can't have picky choosy, can you? You can't have it one way or the other.
I mean, I used to do long jump, and I can swear I would jump to where I'm intended to jump to. The floor did not move away from me while I was jumping to my intended spot. Definitely not.
Well, that's a good point, isn't it? If what Neil claims is true, then it would be imperative that all Olympic long jump runs face the same direction with regards to rotation of a ball, wouldn't it? Because otherwise they'd be, you were going one way or the other, surely. As Neil claims, if the ball can be subject to it, then you, once you've launched yourself, would be subject to it too. So it would be unfair if at one Olympic Games you were running in favour with the rotation and the other Olympic Games against. That's surely would have been figured out by now and would be boldly stated. We've aligned the long jump to make sure it's fair with regards to rotation.
Good point.
Another scenario that I discussed yesterday, I was in one of the VCs on Discord, and this goes back to the planes flying backwards deal. Flat Earthers, you want to kill this thing quick and have some fun with it? Let me give you a scenario. I think you guys heard this before on an Numpty clip. So here's the scenario. You got a plane taking off in Charlotte, North Carolina. It's going to fly to Los Angeles. Straight flight. Now, Charlotte and Los Angeles are roughly the same latitude line, and it's going about 860 miles an hour. What we're going to do, we're going to round the number. We'll round it to 800. Make it easy. So the Earth is spinning from west to east at 800 miles an hour. Now, a plane on takeoff is about 170. It gets up to about 175 miles an hour. Wheels up, right? So we'll just round that to 200. So we got 800 miles an hour and 200 miles an hour. You got those two figures, right? So we're in Charlotte, North Carolina, and we're going to head down the runway. The runway is facing directly west. So there's no other problems. It's facing directly towards Los Angeles. So with the Earth spinning from west to east, that plane starts chugging down the runway. And it gets up to 200 miles an hour. And at 200 miles an hour, it has wheels up. Now we're going to stop. We're going to stop frame right there. So the Earth is spinning from west to east at 800 miles an hour. On wheels up, the plane is going 200 miles an hour. If somebody is in the inertial reference frame, like in a helicopter hovering, eyes on that airport, watching this plane take off, then according to the ball-tard spinning space monkey religion, that plane has to be flying backwards at 600 miles an hour. Are you tracking with me? There is no way around that scenario must be true in their paradigm. There's no other way around it. And that's the conservation of linear momentum, by the way. So that's how stupid it is, folks. You can kill it just like that. Bring it up at parties. People will love it. But I just killed the whole heliocentric religion, imploded right then, right when I finished that statement.
It's a tough one to swallow. The way I got that one is one way, you've got all the aerodynamics we understand in terms of plane lift. The other way, you've not got that understanding of aerodynamics. You've actually got a plane that's being blown backwards at 600 mile an hour, but luckily it's been blown in such a lucky way that it feels like it's going forwards.
And it looks like it's going forwards in both reference frames.
And they can control it like they're going forwards, but actually
Yeah.
They can speed up a bit and only be going 550 miles an hour backwards.
You know, the spot that I want to see is the transition. When it overcomes that linear momentum, the conservation of linear momentum, when it overcomes that, right in between that and going forward, that suspended animation part, I want to see that.
No, that's like that transition you always get with space flights between things going up and then suddenly being in space. You'll never see the transition because it's magic.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hope you enjoyed that, right? Because that's what it boils down to. And if you remember, I took Danny T, truther, right where he wanted to go. Yep, that must be true if we're living on a spinning ball-tard. That's it. It's over right there.
I've seen these videos of people that are driving in a car next to an airport and something, and then they see a plane, and then they think that that plane is standing still in midair.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen videos of that actually. Somebody in a plane, and then they fly past the plane, and it looks like it's standing still.
Yeah. And that's amazing, right? But that's of course the same thing when you're in a train station and there is a train next to you, and you're in the one that's standing next to that one, and then you think that you're moving, but that other train is moving, right? And then you see that you're still there and that other train is, and that's the same with that plane. When people see that when they're driving in their car. That plane seems to be standing still, but it's because of their perspective, right? You just drive by in a certain amount of speed, and that plane is looks like it's standing still in midair, but isn't.
Is that my suspended animation stage?
I think so.
All right. At least we pinpointed it.
Maybe I can find some videos for you.
Okay.
You can, yeah.
Cool.
Quite amazing. Yep.
All right, we ready to roll? We've been talking for an hour, over an hour about before the presentation. It's gonna be a long day. Maybe I'll just highlight certain points. How about that?
I think that's the best, huh?
Yeah, I think that's the best. Adam, if I just stop at 5A for Adam, he'll be good. He'll say thank you, have a nice day.
I need to shout out this super chat, by the way.
Okay, good.
It's from James Mays, and he says, "Hello, Betty, QE. I'm working, enjoying the show. Shout out to Try Thinking and Flat Earth. Great content. Sorry about the interruption, sir. Proceed."
Thanks, James.
Good super chat.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, James. Go ahead. I rumpushed you. Hold on, Adam. I rumpushed you, Betty. You said I didn't catch a couple things that you said. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a rad super chat, so that's a good one.
It's a rad.
Thank you, Jay.
It's a rad super chat, is what you said.
Red.
Oh, red. Oh, thank you, James. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you very much, Adam.
No, just other than 5A. I love it. I really do love it. There's things that I'd put bows on top, and that's one of them for me.
Yeah. If I just do 5A, hey James, if I just do 5A for Adam, he's good for the rest of the week, man. I didn't have to say anything to him.
And next week.
I could tell when we went through the presentation the first time. I could just tell in his voice. He said, "You just wait a cotton picking minute." I loved it. I like Adam for that.
I was going to say something blasphemous, but it's like the Pope saying something blasphemous. Yeah, it's like the complete antithesis. Everything you have suggested. Here's your high priest saying, no, that doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah, he gives the whole story, and then
let me tell you about this other parable where I disprove the way we describe the thing that's impossible, and point out that the way we described it was wrong. Not that what was happening was impossible.
Well, he tells you the whole story, right? And it's exciting and everybody's on it and it's great. And then right towards the end, he says, well, it's all not true.
What's not true, though? What's the bit that's not true? That's what I'm saying. The bit that's not true is array.
Betty, I hear typing.
Oh, sorry about that. I wasn't on mute.
You cutie, you. Make sure you mute.
Can't believe she rumpuses me all the time.
Yeah, I know.
Shut up. Get stuffed.
Get stuff.
Got one back.
Yeah, I hear click, 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 click in the background. Is Zanuck in here? All right, yeah. So we'll just highlight some things in here. I wanted to go back through it, and I'm going to do it a bunch more times. I didn't do it last week because it seemed that everyone got it. But on my travelings through since I did the last presentation, I've heard the lack of holding ballers to task with it because they've brought it up and they've been walking on eggshells, doing it cautiously, saying refraction. And there's a lot of people out there, I give a lot of people thumbs up, you know who you are, that have stopped them. But a lot of people, I think maybe they're just not feeling comfortable with it just yet. And that's why I'm going to keep on doing it. I may not go over every single thing, but we'll do something like this. We'll see how this goes and maybe just brush it and then take any questions if anyone has. If you got a question about it, don't hesitate. You can either, put your question in chat, make sure we see it, put some type of super chat on there. It can be minimal, right? Or jump into VC. All right, because if you have a question, I'll bet you there's a lot of people that have the same question that I'm just not seeing. Okay? So like I said, here we go with refraction. Again, I'm not going to say again and again and again every time. You know it's again because I'm doing it again. So with any topic, you must define terms. It's the Socratic method. Now, I'm not talking about is and and. I'm not talking about that. But if you're bringing up topics for discussion, and this is one, refraction, you best define it and right from Jump Street. Don't wait. What is it? And provide citation for it. There's nothing wrong with asking people to provide citation for it. I don't want to know what you think this is. I want to know what it is, if you guys are following me. So, since we're talking about refraction, let's define this monkey. Well, we go to the physics classroom. Refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave as it passes from one material to another material. Sounds pretty important right there. I highlighted it in red for you because that's really important as part of the definition. The refraction occurs at the boundary. That's you know what? I should highlight this whole thing, but it would make it, I can't do that because everything's highlighted, right? But every part of this definition is important. This part is really important. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Well, you have to have two different things for a boundary. There's no boundary in one thing. And is caused by a change in the speed of a light wave upon crossing said boundary. Makes sense. So to have refraction, you need two different things, and you must have a boundary. You have to have a surface, an interface. The tendency of a ray of light to bend one direction or another is dependent upon whether the light wave speeds up or slows down upon crossing the boundary. It's pretty, and it's diagrammed or related in the formula. N material equals the speed of light in a vacuum over your reference material. Now, what is that N? Remember I said you had to define all your variables? N is the index of refraction. That's where they get the number from. So it's the speed of light over the speed of light in your reference material. It's a ratio is all I'm trying to say. It's got to be this because that's what refraction is. They just defined it for you, right? You can't make something up. And we got the refractive index here. This is the first introduction to Snell's law. It's over to the right. That's okay. I'm just going to show you how equivalent it is. You actually don't need Snell's law because you're going to get the same index of refraction with the known speeds of light going through each reference material. They're just different ratios, right? The first ratio, or N21, is the index of refraction in reference to material 2 versus material 1. That's all it is. And it comes from epsilon 1 over epsilon 2, right here. Or you can just use V. It doesn't matter. We can use V as velocity. It's not a big deal. So V1 over V2. Well, where's that formula? Well, it's right up here. I just showed it to you. That is also equal to the right side of this equation, which is Snell's law, which again is another ratio. It's just a trigonometric ratio. It's sine of the incident ray over the sine of the refracted ray equals a constant. That constant is the index of refraction. Hopefully everyone's getting this. I went over this a few times up to this point. That's not that difficult. Go ahead. I hear somebody click off.
Yeah, only to point out that you're not decrying this.
No.
You're supporting it. Obviously, we point out that we can't measure the speed of light. But what you're saying there is this is a ratio of the two-way speed of light. Therefore, we're not making a referral to the speed of light per se, as that means something. We're just saying that the two-way speeds have a ratio, and as you'll go on to validate, those ratios match the signs.
Yes.
So, like I said, that's all I want to say. You're not, just to reiterate the point, that you're not decrying the speed.
No, I'm not at all.
The speed of light is irrelevant to this at this point in terms of the determination of a refractive index.
Yes. As long as they're using the convention two-way speed, I have no problem with it. The most important thing is, I'm not debunking this. This is what refraction is. I'm just trying to point it out to you. What I'm trying to show you is that the people who are begocking refraction have no idea what it means or what it is. That's what I'm doing. So I'm just showing you what it actually is. From the experts in the field, not the numpties begocking refraction. Because that, we have to get down to defining terms. Once we start using the Socratic method, the Baltard numpties are through. It's over. They don't know what they're talking about. They're just making stuff up, as usual. So, the 5-dagger fistful of dipshittery. Like I said, I'm going to stop here. My favorite is obviously 1A versus Adams 5A. But mine's quite deadly, and it just stops the discussion in its tracks. There's no way around this, so we'll get into it. Number one, whenever Baltards refraction, they're unwittingly invoking terrestrial refraction. There is no question about this. That's what it's defined as. I mean, if you read anything from Andrew Thomas Young, he discusses this in depth. Those are no question here. And we have Andrew Thomas Young right here from San Diego State Astronomy Department. He's going to give you the description of terrestrial refraction. The atmosphere is also curved as it follows the shape of the Earth, and the calculations below will adopt the rough value of 6,400 kilometers as the radius of curvature to make the calculation simple. Now, you see, I've highlighted these two, right? To have this, these two conditions have to be known. This one and this one. Simple as that. Or it's not this, right? If I have a definition of a banana and it has, a banana is this color and this color, grows on trees. It's chock full of simple carbohydrates, potassium, and B6. If B6 is missing, let's say this is B6. If B6 is missing from the banana, then guess what? It's not a banana. Follow? Hopefully you guys got that. So, for terrestrial refraction to exist, like I said, two conditions that is necessary antecedents must exist. You must have curved gases, the atmosphere. And as we all know, atmo means air, air is a gas, sphere is a shape, gases have no inherent shape. Right? If you think they do, you would fail first grade intro to gas behavior. Literally. From Christy Bodak, Southwestern University. Grade level. I will use this lesson with a first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape or a definite volume. So it's over right there. You can't have curved gases. So one of the necessary contingent facts up here is non-existent. It's a fairy tale, making this a fairy tale. Not refraction. Terrestrial refraction's a fairy tale. Hopefully everyone's got that. All right. So like I said, this is 1A, and I could follow it up with Chem Libre text. Anywhere you look, they're going to tell you that gases have no definite shape, even though you know it intuitively. If you ever been around gases, like the air, they have no definite shape. It's all over right here, folks. Exhibit 1A, they're finished. All right, you can stop it there. Now, you don't have to. If you want to have a little fun, you can keep on going. I'm just giving you the ammunition, to put in your depot or arrows in your quiver. Okay? So, like I said, here we go with the definition again. It has 6,400 kilometers as the radius of curvature. Well, you need the radius of the Earth. Well, demonstrate the radius of the Earth. How'd you get that value? They have a begging the question fallacy radius wrapped in a contradiction in terms, paradox. The atmosphere is a paradox, folks. It's a contradiction in terms. Simple as that. Now, to the big guy, Snell's law. They must invoke Snell's law. Why? Well, because it's the law of refraction. What is it? It's not going to be too much different than that refraction that we defined above. It can't be, because we're talking about refraction, right? You're not going to get too far away from the original, overall definition of refraction. So Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law and the law of refraction, is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves passing through a boundary. Remember, we've seen that term before. Remember, I stressed that above. So it's the same thing. We have a boundary here between two different isotropic media. The other definition said between one material and another material. This is very easy. Two different isotropic media, such as water, glass, or air, right? Every depiction that you will see with Snell's law will have a reasonable facsimile to the one that you're looking at right here. You'll never see Snell's law without it designated as two different isotropic media. Why? Well, because it's in the definition. Right? You're never going to find it with just one media. Why? Because that's not Snell's law. Right? It's in the formula. you can't get it right. You have the index of the incident ray with Ni and the incidence of the refracted ray. You ain't going to get around this. You got two angles here. You need two different media. It's as simple as that. In here, it has the air and water. Hope everyone gets this. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Now, I like to circle back and just remind everyone that you can get there another way from the original definition of refraction. Like I said, it's just a ratio. Just like Snell's law is a ratio itself. It's just a trigonometric ratio, right? But same thing. N, index of refraction, right there. C is the speed of light in the vacuum, and V is the speed of light in the reference medium. So there it is right there. It's depicted right here and is equal to Snell's law. So I just want to say those are interchangeable. You can use either or. You're going to get the same answer. And here's an equation. I'm not so much concerned with the equation. What they're doing here is they're giving you the indices of refraction, right? And they're asking you to just solve for the refractive angle. I'm not all that concerned about that. It's Mach's next. What I wanted to show you here, right? You got the sun. And it's going, you have light traveling through air. You have a surface and water. You see the two different media and the boundary, the surface. Huh? They put that there for a reason, right? Because you have to have it. It's part of the definition. Can you give me a surface for gases? Gases have no surfaces, folks. Unbelievable. So the married bachelor paradox atmosphere is only one medium. They're finished. Can't invoke Snell's law. You got to come up with something else. I don't know what you're going to come up with. You have to sidestep the law of refraction, right? And that's what they do. Andrew Thomas, I don't know if it was Andrew Thomas Young who first did it, but somebody conjured this, right? Their only recourse is to tie Snell's law to a tree and start to just feebly adulterate it, with their Tootsie Roll decks. Right? And then they get laughed at. They have to snatch a baseball bat and proceed to Bob Euchre flail blindly at the demobilized damsel and invoke the married bachelor paradox, curve gases atmosphere. They have to do that. That's how they do it. That's how they get rid of two mediums. They invoke a paradox. You think I'm kidding. From the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Snell's law, right? Snell's law gives the quantitative change of the direction of a ray of light in passing from one medium to another. We just read it above. He's not going to give you anything different. He can't, because that's the definition. He continues, the product n sine z is the same on both sides of a plane interface. See that? Interface between two media. Right, because you can't have an interface between one media. It's non sequitur. Where n is the local refractive index and z is the local angle the ray makes with the normal to the interface. Like everything right here, this whole thing is correct. It is Snell's law. He has to tell you that. But what's he going to do now? He has to get around this. He has to get around those two different media. And the way he does it, it's non sequitur in itself, even without the paradox. So it's a paradox wrapped within a non sequitur. And he does it right in front of your face. In the curved atmosphere, well, gases don't curve, Andrew. You would fail first grade intro to gas behavior. But he introduces the paradox, and presto magico, Snell's law becomes, drum roll please, nr sine z equals constant. That's not Snell's law. Where'd you get the R from? That's not in Snell's law. Let's go up here. Where's R? I don't see an R up here. Do you? No, because it's not there. It's not a part of it. Right? But that's how he does it. nr sine z equals constant, where r is the distance from the local center of curvature. See the page especially devoted to this refractive invariant. Yeah, it's an invariant, all right. It's a zombie. It's a paradoxical zombie. That's what he does, folks. There you go. Abracadabra. Same thing as Tinkerbell. He abracadabras you with pixie dust from the curved Atmo in Gondor. That's it. That's the trick. It's hard to believe, isn't it? Go ahead. Somebody wanted to add something there?
Yeah, I did, John, because there was bits that I wrote notes on, and they are the tricks. First is to make that statement with regards to boundary layers and the application of Snell's law. Then is to, after that, is to convert it and then derive a formula. And derive a formula which is fundamentally no longer based in reality. It's no longer based in what we'll discuss, which is this non-boundary layer that doesn't exist. But even if we pretend there was this boundary layer that doesn't exist, that it did exist, and we pretend that, and this boundary layer is not actually based on atmospherics, it's based on R. Yeah? The one that's non-provable.
Yep.
And that is the filthy bastardization of good observations and science within all the point of getting to here. And as you say, the Sideshow Bob Act, as they flim-flam those two things and get you to that point that you're prepared to accept that equation.
Yep.
Right? And the second you are, you're done. The
Yep.
second you accept that, you're done.
Yep, because I'm going to compromise you.
Good. Good.
Good. It's, yeah, like I said, yeah, thanks, Adam. Yep. So it's just an abracadabra with a paradox. It's so funny. It's not funny. It's pathetic, is what it is. I don't know how anyone can be fooled with this. How can you? You must not have read through these things, baltards. That's painfully obvious.
Here's Another thing. Am I coming through okay, QE?
Yeah, you're starting to robot a little bit, but go ahead.
Something else I was thinking. I've been thinking about when I used to play with the ray tracer and the refractionometer, whatever you want to call it, on the that you can play online with.
Mhm.
And there's one setting that you can look at. It would show where, if you're looking at how the ray tracing is going, if you're the observer, where you would see the light, and like where it would be visible, where it would look like you would see it. And a lot of times, when the angle comes in, you might, even though the light may be off to the right, but you would see it as if it was higher, right, than it really is.
Mhm.
If the ray tracing, as they would argue, or if it's the light is following the curve of the Earth, then things would always look higher because it's having to curve over. So when you're looking at it, it would be more like an angled up in your observation. So it would always look higher than it really would be. You understand what I'm driving at? Does that make any sense? I was trying to find a picture where I can illustrate it, but I can't download it on my phone. But if anybody knows what I'm talking about, maybe help me unpack it.
Nah, I don't want to unpack that. We're going to unpack it with the rays down below.
Because the rays will help, I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. The rays down below will kill that. And you're already assuming a sphere and curved gases. So it's fun to go down there, but I don't want to play. So, like I said, they introduced the paradox. It's a bastardization. It's pathetic. It's done by religious zealot retards. Another tiny little problem. Like I said, I'm picking at it now, but I think justifiably so. If you're going to put a definition of something, especially in science, this is supposed to be science, right? It has to be highly specific and accurate, right? In this definition, I think this is a great definition. All they would have to do is put the caveat in. I'm going to show you what the caveat is here, and it would be good to go. I'm just nitpicking a bit, and I think I'm justified in doing so. So let's take a look at this. We're going to compare the definition, all the antecedents, necessary antecedents, to a refractive scenario and see what we get. Again, refraction is the bending of the path of a light wave as it passes from one material to another. Okay? We have one material, air, and we have another material, water. That's satisfied. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Do we have a boundary in between the two? Yeah, the surface of the water. So that's good to go. Caused by a change in the speed of a light wave upon crossing the boundary. We have all of it so far is good to go because the light's coming through here. It's going to cross from one medium to another. It's got a boundary, a surface, an interface, and it's going to change speed. The tendency of a ray of light to bend one direction or another is dependent on the light wave speeds up or slows down upon crossing the boundary. All the conditions are satisfied in our depiction right here, but guess what? There's no refraction here. What did they forget? The incident ray has to be greater than 0. It's just right there for you. Refraction is 0. I put everything in here for you. There's no way out of this. Like you could say I'm being pedantic. I don't think I am. It has to be accurate. It has to be precise. It lacks both. All right? It's a small issue, but an important one. Here's another. I put this. This is a big one for me. I usually don't go here because it's way over with 1A, and I usually don't get down this far. This is just for background information, but it's important.
It's not a small issue, John. That's genius what you just said there. Yeah? Because even if I take a crystal to my eye and look through it and look at the world through it, the world's there. It's a bit blurry, a bit different, yeah, but it's there in the same way. And if there isn't an angle of incidence, and that's what we're talking about here, and the refraction doesn't occur, and that's another factor that's crucial. Because how does air and gases have an orientation? Yeah.
Yeah.
There isn't an orientation. So you can't use gases, surely, unless I'm being wrong here. It's fine when you're passing it through another medium, a crystal, a solid, a liquid. Yeah, fine, because they do have orientations. They've got a lattice to work with.
Yep.
Yeah. Gases don't.
Nope. Again, they don't have a surface. It's as simple as that. To have an interface, you must have a surface. Gases don't have surface.
The word keeps coming up. There is no boundary when you encounter the gas.
Yep. That word keeps on popping up. I tried to stress it earlier, right? But you're going to see it everywhere. Boundaries, and interfaces. Yep. Like I said, some people might think that it's pedant. That's okay. I think I made my point. The next one, again, I usually don't get this far. It's important, however, because it's in the definition. To establish the efficacy of Snell's law, please show photons as friggin' waves. Why do I say that? Well, waves are all throughout the definition. From Wiki, you got waves. From the physics classroom, there's light waves. There's 3 of them. Light wave in a single definition. Light wave here, light wave here. We got waves everywhere. You got a big problem, Shaggy. Because if we talk to Richard Feynman and Professor Shankar, physics at Yale, light photons aren't waves. So there's contradictions upon paradoxes upon contradictions. See it right here. He tells you. Feynman, the first thing Newton believed light was corpuscular. Turned out that it had very strange properties from that point of view. And it was then explained that many of these strange properties were because, in fact, it was a wave, which was wrong. He just comes right out and tell you you're wrong. Turns out he was right. It was a particle. Nothing you could do about this. There's no linguistic gymnastics that you can do to convert this. He sounds pretty confident, too. So does Professor Shankar. Everything is really particles, all things, electrons, photons, protons, we don't care about the other ones, just the photons. All are particles. So let there be no doubt about that. Pretty confident. You don't hear that confidence too many times, not like this. I mean, this is right in front of your face. Well, he's confident because he knows it for a fact. That's why. So they have a problem. There's another problem. All right? So, show photons as friggin' waves. Best wishes. It's not going to happen. Now, Adam brought up another point, and I bring up this point. Like I said, I always caveat it, because if they're working within the convention, the two-way speed convention, I have no problem with it. I just wanted to make a point of order, Your Honor, about the speed of light. They do not know the one-way speed of light. It's forever illusory, never, ever to be discovered. Won't happen, right? But, like I said, if they're using the two-way speed in convention, I give them a pass with it. So I can just pass this one by. If you want a more thorough explanation, go back to the original presentation and I go through it. Okay? One-way speed of light, they must know it. This has other ramifications for their other fairy tales, light years, measuring distances and stuff. It's a train wreck. If you've listened to the Numpty clips, you know why. So even if I play, I be kind of dumb animal, Baltard Booger Eater Week, and grant them all of the paradoxes and contradictions we just went over. If I just say, okay, to heck with it, I'm going to give you all of it. The curved gases, the Snell's law, Tootsie Roll decadulteration, waves, catastrophe, one-way speed of light, Bubby Baruni's fairy tale radius. I could give it all to you and say, okay, I'll grant that to you. There is no way your paradoxical refractive phenomena that takes the geometric horizon and jettisons it 10 times further than it should be. Not even in all your paradoxes and all your contradictions can you pick up and move, jettison the horizon 10 times further than it should be. You can't do anything about this. It's over. Somebody told me and stopped me right here and said, you know what? This is killer. On this one right here. Even granting them everything. That's how bad it is. We can move on. This is a good one right here, man. Oh, and now on the Rays. 5A. Now we're into Adam's realm. He's going to quickly take over here, folks. I'm telling you.
All I want to do is when it's on screen in YouTube is read the quote, because like I've been quoting it for a week now, haven't I? And it was something I quickly scribbled down. So I say I'm lazy. I'm not bothered to go back and see it, but when it's time to read it, can I read that, John?
Yeah. You know what? It's time. No, it's not time. You're right. I have a couple other things to go through. When I get there, Adam, I will stop and let you do it. How about that?
You're a gentleman and a scholar.
I figured that, man. I knew you were hyped up for it. Fair enough. So I want to bring up rays. Now, why do I bring up rays? Well, there's a good reason for it. I'll bet you can't guess what my reason is for bringing up rays. That's rhetorical, by the way. You don't have to answer. Well, because it's in the definitions. From Hyperphysics, Georgia State University.edu. Refraction is the bending of a wave when it enters a medium where its speed is different. The refraction of light when it passes from a fast to a slow medium bends the light ray towards normal, towards the boundary. See the boundaries again? We have the boundaries between, here we go again, two media. They can't get around this. The amount of bending depends on the indices of refraction of the two media. And is described quantitatively by Snell's law. But we're focusing on rays. Even the subject matter expert, right? Rays. He's got it all through his definitions. Rays, everywhere. Where's Ray? Adam.
So, rays is one that bugs me. What you were talking about earlier with regards to the nature of light. How do you conceptualize rays interacting with crystal lattices, with gas, and how the difference occurs? This weird mixing of what we see is a ray. Okay, how we perceive it, how we perceive the way those photons are, we call it a ray. But to conceptualize the behavior of the light as a ray is, I think, something you have to step outside of like teenage sci-fi for and realize it is a 60s word that doesn't mean anything in the slightest, and to me is confusing. And I think that's the admission here, isn't it? However, and that I see you've called it up now, John. This is the bit that, for me, allows you to ignore the previous stuff and go and say to your baller, I'll give you curve gases, yeah. I'll give you gas pressure without containment, yeah. Curve. I'll give you the rate at which it's going to curve, yeah. I'll give you Snell's law. I'll give you another. I'll give you the one thing I will accept. So I won't give you. One thing I want you to accept is what refraction is. What John stated at the beginning, with regards to all of this, and this is refraction, and we'll come back to that word. Refraction occurs at the boundary layer, and that is a point of principle of Snell's law, which is what's then stated later, yeah, and used for this. But what Mr. Andrew Thomas Young, is it San Diego State University, astronomy department, says some people have worried about how to apply the refraction law to such a horizontal ray of light because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. In general, the curvature of the ray is different from the curvature of Earth's surface, but here we are only concerned with the rays bend just enough to follow the curve of the Earth. The simple solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays are unrealistic mental constructs. In reality, we have always have a beam of light. Infinite rays don't really exist. And that last bit I think is lovely because it's total flim-flam. to take you away from the point that he's saying. What we're saying happens. It doesn't happen. But let me talk about something else. It's a bit like a politician, isn't it? At the point of something really crucial that they're going to go down for, it's better to go down for something less. I did not have relations with that woman. It's probably a better thing to go down for than the truth of what he did. Hence, let's ignore the beginning of the what I've just admitted and focus on me admitting that rays don't really exist, instead of what we've said the effect of rays are and the impact of that with regards to, I said, all the things I'm previously happy to concede, not in reality, but just for the sake of this argument. And it's enough to destroy them. That's why, John, I got excited, because I think it's fantastic. It's their priest, their guy, it's their statement telling them that what they say happens. It doesn't happen. I'm rambling.
No, that's okay. What I was going to say is I can rest. I don't even have to present my case. I can just let Andrew Thomas Young present his, and it destroys the entire fairy tale of terrestrial refraction with this one sentence. The first sentence. We didn't even get to the ray part yet. This sentence right here. Some people have worried about that. That cracks me up. Worried about. Well, why are they worried, Andrew? How to apply the refraction law? Well, what is that? That's Snell's law to such a horizontal ray of light. But this is the important part, because it does not cross any boundaries. Get back here. Horizontal boundaries. Well,
Then
that's
there's no need to worry, is there?
yeah.
It's absolute. If it doesn't cross a boundary, then you don't have to worry about Snell's law, because
Yeah.
it's not applicable.
Exactly. You got it. Yep. He kills it right there. I don't have to do anything. Does it itself. Now, back to the rays. Now, he goes on to say the simplest solution. This cracked me up. When I first read this, I said, the simplest solution. Solution to what? This problem? How can this below that I'm going to read be a solution to this problem up here? It's not. I don't know why this statement is even in here. I sure wish somebody would explain it. Andrew, can you come on here and explain what this means? You didn't offer. Now, you said simplest solution. There is no solution. I'll read it. Please, somebody tell me what the solution is. The simplest solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays are an unrealistic mental construct. In reality, we always have a beam of light. Infinitely narrow rays don't really exist. Anyone? What's the solution? It's lost on me. I don't see a solution here. What I see here is a statement that's relieving him the responsibility of his volumes of horseshit prior. That's what I see. Because that doesn't make, this is non sequitur. The simplest solution, this part right here, it's non sequitur. And then the horizontal ray paradox, unrealistic mental construct? Really? The rays don't really exist? They must exist. They're in your definitions there, Andrew. So what you're doing is you're conjuring, like you conjured the curved atmosphere. This time you're conjuring rays. It's a conjuring squared. You're like a witch. But at least actual witches, they have physical substances in their brew, like bat pee and frog's legs and Winchester shells, right? You don't have that. You have concepts. You're conceptual witch, right? Because you have to have rays. This is a physical effect in our reality you're attempting to describe, and you're telling everyone that they don't exist. It's over. It's all over. It was over with the first sentence. Like I said, we're just dancing on the graves. And then this final one, if you're unsure, if you think he made a mistake in this reference, we'll go to another reference. From Andrew Thomas Young. Astronomy Department. Thanks, Adam. In the diagrams below, heavy lines represent rays of light. If you're not familiar with this conceptual fiction, what? You have conceptual fictions as descriptions in your definitions of physical effects in reality. It's preposterous. It's a reification fallacy at the very best. Please check the Optics for Beginners page before continuing here. We don't have to. Ballers, what you have to do is check his Optics for Beginners page before you continue. Well, you didn't even start, so you can't continue. You have to start first. So once you start, make sure you check out this reference right here, Optics for Beginners, right? Unbelievable. Now, let's now take the terrestrial paradoxical Narnia refraction to its logical ends, right? We've got all the pedigree information. Now we want to see if it follows. You know it doesn't, because it's a train wreck of all the contradictions and paradoxes. You know where it's going to end. But wait, let's go ahead and do it and show everyone. There's nothing hidden. We're going to practically show what happens when you extrapolate from a multi-layered, paradoxical, adulterated, fictional, foundational fairy tale. And their poster child, I'm going to use it. Terrestrial refraction is looming. Everyone knows it, right? In this genre, everyone comes out. Bagak's looming. They don't know what it is. They've never known. I've asked people for almost 5 years now what looming is. I have never received this definition. Not a single time. And that's from Andrew Thomas Young. It's pretty concise. You'd figure it would just roll off their tongues. Right? But you'll never get the definition because they have this conjuring in their mind what it actually is. Right? Even going against what their pseudoscientists tell them. Like I said, we have right-wing factions of morons, right, that just make stuff up. But let's use the actual definition that he provides, right? Looming, the appearance above the horizon. This is Andrew Thomas Young, by the way. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it, right? That's his definition. As you can see in the definition right here, it's talking about the objects in reference to the horizon. Not the horizon. Not in his definition, right? So now we have his Huckleberry quantum eraser that says that that's a load of crap right here. His definition. It's not lining up. Why not? His definition's not lining up. My definition of looming is nothing more than an optical illusion produced by the sky being inferior miraged underneath an object, giving the appearance of said objects floating above a false horizon. So, I'm saying that my definition is complete and is demonstrable. Judge, I will now demonstrate how my definition is correct and Andrew Thomas Young is smoking shrooms. Exhibit A. This is the quintessential example of looming in their paradigm. As I said, if you use off-center vision, you can see where the horizon, I can almost see it now, just not because I've looked at this photo so many times, it just plainly I can see it. I can understand in YouTube land that it's probably not good enough detail for you guys to see it. I can appreciate that, but I'm telling you, if you ever look at this photo like in a magazine or on some other media, you'll be able to see it. But yeah, I can see the actual horizon off the bow here, right? So my definition is, remember, that the sky above is being inferior mirage underneath this object, giving the appearance that the object is floating above a false horizon. And that's exactly what's happening here. If we're unsure about this, then we have Mick. Here he comes to save the day. There's a fever in the funkhouse now, West. To make sure everyone is on the same page. There he is, old Mick, October 2017. Now, to give credit where credit is due. Mick brought this out, and it's the same photo from above. We already went over that. He brought this out because the tabloid, he said in the caption below down here, the tabloid media called this a mirage, right? So Mick was right in calling them out and saying, hey, listen, guys, this isn't a mirage. All right? Obviously, it's not. because that's not the definition of mirage right here. So he depicts it, not a mirage. The real horizon is near here, right? The one that I told you was there. You can see it plainly now. All Mick did was color contrast this. He said the false horizon was due to fog. Now, it's a false horizon. His claim due to fog, his cause is, that's a false cause fallacy. Why? Because if that was fog, you wouldn't see the boat. But that's why we love you, Mick. Your meticulous attention to excruciating detail. But, like I said, credit where credit's due. He called it out. This is not a mirage. Thanks for proving my point, because the sky's being inferior miraged underneath an object, giving the impression of the object floating above a false horizon. That's Exhibit B, Your Honor. Exhibit C, 2014 Scottish Open. Just look at the left photo. It's readily apparent that the real horizon is right here. Right across there. Everyone can see it. What's happening here? Well, the sky's being inferior mirage underneath this boat, giving the impression that the boat is floating above a false horizon, which is down here. Now, they color contrasted it and makes it very easy to see. That's Exhibit C, Your Honor. This is a landslide. The jury's laughing now. And I haven't even brought out the big whopper just yet. There she is. This is QE Cuties' favorite photo. Can I hear a shout out from QE Cuties?
Yay!
This is Betty's favorite photo when we first
You
looked at.
calling me?
No. When we when we first seen this, but the first words out of her mouth was, "The boats are being raptured." I'll never forget it. Right? Because it looks like that. But this is the quintessential example, Your Honor. This is the quintessential example demonstration of my definition. So we have the sky being inferior mirage underneath these objects, right? You can even see some of the white clouds in here. There's a collage of the clouds in the water. You have the real horizon, the actual horizon right across here. I can see it plainly. These objects are floating above a false horizon. Folks, you can't get any more delineated for a false horizon than this one, because it's fragmented across the entire transverse dimension of the horizon, of the false one, right? This is over. It's over. My definition is correct, and Andrew Thomas Young's looming, the appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it, he can't make that claim. That's not what this is, right? But more importantly, he would need a second photo of these objects below the horizon, even to make his definition coherent. It's a comparison. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object. This is the important part that would normally be hidden below it. So show us the normally part. That's how stupid this is. Right? This is over, folks. Terrestrial refraction does not exist. They can't appeal to it. I just showed you why they can't do it. Now, I didn't say refraction doesn't exist, did I? I did not say that. I am saying that terrestrial refraction, would they appeal to for their ball-tard spinning space monkey religion, they can't appeal to it anymore. It's just that simple. I hope everyone gets it. I'm going to go over it about 10,000 more times. You guys are going to start puking, including ball-tards, right? Everyone is going to know this. Everyone in the genre, anyway. Comments, questions?
Yeah. Is that Andrew Thomas Young a real guy?
Yes.
How do we know?
I think Rumpus and another guy, I don't know his name, had correspondence with him. And if I'm not mistaken, I think 10th Man also had correspondence with him.
Okay. Because we can't find any pictures of him, huh?
No.
He's sort of like a hidden guy.
Yes.
Behind the scenes kind of guy. Don't mind the guy behind the curtains kind of guy.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Is he
He-
right about anything?
I don't know. I'd have to go through all his material and find something he's right about.
Is he an astrophysicist? What is he?
He works for, I don't know his degree. I'd have to search out. All I know is that he works for the astronomy department at San Diego State University.
Okay, so who is he to make definitions of terrestrial?
He has. He's the subject. He is the.
No, he doesn't have a face. How much of an importance is this then?
Well, like I said, he is the subject matter expert on the topic.
How? Why?
Like-
It's just a guy with a name.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The most extensive literature is by Andrew Thomas Young. And he is even cited erroneously by folks like Mick West.
Yeah. Isn't that strange, huh?
Yep.
These people seem to find one another.
Yeah.
But if you would want to make a paper about this, then they say, hey, what's your degree? Which university are you sort of from, and whatever. And we can't do that, right? When we have a statement to make.
Yes.
Yeah, these guys, they work for these universities, and I think, well, who's funding them, and what sort of outcome do you want from these universities?
That would be very different. See,
Conspiratorial for you.
yeah. You want to go deep into like their personal lives and what toothpaste they're using. I'm just on the outside taking.
Yeah, the thing is, I like truth, and I like and I think that usually the truth doesn't come from sort of democratic sort of institutions. Let me say it that way.
I understand what you.
Where the most people are shouting that it is so when there is one speaking the truth.
I understand what you're saying. We just have two different missions on the true side. I like to take the established words that they say. You want to get into what shampoo they're using.
No. That's making it dirty, right? No. I want to know what is their foundations, basically, right? What makes their foundations any better than ours? Why are they sort of established? What's that word established mean, right? That's sort of what I sort of get at.
It's a good point.
Yeah. I mean, we sort of revere that science and that the scientists and these people that with degrees and stuff. But come on, I mean, I think if you have a scientist talking about farmers things, right, and you have a farmer talking about things, who would you rather talk to? Right, I would rather talk to the guy that is the farmer, because I expect him to know more about how things work than the scientist.
The organ player at the church.
Yeah, well, yeah, whatever, right? I mean, I think we are sort of prone to listen to these high voices we think that are high up, but who put them there, and with what reason and what causes?
Can I jump in?
I have a quick
I've got
question.
just a minute, please. Who do you want to go first, QE? Me or him?
Hold on a sec. Yeah, sorry, I was on mute. We're gonna go through everyone. So just relax. We'll just go right down the list. We'll start. Betty, you want to take the con and go down the list?
Well, if you insist.
Thank you.
We got almost exactly at the top. You have anything to add or to?
Hello.
Oh,
I just have a question.
Hold on a second. Wait 1 second before you offer your question. I gotta find you here. You just blew my eardrums out. My fault, not yours. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought my mic was really low actually. But can density layers be considered? I mean, the differences between them. Could that be considered as a boundary?
No. Density layers of what?
Of the atmosphere.
Now, atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmos, air,
Yep.
airs. Yeah, you already know that routine. There.
Hi,
Go ahead, Adam.
I'll quote Andrew Thomas Young. With regards to the rays, it does not cross any horizontal boundaries. A light ray when it's coming in between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. And I use that with permission here. Yeah. So Andrew Thomas Young is clearly stating that the stratified atmosphere does not constitute boundaries with regards to Snell's law. That would justify, which would be there, yeah. Otherwise, they say there might be some differences, but no, there's not that with regards to a stratified atmosphere. That's what I liked.
All right. Is that the question? Is that now resolved?
Yep. I'm
Okay.
satisfied.
Okay, you have something else you want to add?
No, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, good. Then we got Drace. Drace, you're off mute.
Thank you. I got nothing really yet to add. It's just excellent. I always enjoy these presentations. Very good.
Okay, thank you. And then we got John P. Ryan. You're off mute.
Yeah, same as Drace. I really appreciate you guys going over this, even though it's ad nauseum at some points, but it's good to hammer it back in, because I kind of mentioned after show last week that I've been out of school for over 25 years, and so having to dig back through my really faded memory about all the lessons that I had to learn just to pass the school to begin with. I was kind of a slacker back then anyway, but having to remember all these details and then apply it to reality. And that's one thing I never really did, was apply what I learned to reality. And so, like, I really appreciate the details that you guys put into these breakdowns to kind of help break down the arguments and then, help me understand it, the simple mind. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks. That was it? I think so. Okay, we got Lino Tomo. I'm taking you off mute. You have anything to add or questions? No? Okay, we got Neil Constantino. Neil, are you there?
Neil Cosentino is very busy right now. Sorry, I can't talk.
Okay. Then we skip you and go to Phoenix Rising. Take you off mute now. You have anything to ask? To add?
No questions. I did miss the start of it though. I had to get out of work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paul? Paul, are you there?
I'm coming. I was coming. I was trying to find the mute button. I was on mute. I dropped 2 pictures into the live stream. I think Huey just deleted one of them, but I was going to try to point out something. The first one is the actual Snell's law bending light picture, and there's another one I actually showed the fish tank, but I think Huey deleted it. But I was actually going to make a point showing, like, on that one picture, there's a green dot on the picture, and it would show where if you was looking at that light from the position where the light is hitting the bottom of the tank or whatever, so to speak, that's where the light would be.
Oh, you're nodding.
Paul, you're roboting. Go to the next one.
Okay, we got Rob King. Take you off mute. You have anything to add? Questions? Hello, Rob. You there? No. Okay. Then we got Scrat. It's flat.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Just a quick question. Doesn't infrared knock out like 99% of all refraction?
No.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's the least. It's the least refracted wavelength. But your statement, it knocks out. No.
Okay. All right. Well, then that answers my question. Then. Thanks.
The higher the frequency, the more refraction. Follow? So the lower frequency, like infrared, that's going to be long wavelength, right? The less refraction.
Okay.
But you follow that one?
But I mean, yeah, I think so. But shouldn't it like clear? Never mind. I think I understand what you're saying.
You got what I'm saying? Okay.
All right, we go back to Paul. He's back. Paul,
Can you hear me okay now? Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Okay. To make it sum up, in both the pictures I posted, there's there's one in a green dot in the actual Snell's Law simulator, and there's one in the fish tank, and it's a yellow dot. What I was trying to represent with the dots is where the position of the light you would see it at, right? If you were looking at the light from the point where it gets, if you was looking at the light, and they always say the light is curving around the Earth. Well, if that's the case, visually, everything would have to be lifted up when they argue that. Because visually, that's where you would see it lifted up, risen up. So you would never see, even in their own paradigm, from their own argument, the geometric horizon. You can never see it. If it's because it's always, you're visually looking at where the light would be hitting you. It looks like it's going to be higher than it really is, if you understand what I'm driving at. The pictures are trying to illustrate where you would actually see the light, or where it would look like the light would be. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? No, yes, maybe. Did I drop?
No, you didn't. No, sorry, I was on mute. What's the point?
Well, I'm just saying is even within their own paradigm, arguing that the light is bending around the Earth's terrestrial refraction.
Yeah.
Well, that means the horizon or everything would always look higher than it really is. But they always use the fish tank as the illustration of how it bends around. Well, visually, it would look higher, always look higher. If you're seeing when the light hits you, if you understand. That's why in the fish tank, I put a dot where you would see the light. If you were looking at it from the point where the light on the other side of the fish tank, if you're standing there looking at where the laser's coming from, you would visually look like it's higher in the tank than it really is.
I'll refer you to 5A, and I'll also point out that that's water with shed loads of glucose in it.
I agree, Adam.
Whether you want to use it to destroy the ball, is fine. But what you can't do is use it with regards to the atmosphere, which we talked about liquids, and this is a liquid bordering on solid point of view because of some of the saturation points within that, which is why you'll see the rate of bend is much lower, greater lower down than higher up. This is not analogous to anything with regards to light behavior in the atmosphere.
And I get that.
It's bad for us to use that because it defeats our point, doesn't it? It defeats our point. We're saying when they bring this up, that's nonsense. It makes no sense. So we shouldn't use it in the reverse because that's in a very rich glucose liquid, yeah, which is not in any way analogous to the atmosphere. So whatever it shows benefits us naught in our understanding of light in the atmosphere.
No, and I agree with you, Adam. The only point I'm making is if light is bending around and it hits your eye, it's going to appear higher than it really is.
Why is light bending around?
Well, I know. I'm talking about in their paradigm. In their paradigm. That's all I'm arguing.
They don't have a
I don't agree with it.
they don't have a
That's why they have
paradigm.
refraction.
Yeah. Well, I know you destroyed it, QE, but I mean, they always say we always do the Muppet vision, the side view. But what will you visually see if that was true? And that's what I'm driving at. If it's true what they're saying, then you can never see it because it's going to be always higher than it really is. That's the only point I'm making if their argument is true. I'll leave it there.
That's why that doesn't. All right. So light's supposed to bend in their world at 7/6R. Number one, there's no R on that flat fish tank. Yeah. All you've got is some nonsense density gradient and then a light beam introduced at an angle. All it shows you is refraction. And not much, really, considering all the perversion you've put in there. Look how it straightens out. It's of no benefit to us, to me, mate, that. And using it. And there's enough demolition. We don't have to presuppose what their bullshit would turn out like. Where we would presuppose their bullshit would turn out with our bullshit corrections of their bullshit. It's just bullshit.
I mean, I agree, though. I guess all I'm saying is if they start invoking refraction, they just shot themselves in the foot. And that's what we've been saying for a while now.
Yeah.
Ultimately, as soon as they do that.
Yeah.
Well, you're right. We need to tell them what refraction is because in their world, refraction is that thing bending to your yellow dot in reality because of stuff, gravity, whatever, you know what I mean? That's why it's not worth entertaining anymore because we didn't have the knowledge before to just say, don't be silly. Yeah, this is what refraction is. Unless you want to go away and define your terrestrial refraction, yeah, which is what's required for you to make this outlandish claim, then stop it because you've got no backing otherwise. We don't have to, like in the days of the Isle of Man. Yeah, put up with the nonsense. We understand it now, and we don't have to humour it. And not the nonsense; their ignorance in a lot of cases. Their complete ignorance. We're able to demonstrate and enlighten them, and that's what hurts them the most. That flat earthers are now enlightening them with the truth, the science in some cases, yeah, and also the bloody obvious in a lot. Why we can't get a decent conversation out of them anymore.
I have one more question.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure I understand. Do they actually say that everything we see is not where we see it? Is
Yes.
that what they're claiming?
Yes.
Okay, so if that was true, how would a sniper hit anything?
Listen, you're preaching to the choir. I already told them this hundreds of times that if what they said was true, that Adam called it bullshit, then all the world's militaries would be rendered null. That it'd be academic. It would be non sequitur.
Tell you what, let's have a war with them. Let them use their way. We'll use our way. And let's see who wins.
We can't be having wars, Neil.
Paintball. We'll do paintball.
Paintball. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Scrat. You're right on it. Yes. Good. Anything else?
I just don't understand how they can actually think. I don't get it. I mean, they completely abandon logic and reason, and I don't know. It's just frustrating for me.
No, you're all over it. You're exactly correct. It's frustrating, right? Because that's what it is. So all we can do is just show it in spades, and then guess what? A little later this afternoon, guess what I'm going to hear? Refraction. Did Betty do it?
Yeah, I want
Might hear it now.
Two voices.
Yeah, Scrat, you're all over it. Thank you. All right, did we miss anyone, Betty?
Well, Shines came in. Maybe she wants to chime in and has something to say. Let me see if I can unmute her. Hi, Shines.
Hi, everyone.
Oh,
Just
great.
presentation as usual. You are amazing. And I'm just tired of them claiming that this is just semantics and that words don't have any meaning. And we don't know the difference between bending and divergence. And it's so silly. And I know that this is just going to continue for a long time on. And I don't know if a lot of people will ever get it because we are in that, anti flat earth community. Like they just refuse to listen to what's so obvious. So yeah, more great information. And hopefully maybe some people will become sane and come into reality. We'll see though.
That's wishful thinking. I like that, Betty. Can you invite more people to come in, and then when they come in, say, "Hello, I'm here."
It seems that you have a sort of a hearing problem in the sense that everything is too loud for you. Huh?
Yeah, it's showing everyone that comes in has their volume turned up a lot. So this is good.
That you have your volume for the income of the how do you say that? How your sound is transferred to you. That's too high up, maybe.
Well, there's a balance, cutie. Between
yeah, well, the balance, you crossed it.
yeah, there's a balance. We want to get into shop talk. Nathan will love this. There's a balance between what goes out to YouTube and then what comes to me, and I want it to what goes out to YouTube as reasonable. And
sure.
If it is reasonable, I have to turn you up because I can't hear people.
Yeah.
So my speakers are.
But everybody was too loud.
Yeah.
Usually it's too low, and now they're too loud.
Yeah, every single person that could. So just start inviting people in, Betty, because you like it. And make sure QE hears you.
Oh, let me see what I can do for you.
Oh, it doesn't matter with you, Shines. You could turn it down. It doesn't matter. If I have you cranked, I'm toast. And you weren't the only one. Every single person today. So it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah. We got some other person, but he's on deaf and mute. But you don't want to hear him.
Yeah, that's where he's gonna. That's where he'll stay.
All right. Okay. Well, I think that we had all the people in here that could talk and have tried to talk, except for a couple of people. Oh, there we got Rob. Hi, Rob.
Sorry, I can't talk. I got a really bad mic.
So how's that sound, Quantum?
Yeah, it was loud. I was struggling to get him. Of course, I was right in the middle of a message to somebody. I'm struggling to get him, and he just stopped. But that's all right. I got him. I got you, Rob.
Sorry.
You should be good to go.
You want to add something?
Not really. My mic's really bad. It was a great presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
All right. I got another super chat that I wanted to shout out. It's from Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum. And he says, thanks, QE. And
Thank you.
He said admit presentation, but I think it's good at the end.
Thanks, Lump. He said, what's the name? Lump. I can go look 1 second.
Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum.
Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum. Love it, man. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, it was a long run this time.
Yeah, it was a longer one this time. Everything's going really good. It might be about 3 or 4 weeks, to get everyone in sound line, but I think that this was a good one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You have said yourself anything to add? What's next Ballbusters about?
Next Ballbuster, I forgot to tell Adam and Nathan. That was I was gonna say something and I got it. It was in the morning. I wasn't thinking straight. They requested for Ballbusters that we, because there's a lot of new people, according to them, that's on the scene. So to go back into the science presentation, they wanted something, specific, and I'm not going to do the science presentation without doing the whole thing. So Adam, I'm going to do the whole thing, man.
Fair enough. If you want to, that's fair enough. I understand. you want to present something properly, sometimes you have to. So
Yeah, I'm gonna present. Yeah, we'll go in for the next 4 or 5 weeks, and we'll just be talking science on Ballbusters. No problem. I don't have an issue with it.
On science now?
Say again?
Are we camping out with science now?
We're gonna drop anchor in science again. Yes.
Drop anchor.
Yeah.
Or camping out.
Drop an anchor in natural science. It's a heavy anchor. It's gonna be hard to lift up.
Mm. But didn't we do that hundreds of thousands of times again?
Yes, but it appears, like I said, we have new people in. It's not a bad thing to go back and review those principles and concepts. It's not a bad thing at all.
Right. Yeah, because you can sort of apply it to all kinds of other different things that they are claiming to be true right now in this minute.
Yes. Yep. So I'm looking forward to anything talking about the scientific method and anything, the one that I created. I enjoy talking about that.
Oh, yeah, your scientific method, huh?
That's right.
Yeah.
Might as well take ownership of it since
nobody else does.
Yeah, they're saying that it's mine. I've heard a number of times that it's mine. I appreciate that. Yeah, Drace is saying the same. Drace is saying the same thing.
Variable?
Oh God.
Is it with the independent variable or the independable variable?
According to you, it's the independable variable.
You can't depend on it.
Yeah, so even Drace in the chat, he's saying that, yeah, they keep telling us it's my method, QE's method, so I might as well take ownership of it then.
Mm. Maybe you can put out a paper as well then, like that Andrew Thomas Young did. Everybody, Bagak, you.
Bagak, you can't do the Bagak right. You need practice on that.
Oh, the hell.
Well, if it's your method, couldn't they just say you're just wrong?
They do.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, they just say it. That's the difference between them and I. I don't say it. I support it. And demonstrate it, by the way. That's very important. Anyone can say anything, right?
I got another super chat for you.
Go ahead, Betty.
It's from Peter Clark, and he says, Rumpus is an utter moronic sophist.
Who's Rumpus?
I don't know.
I don't know either. All right, let's wrap it up. Adam, any final thought?
At least he super chatted for you.
Say again?
At least thank the guy that super chatted.
Well, yeah, I thought it. Didn't I thank him?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Hey, well, thank you very much. And I didn't see it. Why that didn't pop up on my... Oh, there he is. Now it popped up. Peter Clark. Yep. Appreciate it, Peter Clark. Hope you guys got a lot out of the presentation. Let's go ahead and wrap it up. Let's get Adam any final thoughts, and make sure we get Adam shouting out his channel. He's got a couple good videos on there. Adam's starting to ramp things up, right?
Thank you, sir. That I did plan to do that. I'm going to post it in chat in a second. Yeah. On tonight, yeah, I've enjoyed it. Like I say, 5A for me is beautiful. You can seed all you like and then take them to 5A, and their priest says what they're claiming does not happen. Nonsense. So we can forget all about the supposed terrestrial refraction and concentrate on what we understand that's validated with regards to refraction. And I'm more than happy to accept proven understanding of refraction and what it is. Even if it includes the two-way speed of light.
Yeah.
As a ratio.
Yeah, that's a stumbling block. I knew it would be, and I knew I had to go over it. Yeah.
I'm happy. That's why I gave the prefix, the as a ratio. We're not invoking it. We're just using it both ways for everything, and then defining that ratio that we've applied to everything. So I don't have a problem. Like I said, that's why I interjected. I don't have a problem with it. It doesn't involve me questioning measuring the speed of light. It's a ratio within a device.
Yes.
Okay, so whatever that thing's doing, whether it's the speed of light, whatever, it doesn't really matter. It's a ratio within a device. That's cool, as long as it's each thing that we define the ratio's got the same parameters, and that's how it's been derived.
Yes.
The validating thing is that the angles
correct
have a similar ratio. So.
Correct. Yes.
So that I like it, but like I say, 5A for me. That's all I'd say on this evening. Other than that, yeah, if I could shout I've obviously got my channel, the Adam Meakin. I've had for ages, but what I've wanted to do is I've started a new one. What ? Is the world? And Nathan, all of that is in lowercase now. I've changed it thanks to Nathan's bequest. So I'm just kind of putting my thoughts down there, kind of trying to do episodes, just covering certain topics. The first one was kind of the instigator, really born out of what Brian was doing with regards to Wolfie and certain flights and stuff I've done in the past. The next one's a little bit more considered, and hopefully kind of highlights the two sides, what we've learned over the time, what we know, what's demonstrable, what's provable, and what the high priests of the globe spout as the rhetoric that's the reason you should think it's a ball. And it's a kind of a juxtaposition of those two things.
Cool.
Need to make your own mind up. Yeah, so that's what is the world, and I'll stick it in chat now and spam it a sec. Thanks, John.
That was perfect timing, honey.
Finish another banana.
No. I'm talking to my wife. She just came in and tore a piece of paper off the door in here. That's too funny. Perfect timing. Yeah, thanks, Adam. Everyone sign up for Adam. Adam, are you spamming that in the chat?
Done it once, I'm going to do it again. There you go.
Please, sir.
Yeah. Thanks, guys, and watch and please sub and share if you could. I'd appreciate it. I'm still on low numbers there.
Oh, we'll get that going, Adam. No problem. Everyone should be subscribing.
Yeah, I liked your last one, right? Where you sort of put Neil deGrasse Tyson, that other guy, what was it? The physics guy, Bill Nye, the physics guy.
Right.
I like it when you sort of let them talk and other people talk, and it's good. It's kind of nice to hear these people having these stupid representations of a boat going over the curve of the horizon on a table. It's so stupid.
As QE said, sometimes the best response is to just let them talk.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thanks, Adam. Appreciate it. Betty, take us home.
Yeah, I want to thank all the super chatters because there was some amazing super chatters here. Please don't be shy for super chatting because I will shout them out, unless it's vile language, of course. But I think the Rumpus guy was a little bit over the edge, but okay. So people, thanks for that. And I usually have to shout out Nathan with his channel, so with Nathan Oakley 1980, and then to a debate, but I haven't seen him yet. So has he been here, guys?
Yeah,
so
I seen him earlier.
Yeah, but he didn't spam his show, did he?
I did not see it, so I'm not sure about that. He might have gotten busy. Let me check one more time.
Yeah, maybe if he has a show, go and check it out. If he has a show, and subscribe so that you never miss one.
It's premiering now, Nathan Oakley channel, Flat Earth Debate 1467, Uncut and After Show. So that's on now.
Okay. So he's running it now. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can, when this is done, go over to that one.
I'll check if he's in the chat, but yeah, I'll have a look.
You ever wondered what actor?
Yeah. So everybody, thanks for being here, and see you next time at the Ballbusters. Over to you, John.
Over to you. Really? All right, I guess I'll take it. All right, I want to thank the panel. Appreciate that. For the folks that are listening in, yeah, we're getting the sound squared away. Sorry for the initial ones, but I'm usually pretty sharp on that, pretty quick to get the audio squared away. It'll take a little time, but just be patient. We'll get it squared away. With the refraction or terrestrial refraction, hold these guys. If they say refraction, hold them to it. Have them define it and have them show you. Listen, I said the easiest one was 1A, but you could take any of them. I don't mind. But as long as you take it to them. Okay, don't let them get away with refraction. Don't do it. Right? Go ahead and hold their toes to the fire. Thanks again, guys. So, take no prisoners. No quarter will be asked. None shall be given. And remember, I'll be back.
What up? What up? Anyone in the house?
What's up, Flatty?
What up, Miggy? How are you, buddy?
Yeah, doing good, man.
Good.
That was a long audio clip.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot it was playing. My headphones come out of my ears because I was doing some painting and put them back in. Like half an hour later, it's still going.
Yeah, what people usually challenge that point, that specific point? It seems like you only get those kinds of kinds of questions and discussions from people who are really entrenched in that idea, or they'll try to go around the fact that they've got an answer.
Yeah, I find Nathan Oakley's and QE's stuff is people around them, like they just seems like there's anti-flat Earth that's just nitpicking stuff constantly. They just got to keep dealing with that. Whereas over here we get that a bit, but we get the new people or I think anyway from what I've seen.
People generally don't know much about the Earth. It sounds like a funny topic when they hear somebody talking about flat Earth or something. And to them, it's something that kind of crazy or neat to kind of talk about.
Yeah, I haven't heard much talk of terrestrial refraction here. Only on QE's recordings. So have they abandoned that now, the Globers, or do they still try and invoke that argument?
That's all I'm saying. I have these guys that are around here really haven't done that. Yeah, it used to be that was kind of a refraction was the hotness back in probably about a year and a half ago, I'd say. 2020, somewhere around there.
So they don't seem to have any arguments left, do they?
No. The
The
Sexton
last one was that, the curved adjacent on the Sexton was the last death croak.
Yeah, it seemed like they wanted to claim some type of validity. I can't say that word, but that's what they wanted with that, to have validity. There it is. Validity.
Validity.
But you can't. So I don't know what the next argument is going to be, if there even is going to be one. I don't think there is going to be one.
Yeah, I was in another server, and there was a couple of people, a couple of globies in there. I think they were trying to trick me into kind of getting into a talk with them, but I was new to that server, so I was kind of, just being careful. And I could see them talking about sextants and stuff, and one of them said, "There's no triangles in celestial navigation."
They told you that?
Yeah. So I said, "Hang on now, what do you mean?" Because obviously I've used the sextant thing, and it's based on triangle, And then one of them said, "You're from 24/7, aren't you?" Like they must have seen me. And I said, "Yeah." They said, "Is there a mod over there that can speak to me?" So then I was in Nathan Oakley's channel then a couple of days later, and I could see the guy. So I said, I thought you wanted to speak to one of the 24/7 mods. I said, "QE's in here. Why don't you go and talk to him?" And then he said, "Nice try." So I don't know what kind of trolling he was trying to do to me, but yeah, it didn't make sense.
So moderator, as in you have no argument for the case, I guess is what he...
Yeah, and then QE's a mod here, and he's a mod over in Nathan. So I said, "Well, Nathan, yeah, QE's a mod here. Why don't you talk to him now? He's in the voice chat." And he's like, "Nice try." Yeah. So he was trying to belittle me or trick me into something. I don't know, because there was no argument there.
I would say that most of the people that have like a role here with Flat Earth, they know something about it. So anybody could argue the case.
Yeah, I didn't make it. I didn't unless they've heard me talking and know that I'm new to or newer to it. But yeah, like anyone can just know the stuff, can't they?
I don't know what he was expecting to talk to a mod for. Like if that was going to change the fact that he can't provide any evidence, but I mean, to them, it's they want to speak to the manager. Who's in charge here?
Yeah, wanted to speak to the manager, and I provided him with the manager, and then he ran away from it. So yeah.
So what are you thinking, Flatty? I mean, you've been here a couple months now. I mean, I see you in here almost every day now. So that's somebody who really wants to know and learn and just hear the arguments and all that good stuff. I think you haven't heard everything yet, but you've heard a lot of it.
No, I'm trying to, and I'm listening back to old recordings and stuff. But I want to, it's like I found my thing, found my crew, and it's like everyone here just makes sense to me, and it's just, I don't know, I don't know how to describe it, but yeah, I'm here every day because I don't want to miss anything. I just want to absorb it all,
I mean, to be an ambassador of truth, man, it's a great responsibility.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Yeah,
because I mean, it's your countrymen that have been deceived. It's the people you care about. It's it's not just coming in here and talking to faceless people on the internet. It's people that in your neighborhood and such. And that's when it gets personal, because like it to you, it's like, okay, I mean, it's logically consistent. Things that is self-evident to you. It's a spell that everybody's under, and it's like you have to It's almost like disarming a bomb. You have to figure out how not to cut the wrong wire, and set it off.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, so I was thinking you can't just go up to someone and just, or anyone, family member, friend, someone you don't know. You can't just go and drop the knowledge on them. It's like
Yeah.
trying to deactivate a bomb. Cut the red wire.
I would say there's different styles. Everybody has their own style of how they do it, and some are more proactive when it comes to that, and they'll go into places and they'll be like, "Hey guys, the Earth is flat," and everybody's like, "What's this guy talking about?" I mean, some of it has its merits, because it really puts a bug in their ear, but at the same time, it doesn't. It just sets up defense. They set up their defenses. I mean, granted, you could be speaking truth, but you're only gonna make somebody just not, want to hear.
Yeah, there was a guy in here this morning. It would have been late night for you guys, but it was 6 a.m. here, and I was listening, and Orion was in here, and this guy came in, and he said, we asked how did you find the place, and he said, I scanned a QR code on my way home from the bar. It was just like on the side of a bin, trash can or something, and it turned out it was a sticker of a QR code that Orion had put on the bin on the trash can in Seattle, or or wherever he's from, Oregon. He's from Portland.
Oh, cool.
So that was quite cool for Orion to be here, and then someone had found his sticker, scanned it, found the server, come in, went through voice check-in, and then actually had a conversation with him. It was quite a cool experience to witness that.
Did he feel a bit shook by the information, or was he just asking some obvious questions?
No, he seemed quite open, and was kept quite quiet, and then just kind of dipped out then suddenly, and we noticed like two other people dipped out. So I don't know, like they didn't come to troll, they came to check it out, to see what it's about, and kind of, I don't know, at some point it must have got too real for them and decided to go. But, yeah, but he's in here for a bit.
So in the place where you live, is there a lot of people that in your area that know about it, or?
I don't think so. I haven't really spoken to many people about it, really, because I just didn't have the skills to kind of bring it up, and the information was scrambled until I've been here maybe going on 3 months now, so it's it's coming together for me now on how to kind of talk about it. But yeah, so I haven't really noticed, but I've got David Weiss's app, and you can have a look on there to see who's nearby, and there's not a lot. There's one person within 2 miles of me, and another one then about 5 miles out, and that's it, I think. So I've kind of sent them a message through the app, and nothing's come back yet. But I'm not really interested on meeting up with people at the moment. But yeah, it's interesting just to see that there's not a lot of them. So I might do an Orion and print off some stickers and just kind of go around subliminally, kind of.
Are they stickers that somebody can order from here, or what? Like, I haven't seen.
Yeah, I've got the artwork. If anyone wants it. Yeah, Orion sent me the artwork. I can send that to you if you want.
For the QR code.
Yeah, and I was just going to go on, one of these cheap online printers and just get like a roll of stickers done.
That's a neat idea.
Yeah, because it's worked at least for a couple of people that approved this morning.
And it just links them right into the Discord, huh?
Yeah, it gives them the invite to the Discord, and then also on the sticker it says that it's got the YouTube address as well. You know,
Yeah,
just
there you
written
go.
on.
So who's in here right now? We got. See who's this? Julius. We got Jonas, Get Beget, Miguel, Flat Earth Solar, Batman, Elijah. What's up, guys?
Hello.
Yo, what's up? Just got in. How's it going?
That's going great.
Man?
Talking to Flatty here.
Elijah, what do you think about what happened last night then with the guy you were having decent interaction with, and then he kind of got caught up in the QE kind of bomb, didn't he?
Say again?
That guy, that guy you were talking to, you were having quite a good couple of conversations with him, weren't you? You and Hank. Oh, what was his name now?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Uncanny. Yeah.
that's it. And then he got introduced to QE, and it kind of went a bit crazy for him.
Yeah. I didn't like it. I didn't find it necessary.
No, me either. Because he had some good ideas and things, and some of his things are a bit silly, but he was kind of almost with us, I suppose.
No, I mean, with us, not with us, it's not really the.
Yeah,
not really the thing. Like people overall listening, especially people who are in academia, like say Adam Meakin, he's been on Nathan's panel for a while, but he had to learn new things. What if nobody was patient with him?
Yeah.
It's not even about patience. It's like, dude, it's your first time talking to somebody. Like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
Being him.
Are you talking about the guy that came in here last night?
QE.
Oh, QE. Oh, QE. Then he talked with the guy last night.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Facts are the facts, but the people who are biased towards the other side need to actually feel that the person that they think is representing them did give it their best by presenting to the best of their ability. That if somebody's like yelling at you, right or wrong, you can't really. I don't know. It's weird. It was weird for someone of his like the guy's demeanors. It was just uncalled for it to go down that way. Because he seemed pretty well. He's pretty knowledgeable, well spoken, and the best way to sway somebody is to defeat that person in an argument. But tone does matter. Like, I know everybody doesn't give a fuck, but I mean,
Yeah, I've said before, I don't think QE should be on the welcoming committee.
What do you guys think? He's more in the master class?
Yeah, he's the professor. You don't have a professor taking junior school classes because he's going to get frustrated at a 6-year-old.
I don't know. The guy was open about his background, and he definitely knew the difference between concepts and classical physics versus theoretical physics. And I don't know how he could say he thinks it's a plane, but to what extent it's a plane, because a plane is not a shape in the first place. And I mean, everybody typically seems to be worried about shape because they see the Earth as an object. It's hard to not do that, and you damn sure won't begin to understand, day one, that it's actually not something we've seen entirely. Even though you believe that you've seen it probably every day of your life,
Yeah, was he an educator?
He was educated.
Oh. So maybe he was a teacher or something, because he went over his background. Like, if he knew some of the classical physics, maybe he just was somebody that paid attention in class or something. You don't know.
Well, because he's still, like, if he says something, he'll preface it with, I know that this is mathematical. But sometimes when guys like that say proof, they mean mathematical proof. They don't mean, they don't, like, I don't think he was attempting to conflate the two. I think he was trying to I don't know. You know what? Ultimately, I don't know what he was trying, because the exchange fell apart. So it is what it is.
How long was he here for? Yeah, like an hour.
What Elijah was saying there now just made me think about
he's been talking in here for a couple of days. Sorry, just wanted to.
Oh.
Yeah, he's been rocking out. That's why I'm like, it's not like I just heard him speak like just one time. He was pretty cool, dude. That usually happens. My best friend's not here either. So he was on board until the night he came here. So
Thank you for shopping. Please remove all background.
Oh, your good friend came in here too, Elijah?
Yep.
He got waylaid, huh? He's like, I ain't going there.
No, he was pretty lax. He was open because he just didn't really know too much about any of this stuff. So he had a decent conversation, but he heard the conversations after and just thought, I don't like this. It's like, no, you can't. I mean, it's not like you can tone police, but so it is what it is. But I mean, yeah. It's a community. That's what happens in neighborhoods. What are you going to do? Everyone's different. They do what they feel is right. They have their own impacts in the way that they should.
Shopping at CVS.
Yeah, I was just saying that earlier. I was like, everybody has their own style. I mean, there's no really one way to say, like, I can't do it this way, I can't do it that way. You can do it whatever way you want, whichever way you think is effective, but it's not going to be effective for one person to the next.
You have your extra care card.
That's the thing.
Please do it now.
And you're going to find the ones where you feel like going off on. I mean, there's going to be that too, right?
I don't think I've ever been off on anybody after after the last time I went off on somebody.
How long ago was that?
Gotta
I
be
don't
at
even,
least a year. Because
how
I
was
don't remember.
that happen?
Gotta be at least a year more because I don't remember. You know,
Okay, man.
when's the last time we really spoke to Xanax for real? Like, you know, that's pretty much the last kind of person that I was just like, yeah, I don't speak to them dudes like that anymore because, well, I mean, it's not fruitful. Like, I know that
The
I know
co-shows.
what I'm citing, and I know when people aren't trying to address what I'm citing, and I know what I'm citing is not my own. It's a claim from the other side that they don't want to address. Ultimately, that's all it ever is. And it's like, well, I don't have time to play that game. I already know what it is.
What happened to Co-Show, man? That guy just disappeared, huh?
He's still in Jim Pandas. I spoke to him maybe 2 weeks ago, week and a half ago.
Saying that I'm not trying to summon him. I'm just saying. Say his name 3 times, he's gonna
He
appear.
was I believe someone that sounded. Never mind. I thought he came in here the other day or the other week, but it was just once.
Now that guy, he's a horse of a different color.
No.
he's something else.
Well, I was talking to some of the guys yesterday, Chocolate, Nathan, a few others, and I was saying that this whole thing was like checkers because I just played checkers like the other night for the first time since I was like a child, and I was like, oh, I understand. You know, when I was new to this world too, pretty much as a child. I got the concept of the game, and I just thought at that point in my life, here's a move, I can make it.
Yep.
I didn't think here's a move, I can make it, but if I do, you know what I mean, then this might happen. And then this is an outcome if I do this. You know, I didn't do that. I didn't think of all the possible outcomes before I decided, okay, this is the way I want the pieces on the board to play out, so I'm going to go in this general direction. And that's what I feel like this whole conversation has been, because at first it was just logical fallacies that we didn't really, I don't know, at least I didn't know how to address because I didn't know what they were classified as. Like, I didn't know what they were called. I just knew this seemed weaselly, you know. But when we finally got down to it, it's like, okay, well, you're begging the question most times. If you're already begging the question and asking me about Narnia while I'm in Narnia, I'm going to have to answer hypothetically how something may or may not work. But in that begging the question, it's actually designed to work. There's no way it's not going to work, hypothetically speaking.
Yeah.
If you're already begging the question.
In that realm, anything is possible. In that realm, anything is
So in the same way of checkers, it's just like, you know, it used to be that, you know, we made the mistakes in the first few moves and didn't realize that it would be the end. And then eventually we got to a place where we had stalemates, where it's just like, okay, well, nobody's really winning at this point. And then now it's at a point where it's like, oh, the first move is it's a flat plane.
Yep.
Because that's what you're going to assume to get elevation angles.
That's a base.
And then,
yeah, it's definitely the first move, man. Definitely. I mean, it was.
So after that, it's like now it's like, you know, we're making the right moves from jumping, and they've already lost. And it's like, I don't have a desire to prove.
Yeah, exactly.
Them wrong. Not the, you know.
Like the logical fallacies that you were talking about. Like we didn't really know too much in the very beginning. We're going in there like cowboys, right? Trying to shoot them all down with all the logically consistent arguments. And then we were in the realm of like, okay, so this is a burden of proof reversal fallacy that they're doing. So they're actually saying that we got to provide the evidence, and they don't. So they would, and that's one of some of the major fallacies that they would come in here was that was one of the biggest ones. They would want to make sure that we didn't get like, okay, you get the new guy. Hi, new guy. How you doing? You know, welcome to the server. New guy is like, hey, I got a question. You know, why do you guys think the Earth is flat? Well, tell you what, new guy. And then the new guy, after we tell him, he's like, yeah, but that don't make any sense. And here we go engaging. And so that was, and so they were on the attack, and we were on the defense at that point. So it's almost like you don't get a chance to explain the problem. And so now it's like, okay, new guy, welcome to the server. You know, let's go over, you know, what the proof, the burden of proof that it lands on the claim. It needs to be talked about, because ultimately we've all been taught this this information. So now we got to examine that. So it's showing them that we're not afraid to look at that information, and they can't be either, because I think most of the times they want to shift that burden on us because it sounds kind of hooey to them when they're listening to like YouTube videos and they hear some of these famous anti-flat earthers going off on the rails, you know, like, well, this don't make any sense on a flat earth, and they do dumb little images with like a guy standing on a pizza, like a pizza azimuth or equidistant projection thing, and it's got like the moon in one location and it's got like two stick figures. You know what I mean? Like they do some of the redundant images, and then they want to claim that as some way of scientifically proving that flat earth can exist. Cannot. And so we're dealing with, you know, these bozos that are out there doing that, but they're filling these guys' heads with this kind of stuff. So they come in here with like, you know, questions of that, you know? And so we're always on the defense. I think we should be more offensive, you know, and showing them, okay, no, we're playing offense today because we're going to show you why this don't make any sense. And, you know, picking that apart, like you said, you always start with the flat plane because, you know, I would say pun intended, because it's like the ground you stand on. It is the foundation of the beginning of the argument, you know? So.
Yep.
But nothing, I mean, the guys that come in here that I've seen anyway that are really pushing the envelope, I don't know, man. Like the last one that I've seen that was really onto like doing that was eggshells, walking on eggshells. Maybe that's his name. He's something to do with eggshells. I know that.
Riding
on eggshells.
Yeah. See, people like him, and people like Paza, who I'm curious to see where, like, I have a conversation with him like 2 weeks from now, a month from now, after he looks into this refraction stuff a little more. That's what he has to do. But people like him up until that point and riding on eggshells, like, they're the people that I want to talk to the least, because they don't make any claims at all. Well, if you're not making any claims and I'm not making any claims, why the fuck are you asking me questions?
Yeah. That's confusing to me too. It's like, why are you in here if this isn't and old Bacon as well. Bacon was in here doing the very same thing. He's like, why are you getting off the topic, dude? We're talking about celestial navigation. It's nothing to do with the shape of the earth. I'm like, dude, that's what people come. I mean, the server is built on the idea that the whole conversation is about the shape. Like, it's about the claim, I should say, rather. The claim of the shape. And you mean to tell me that your conversation has nothing to do with that? Like, so it's just, you're talking about how people navigate across the ocean. Now, that's wonderful. That's great. You know, at the end of that, maybe you can become a sailor or something. You know, like so what? Like, if it has nothing to do with the premise, then we're not helping anyone. We're not doing anything for the server. We're just, you know. Might as well talking about what's your favorite color, like QE says. What's your favorite color? Yeah, it's no benefit, I guess.
What book did you read this month? You know, like, what you doing?
Yeah, by the way, how's every little thing? You know, like, what the hell? Like, just,
How's it hanging?
that's amazing, dude. Like, some of them actually just like Matthew Learns, or maybe that's his name. Or you get somebody change his name, or he changed his name. Who knows? But yeah, that guy. I mean, he's in here just to hang, dude. Like that. I don't know. And then he's been told. I remember back in the day, dude. That was like a year and a half ago, possibly. And when he was in here, he was a bit more staunch than he is in his position, but he throws a few jabs in every now and again, but on the system of belief. I guess I would say he admittedly says so. He's like, I can't validate this. It's my belief, but I'm gonna talk about it anyway. Like, I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can do that. Or tell somebody that they're wrong. Because if you're telling them that they're wrong about what the earth is, then you obviously know what it is, or have done you figured it out somehow. I remember back in the old days, dude. Yeah, asking people those questions, it was kind of crazy, man. Because most of the people that you talk to will not say that they know. The honest ones, right? You get some people that are prideful at the beginning, but then if you talk to them about it and you're like, no, let's get a real serious conversation. Like, let's not fool around. Let's be honest, right? Like, we're just two people talking about what's real and what's not. And kind of like when you erase the fact that you're not out to destroy their pride and you just want to know what they know, and then it becomes like, okay, well, this is what I know. And then sometimes they're like, well, I don't really know. And then the truth comes out, right? Because then you figure out, okay, well, if you don't know, then everything else that precedes whatever you're going to say has no validity to it. Because you don't know. You look up in the sky and you said, well, there's planets and whatever. Well, you just said you didn't know. And then doesn't matter where they go, what they talk about. Once that is declared and they have said that, then you could really hang on to that. Because that's almost like I would say like a golden ticket for excluding, or a golden hand wave dismissal ticket to just hand wave dismiss everything they talk about when it concerns, anything to do with the shape of the earth or the cosmos or whatever. Because they've already declared that they don't know, and that's pointing that out is probably it's essential in a conversation. Like, oh, I thought you said you just said that you didn't know. Isn't that what you said? And then having them realize that. And then the hard-boiled ones are the ones like, yeah, I know, it's refraction. That's the reason why. Okay, I know you get into that topic, but you always start with the plane. That's essential. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Flatty. Like when you talk to the people that you know, or anyone, if you're in a conversation, maybe some friends or something. But it has to be where it's.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I couldn't get to my mic button then, but yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, I hear you, man.
Fascinating, man. I love having conversations with new people. It's interesting to me. Has anybody ever had some positive experiences talking to people about the shape of the Earth? I mean, there's a lot of negative, but some that you felt like the conversation went in a good direction versus.
I'm working on some. I'm working on some family members.
Oh yeah. Well, how do you approach the truth? Like, what's the opening, or I should say, how did it come about to the conversation even came to the topic? Did you bring it up, or was it?
I think first I was kind of jokingly talking about how we never went to the moon, and then with COVID and everything, just like watching some of like a funny thing happened on the way to on the moon, watching that, and and then I'd bring up different pictures and video from the ISS, and I think with all of the there's been so much misinformation and lies in the past couple of years from the government, and so I think that the openness to the fact that lies may have been in the space program then opened up the door to exploring that. Like, wow, so I kind of said, I went down this rabbit hole just to find out what the flat earthers are talking about, and I said the more I look into it, I'd like, they've got some actual science-based arguments, and then I started looking into it myself, and so I would just bring up the different things, like things that I knew that they already knew, like nature abhors a vacuum, and just get them to think about it. And like, well, how can we have atmosphere on a planet next to a vacuum of space? Then, and just kind of like drop like those little things. I said, it's interesting. What are the odds that the sun and the moon are, come together to do a perfect eclipse? But the sun is X miles away and 400 times, so that everything is, so that their appearance is matches. So a lot of like those kinds of things, like why are people saying that you have to there's a Coriolis effect for a rifle, or like Neil deGrasse Tyson's statement about that I don't know if it was a field goal. I think it was a field goal. I don't know what game. I'm not a footballer, but he had made that statement, and like, so you have to count an effect for the Earth rotation, while those things are a bullet's in the air or a football's in the air, but a helicopter or a drone can go up and remain stationary in the sky, and there's no Earth rotation underneath it. And I think one of the biggest things was the fact that things are not. I mean, education is such a hot topic right now, and indoctrination in general. So to bring up the fact that who was it? David Weiss found a woman from Connecticut who was taught the flat Earth, and there's been reports that around the globe that in the 1920s flat Earth was still being taught, and the experiments at the turn of the century weren't taught, and the Michelson-Morley and Sagnac and Lorenz equation was basically theorized to negate the Michelson-Morley. So those are the kinds of things, and the dogma. I think also, so kind of different avenues, and I think Expelled's a really good movie too, because that kind of just shows you the dogma of evolution and how. So even if you believe in these theories, that the fact that the scientific community isn't allowing debate and the real scientific method to come into play, that it's really pseudoscience. So I think that all those different things, you got to know your audience, though. I mean, my family, has Yeah, I just know them, so I don't know if I'd be able to use the same things on a stranger. I've tried a couple times with maybe with like a teacher, like, he explained something to me, like how a helicopter can go up in the air and the earth doesn't rotate underneath it, and they kind of look at me like I've got two heads, so then I kind of drop it. So it's kind of working on just people I know. And a couple of friends of the family that I know have more of a Christian background, I think are a little bit more open to.
Really? I thought those were the ones that are more. I found that those guys were the more staunch in their positions, because
Well,
I've had conversations with some of the Christians. Actually, will the ones that I don't know, like they don't look into it, but they're more of like they believe more of what the accomplishments of man, according to what they believe, right? The accomplishments of man thus far have been due to the fact that God has allowed them to do such feats. So to them, reaching the skies and all that was totally something that was supposed to be like, well, not the skies, but like, outside of Earth, the heavens, if you will. And so to them, it's like that is, God allowed all of that stuff to be the way it is. But if you even show them any scripture pertaining to build the case up against it, it kind of maybe it would give it a little validity for them because of the fact that they're more on the faith based kind of side of things. But you'd have to follow up with like the physical. You'd have to be able to say, okay, was there any demonstration that has been done that we could figure this out? Because all we have are just these calculations by men, like and so forth. It brings it a little bit more back to like the knowledge that has been given to us. Because even a simple verse like how the devil has deceived all the nations, like something like that. Like, how if the nations are all deceived, how are we receiving truth from like these entities?
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't go from a if someone is of the Christian faith and I don't really go into those kinds of arguments. I kind of just bring up sort of like a logic, like common sense thing of like Werner von Braun and his epitaph, in that passage, and
Yes.
yeah, and just like the kind of things that kind of make the things that to me were like, kind of made me think are the same kind of things that I will just kind of put out there and just see, well, think about this. Isn't this curious? Isn't that? So it's very, very, I'm not trying to convince. I'm just like, isn't that interesting? Isn't this is another argument that's brought up that I didn't have an answer to, so I'm neutral on the position. And I'm just like bringing it up. I'm like, something to think about. Isn't this interesting? What if this was? What could be the reasons hypothetically? Exploring it in the abstract rather than this is what I believe and this is what's really happening and you need to know the truth, that kind of thing. And just so I'm kind of like more or less just presenting sort of like a devil's advocate for the flat Earth argument. And then on the globe side, people say this, that, and the other thing, but there's never been an experiment to prove that the Earth has rotated. In fact, there's been the opposite. There's been, but it was excused away by the Lorentz equation, which, actually I was watching the Globebusters 24/7 last night, and they were bringing up LIGO. And I was like, well, I wonder if those LIGO scientists have used the Lorentz experiment to factor into their equation of. Do you know about the LIGO?
That facility that they have that.
Yeah, supposedly they're measuring gravitational waves that are that
And they
move like half the width of a protein proton.
Yeah, they say
Or
that they hear that the noise that gravitational waves make when they collide, it sounds like chirping birds or something. It's
right. Well, they've got the same kinds of measurement. Well, they're using laser. They're not using. I don't know if the Michelson-Morley was just using light, or I guess they weren't using laser at that point. But they still had an apparatus, and the Lorentz equation basically shortened the apparatus, and they've got north, south, east, west apparati in their facilities. So are they using that same calculation to compensate for that supposed effect that happened to Michelson-Morley? I don't think so. So they would be completely off in their own purported findings if they use that. So I don't know. It's just like all the different inconsistencies, like, which kind of gravity, Newton's or Einstein's, and so I think I don't really have it all organized in my mind, because things kind of just come up, and I kind of like do some sort of drive by like thought bombs, like, oh, you're going to get sick of me talking about the abyssal plains, but I mean, I'm like 50%, 40 to 50% of the Earth is measured to be the flattest parts on Earth. That's 50% of the Earth. How can you have a global Earth if 50%, unless the globe is just 10 to the 20 times larger of a sphere? You can't have 50% of it being demonstrably, measurably, scientifically precise, with precise sonar measure to be flat on a round or a spherical object.
I was wondering too, because you said you've only been flat Earth for a little bit, right? It hasn't been a long time since you actually said, hey, you know what? I think this Earth could be flat. Like it hasn't been that long, right?
Yeah, it's been about 6 months. I still say I'm globe skeptic, because there's a couple things that still are unknown. I mean,
what is? I think, I don't know. Maybe I did ask you this before. What was the biggest thing that stood out that made you say, I can't agree with this right now. I'd have to look at what flat Earth arguments or anything that. Why wouldn't you think the Earth is, like you were mentioning, as the abyssal plains were showing, that it's pretty flat? Like, why couldn't it be?
That was the clincher for the abyssal plains was the clincher for me. I have to say more recently, but I still think there is, I think there's, it could just be that we're on a much larger mass. I think they could be hiding, the fact that maybe we're just on a much larger world in a geocentric model. So I'd say that I'm pretty convinced that we're geocentric and stationary.
You haven't out space at the moment, so it seems like the cosmos are another part of like what you would say is still attached. You're still attached to. Like, you're not going to let go of the cosmos just yet, because that could still have some.
Well, yeah, I mean, there could still be. I don't think the whole dark energy thing. I think the Einstein equation. I think the Big Bang is theoretical math, and but there could be ether. There could be, I don't know that I think it's still in question how far stars are given the inverse square of light mathematics that can be demonstrated. So there's a lot of new science and physics that I hadn't been exposed to, that are like the more and more that I'm reading about or listening to, or understanding, that I think, okay, well, maybe things are a lot closer, maybe things are smaller, that kind of stuff, but not necessarily that there's not a universe
No, that's what.
I think one of the big things was the inconsistency of all the images, because I was already not believing in the whole moon landing thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I do graphic design, so when I saw Rob Skiba changing the levels on the images from the of the Earth, and then the fakery and if anything happened on the way to the moon with the window in the Terminator line on the Earth that they were showing there, and then different sizes of the United States and all the different ones. And I think there was a statement from Al Gore that there was only like one real photo from 1972, and and then the fact that everything is basically admitted to be an artist rendition, when you think that you're getting these high resolution images from Hubble, and then you realize that they're just like the black and white gray pixels that they're interpreting. So I think that those are the kinds of things that I'm like, oh wow, all right, well, all right, you just kind of take for granted that what you're being shown is true, and I could see that's a big persuasion for a lot of people. They just feel like they've actually seen it, and that is the reality. But as a person who's done graphic designing and photoshopping stuff, I know how you can manipulate images. So that was a big eye opener.
So, there was a gentleman that was in here a couple days ago, and he was of the same mind, I guess, as you are.
Mm-hmm.
He said this kind of the same things. He's like, I don't believe that the scientific community has got it down, or what we're hearing from them is right. But I'm just saying, he's like, it could be bigger. Now this has been one of the other things people have been saying, I guess, and that's why I'm bringing it up when you said that it could be bigger, right? Like maybe they're saying it is what it is, but there's still some truth to it. Like you're not completely sold on the idea that it's not at all what they're saying. There is no coverage. Like it could be bigger, and
Well,
the universe
this,
is
I
a
think
possibility.
that definitely NASA lies, and there's got to be a reason for it. And the reasons for lying on such a scale are usually power, money, and I think when I see the trend with the scientific community being pushing an atheistic agenda, I think that's that all goes towards the fact that that would be the purpose. You're easier and control. So I guess power and control kind of go together. Yeah.
So if the cosmos, I'll say it like this: the cosmos hinge, and it's going to sound weird when I put it this way, but they hinge on the actual metrics of the Earth. Everything that you know about what they have said, and maybe like you agree with what they say or what they don't say, like you agree with that, but because of the size of this ball, this Earth, the metrics that the Earth has been given, they have to be the distance to the sun, like all the measurements to things have to be. It's all hinges on how big the Earth is. So it can't be bigger or smaller, because once you play around with that formula, you throw the whole cosmos in chaos. Everything's out of line. So how big the sun is, I'm serious. Everything is tied to this thing. So they make their calculations based upon that, according to what they give us. So the radius, the diameter, the circumference, all of that has to be what they say it is, or else nothing makes sense. So
there is that. I mean, I have to say, like the Black Swan. I mean, I've watched FECOR, and I've seen all of their experiments. I've seen the laser, the mirror tests, the microwave, the the fact of back in the day, the radio signals, and I mean, you look at the sonar, so I'm just.
But why would the cosmos be important for you to have that as an existence when it could very well not be what you expect? Like in your mind, maybe, of course they got it wrong, but there still is space, and there still is other places you can go out into the universe. why does that have to be a reality for you? Like, why can't it just be something you can see from Earth, but it's something you can never get to, or something that can never be imagined to be put into like a formula or talked about as in, like, I know what that is up there. Like, why can't it be put into like this a mystery realm? Like, we don't know, right? Like,
Well, I think part of my thinking is that I don't know what I don't know. So I'm still like learning and trying to get, my head around some of the physics, and I just like to I think I'm just trying to keep an open mind.
Oh, I see.
Both ways.
Right.
So it's sort of like being a little bit agnostic, just to so that I can keep an open mind. But I
Just so
have
you
to
can stay
say, if I have to say at this point, I would say that the actual science is much more significant on the FE model. Yeah.
When we talked about it in the past, we've always talked about how we live in an enclosed system, and enclosed meaning that it has to be physical. And by physical, there is no way to get to where we think we can travel outside of the inside of this realm. So there is no getting out of this place. If there is such a physicality to the barrier, I wouldn't claim what it is or how big or what the shape is. What I would say, though, that it has to be there. There has to be a physical barrier that would keep the system that we have here, the dynamic system that we have, in check and in place. Because if we didn't have that, then if what they're saying is true as an open system, then none of this would exist. Like, it just wouldn't. Like, everything falls apart. But that being said,
before I have a thought, if you don't mind, before I lose it, because I just saw it and it was I'm unfamiliar with this type of science, but again, I was listening really kind of late last night, and I think they had people on from the Lightning Project talking about basically how the universe is electric-magnetic. Yeah, and part of that video, they were talking about how there's evidence that there is some sort of a barrier, but it's not necessarily physical, but it's like electrons can't pass through it, and so I'm just so that could be a model where there is a sphere, but then there's an electrical field around, like a magnetic electrical field around, which is a barrier of sorts that if electrons can't pass it, then that could be a barrier that could account for air pressure. So so that's why I'm more of sort of not necessarily on the fence, but keeping an open mind both ways.
Yeah, it's good. Here's the thing that gives us more, or lends it more credence that it is something physical, would be something that you could demonstrate as far as air pressure goes, or any type of pressure that you would achieve here on Earth. It has to be something held within a system that can contain the pressure. And so, in that way, nothing outside of that could you figure out that would contain pressure in that sense, like the air that we breathe, specifically air pressure. So that's what we're breathing, and if we're trying to achieve a containment system for air pressure, it needs to be something physical. Like that, we can't get around that in any way, shape, or form. That you could say gravity, or you know what I mean? That if people that invoke other things are going to have to demonstrate other things, and then provide evidence that what they're claiming is true. But on this case, with air pressure, we know for a fact that you need a physical barrier from high and low pressure. So
that to me is an assertion when someone says we know. Has it been tested that they're using magnetism and like a type of electrical field could not create such a barrier. For example, I always thought it strange that in reading, I've gone back and read the Bible and things like that, and there's, like separating the waters from the waters. I'm like, that just sounds so weird to separate the waters from. And then I saw a video of a marine biologist who was in a submarine exploring the depths, and they came across a lake within the ocean because there was a section of hypersalinated water that was actually creating a barrier in the ocean itself, and the submarine could not descend. They literally bounced off, and they saw water above it being lapped up against. So I thought, wow, okay, well, there's a separation between the water, and that's because of salination. So that's a barrier that is not necessarily a physical. I guess it is physical in the sense that it, because there's salination, but it's a different type of barrier than having glass. So when you say that we know, how do you know that there's not some other type of mechanism for creating a barrier that is not?
Right, because what we're talking about specifically is air pressure. So we know that because when we look at what can contain air pressure, there's nothing that's outside of something physically solid that could do such a thing. Now, if we're saying that ineffectively too, so if we're going to be able to do something that can contain air pressure, then, like you said, with the submarine, and I've seen that video, the submarine that hits the bottom, or the guy's claiming, we didn't see it, but he's claiming that it hits that level where it feels like it can't pass through that dense water, and so when it bounces right off of there, well, there's a reason for that. But specifically, because we can say other materials, other types of gases and whatnot, but we're talking specifics. So they're saying that it's gravity that holds this down, right? So of course, nobody's going to agree with that because we can't see the demonstration for that. But on the other hand, there's other things that are proposed, like an electrical field, let's say. But has that consistently been able to be a physical barrier between air pressure, holding high and low pressure on the outside and high pressure on the inside consistently with, because what happens when you use that, there's a lot of things that the type of energy that it generates, like you'd have to see that it's not just something that it would take an enormous amount of energy for that to be the case. If let's just say, for example, we're following along with that train of thought, being that the Earth is covered in an electromagnetic static field, right? Let's just say that was the case. Our skies would not be what they are right now if that was absolutely the case. There'd be so much energy.
Well, I can take that, but I still say that's an assertion until I see the experimentation that would.
Well, no, but what I'm saying though is something that we could demonstrate easily, and we would always fall back to like, what is the easiest thing? The easiest answer would be something solid, something physical. And if something other than that was to be proposed, then we'd have to check it out, right? Wouldn't we? We'd have to say, okay, if that was the case, then we'd have to test it out. Now, if you find out that there's a solid case for that, pun intended, you'd be able to then, go from that point forward. But that hasn't been done. Like that's still not. So it's in the realm of speculation until somebody out there is going to do something about it and then provide a sufficient answer with the demonstration and so on. But what we know is that a physical barrier is the only thing right now that can contain high and low pressure from the air that we breathe, specifically. Not any other gas, but the gas that we breathe.
Okay, I'd agree with that last statement.
Mm-hmm.
So far as we know right now, yeah.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing though. When people say that something so when we deal with Globers that come in here, they would say, okay, I don't know that the Earth is a globe or not. Maybe I don't know, but somebody out there must know. There's this kind of logic that they feel there must be another answer out there, and what they're searching for is a solution to the idea that they don't want to let go. So it's an idea that you have that possibly you're kind of rebelling against because you don't want to let it go just yet, because you think there might be a possibility that this is wrong. So to keep an open mind, just like they do, they don't want to let that idea of the globe Earth go just because they come into a chat for an hour and a half in a Discord server and hear somebody tell them contrary to something they've known all their life. So they'll say things like that. Well, I don't know, but this maybe some scientists out there figured it out. And I'm just speaking out of turn by saying that I know. So
Well, I think that. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Are you?
No, you go ahead. Go ahead, Drew.
Well, I think that part when you were saying how do I talk to other people, I think that well, something that's very persuasive is that to get the buy-in that human beings are fallible, and look at how science can change, depending on what subject it is. Things that we thought were safe, for us to ingest 50 years ago, now we know may cause cancer, or things that we thought caused cancer are actually good, or, I'm not going to get into the whole recent, health, situation, because I understand the sensitivities on this server and YouTube, but you know what I mean. I mean, science can change almost daily.
Something we thought previously is now something different today.
Exactly.
I can that argument. So there's open-mindedness. Maybe we got it wrong because we learned from our mistakes and so on and so forth. This is it's a type of fallacy. Truth. There's a lot of people that invoke that when it comes to when we have conversations with them. That's okay. Anyone can say that. But see, the truth that we speak of is self-evident, and it's also testable, repeatable. It's empirical. So empirical means it's also falsifiable. So if you can't test something out and be able to tell somebody how you've done it, and then they come out with, maybe the results that you came out with, if we can't do that collectively, and we're doing it as like, you know what, I'm not saying I'm right, and go check it out, and if somebody's going to say something like, well, we learned about how to cure something today, but we might learn how to cure it better tomorrow or something, that's different than what we're talking about in this instance. Like, this instance is more specific. It's like specifically talking about how things work, So if something is supposed to work a certain way, then we can see that. I'll give you an example, like solar energy or something. If we're going to use it in that sense, well, we can learn probably how to harness the sun's energy better tomorrow, right? Like the other innovations and such, like that could probably advance to a different level, and it could be something better tomorrow, like how they can harness it. But that's not saying that the energy from the sun cannot be harnessed. It's like saying, well, the energy of the sun can only be harnessed by solar panels, or you know what I'm saying? Like you're limiting, then you start limiting things, and that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about specifically how things can work in this environment in which we live. So if you say that the air that we breathe can have a different container versus like them saying gravity, and then say maybe 20 or 30 years from now, they find it out. Oh yeah, it's actually an electromagnetic thin membrane that's covering the earth. But what I'm saying is that it's never going to be achievable to the sense of like, because see, here's the capabilities of man and what we've been able to achieve, as you know, like with innovations and such. We have what we consider, been pretty much great leaps of innovation. Like we've done a lot more. We can do a lot more, a lot faster, cheaper. You know what I'm saying? Like that has since been better since back in the days, or so we think. But that hasn't changed the fact that we live under the same construct, the same rules apply, the same laws apply, same things that are here on Earth are the same rules. There's certain mechanics in the way things work, and that you can't make them do something that you know what I'm saying? Like, they're only being able to be done a certain way. So if we're saying what we're saying that we know, it's because that has been demonstrated to be the case. And if there's something outside of what we're demonstrating, then that has to be proven. Otherwise, what we're saying is what we know now is that this is exactly how things work. Now, if I was to say, like, we're going back to the, electromagnetic membrane or whatever that could be covering the earth, that doesn't lend any credence to what we're saying about how gas pressure is contained. that more talks about like how what we think could be possible, but has never been
Yeah,
proven.
I hear you on
And
that.
so,
Yeah.
and so somebody that even would want to say that would have to have some great validity to it. They'd have to be like, okay, guys, let me show you this whole thing that I'm going to do with air pressure, and then demonstrate that. And I'm afraid I don't think that's going to happen, because if it would happen, we've been doing these arguments, these conversations for over 7 years, and almost every angle of every conversation has been picked apart to the umpth degree, I should say. And it's been, every angle has been explored. What else could it be? It could be something else. It could be, in this conversation about maybe it's a bigger Earth, has been purported in the server by people who feel like, just like you said, keep it an open mind. You don't want to put too much pressure on it just being one thing, because it sounds like you're very dogmatic, closed-minded. But what it is that, like, we live under the same Earth with the same rules and the same laws, and to negate those laws and to say something else would happen, that has to be shown. Because if it's not, and it's only just like an idea, then we're walking on speculation, and there's no evidence to support. So what we're dealing with right now is the claim. The claim is that the gravity is pulling everything down and such. And so if you have another idea, that's still in the realm of speculation, but it has nothing to do with the claim. So specifically, what we're doing is destroying the claim, because the claim is gravity pulls everything down, and it's not a thin layer electromagnetic membrane that's holding the air. It's what they say it is, gravity. So we go by that. And it's like you said, if you want to come up with your own idea of what Earth is and all that, that's great. But that all has to be in a airtight locked case that you bring for that specific topic. But this has already been demonstrated that physical barrier needs to be put in place if we're going to have air pressure. Like, absolutely.
I don't.
Like,
Yeah, I don't disagree at all with the air pressure argument. I agree that the testable, measurable, scientific measuring, or not measuring the curve, the absence of being able to measure a curve, goes to that. So the only thing I think that where it could still be a larger Earth is the only thing where I'm still globe skeptic. But unfortunately, I have to go. It's almost 11, and I have to get on the road to do a little road trip with family. But great conversation. Thanks for being so
Man,
respectful.
that's so
I appreciate it.
unfortunate. That's literally like such an easy thing to address, but I guess until
I
next
will
time.
hop back on. Yep. I guess. So
Alrighty.
so ready to hear both sides at a later time. So thanks everybody.
Thanks for stopping by, Truth.
Okay, bye-bye.
You popped in a little late there, Elijah.
Yeah, no, I was just listening in.
What's up, Lou?
Good morning.
What's up, Lou?
What's up?
Yeah, the bigger Earth argument has been it's classic, man. I mean, it's one of the old 32 scaduces that we get when people hear about the Earth being has to be the metrics. You can't escape, man. Once you mess with those metrics, you're really, the whole cosmos is just, it's gone crazy. You can't tell me the distance between the sun, the distance between the Earth and the moon. Like, everything's just doesn't make any sense anymore, according to heliocentric standards. But I mean, there is people that want to still say that there's cosmos out there, that believe that Maybe I got it wrong, but maybe they got it wrong too. You know, well, it's not that there is no truth to that. It's just an empty endeavor that you're going to continue to, follow along and try to see where that someone somewhere out there has the answers or the keys to the knowledge of, like, there has to be somebody out there must have figured it out. What if you guys are wrong? What if you guys are the ones that are not getting this information correctly? What if there is a cosmos? Oh, you're dealing with the. It's I would say it's the remnants of somebody hanging on to the last bits of the globe that they can.
Mm-hmm.
Bigger Earth.
All we read about is how it's these people say, they'll tell you, oh, this is theoretical. Oh, this may be the case. Like, it's only when you watch PBS or some shit like that when you start getting people saying things for certain. But when you read the boring stuff, they'll tell you. It tells you. It's in the details.
I would say, okay, so the Earth is bigger. Okay, we've established that. Then there's probably more land, right? So what else are they lying about? Is it possible if they're lying about more land, more resources, but they're willing to kill off all these people with war and famine, right? And scarcity is manufactured because one seed grows an orchard, right? With just one man, right, tending to it, because most of it just happens by itself. So how is it possible that, they wouldn't lie about anything else, like maybe the shape or other things?
Yeah, there really isn't anywhere to go anymore with the smaller or bigger Earth ideas. That's because that's outside of the argument. That's like a whole nother topic. Because we're not speaking of that. We're talking about what the claim is. The claim is the metrics, right? Circumference, radius, diameter. That's what we're talking about. When we go into it could be something else, then it's just anyone's game there. Like, that's almost like saying we're speculating on how rockets could work in a vacuum. Like, we're into the idea that space does exist, kind of thing. So, and I mean outer space, not actual space between you and me. So that is the that's the difference, though, man. You have to deal with we're debating the claim. That's if you're outside of the claim and you want to talk about what the Earth could be, then that subject has to have a claim that needs to be verified.
Yeah, but Mickey, that claim it's bigger. What that really means?
That possibly they got it wrong. Or they're trying to hide something, but at the same time, they're still telling the truth about what the cosmos and all that. But they got the size of the Earth wrong. But it could be bigger. They're hiding something. They're hiding that it could be bigger. That's what they're
bigger sphere. You are saying?
Yeah, like it's a bigger ball.
Yeah, but listen, this we have observations like 10 miles. It's not. That's 10 times more with the black swan. Then we have more distances: 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles. That means how big it is. Is it 20 times bigger, 100 times bigger? We cannot realize. Or it's starting to curve after Antarctica, for example. Everything is flat, and then it's starting to curve after Antarctica. That it's.
According to them, it's unknown.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. If it's a bigger ball, then they never measured it. Then they've never confirmed that it is measured to be the geometric shape that they claim it is. So in that case, what's the proof for a globe? Oh, you don't have a radius. What's the proof for a globe?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the okay. So what I see it is, truth is trying to she's trying to reconcile the information, like trying to deal with it in the way she does. And a lot of people had that period of adjustment when they first came into the notion, understanding flat Earth and such. Everybody had their adjustment period. Some are faster than others to get there because it was just obviously apparent to people. Some, it's like, no, it took weeks before they got there. So maybe it's just her journey to like kind of realize that there is no globe Earth savior. There's not going to be some guy out there in the middle of nowhere or some scientist out there that's got the keys to the answers to the Earth being a globe, and it's going to be like, aha, I found it. Like there's none of that. It's void. It's not truth. It's a lie. So we're dealing with just people trying to let it go. It's more of them trying to realize that there is not an answer. There is no bigger, smaller Earth ball. It's only what we understand it to be. And when we get away from like truth, right? Like what if tomorrow we find out that it's not a physical barrier that's containing the air pressure? What if it's an electromagnetic membrane that's holding all the air in? What if that's you know what I mean? Like
that show that we are not
how would
close.
how would that work? Like what creates an electrostatic membrane?
Well, yeah, not to mention the type of energy that would if that was surrounding the Earth and every where so that the air wouldn't escape.
Kira,
we'd have a different sky. Like we would have been looking at nighttime. Wouldn't be nighttime, dude. Like you know what I'm saying? Like it would be. Anyway, I mean, I'm laughing at it because it'd be a sight to see.
Possibility.
Anything is a possibility.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were cutting out, but all we heard was possibility. I'm saying like literally anything is a. I don't know, man. The words that the thing is, anything's a possibility. But what have we been doing talking about? Show me, demonstrate to me that what you're saying can be the case. What's the point of saying that? What's the point of saying no? That's a correlation. That's not actually. You using this correlation to beg the question. So you already have your presupposition in there, and the evidence for your presupposition is a correlation. Nah.
That's as good as it gets, man. I mean,
but it is what it is. Like I said earlier, everyone's gonna do what they want. I'm nobody's father, so. Well, I mean, I'm somebody's father, but. Ugh.
Good almost afternoon, everyone.
Hello, Jay. How are you, buddy?
Hello, Shay.
How are you all doing today?
I'm okay, thanks.
Good.
I sure do like the sound of that. Just hang out here working from home. I'm next up for a phone call, so I'll be jumping out of here in a moment, but I've been waiting 36 minutes. So nothing too exciting. I'm also I invited Jay. I'm trying to see if I can remember his handle. JMK_FE. He going to be trying to get in here a little later. Here's that phone call. Be right back.
seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
If the ball were not spinning, would the whole world be dizzy? Hello, family. Mic check. Anybody here? Globies, wake up. Go measure the curve.
This is awfully quiet for a Saturday morning, ain't it?
What's up, JE? Just say hi.
Hey there. Good morning, Dave. How you doing today?
Doing good, man. How's it going over your way?
Oh, not bad. Just hanging out at work from home, so nothing too awfully exciting.
No signs of this globe that people think they live on around here. What about you?
Well, last night I thought the Earth was a globe, but then that's usually what happens after I drink a half a glass of wine. Probably why I couldn't be an alcoholic.
No. Starting to feel the spin a little bit.
I felt the spin. I felt the curvature. It's just kind of like I started to go a little bit, and I just kept going down and down and down. And like, whoa, maybe it must be curved.
Was it like you felt the curvature and then she slapped you? I'm just kidding.
Absolutely. That's
Hey Dave, how you doing?
Morning, Vlad. Meet JE if you haven't met him. Vlad's been off the globe for a while. I think he's near Alabama, right?
Yeah, I'm in Mobile.
JE
From Phoenix, but Mobile.
nice.
Yeah, it's actually 7 years this month. It was in March of 2015 when I jumped off that spinning ball.
There you go. That's when I first started looking at it. I wasn't officially off the ball till like that summer when I went to a lake and flashed a mirror across 8 miles. But I was pretty much, when I first saw it, I knew there was something bad wrong, you know. Go ahead.
As soon as I started reading about it, I was saying last night, or actually early this morning, I was telling Hank, 'cause we were talking about that, you know, what changed, and I never really was into space. I think I've told you that, Dave, and so I never really bought into it. Like I wasn't into Star Wars, I wasn't into Star Trek, I didn't go and all that moon landing stuff, and then so as soon as I started reading on flat Earth stuff, it just all made sense to me. I was like, oh my gosh, and I was excited because I think who was it last night said it kind of scared them because the whole closed container thing, like you're trapped, but you're not really trapped. I mean, you're at where you're at, and it's a safe place. You know, you're not hurling through space like they say. So it's like it's actually, I feel it has more of a comfort thing because you're not. There's no asteroids, and nothing's gonna hit the Earth and destroy it and all that stuff like that. But yeah, I was like super excited and stuff, and I was like, my life made sense. Everything around me is like, oh, now I get it. This is reality. You know, that's why I had flat Earth is reality, and then somebody hijacked that and put flat Earth reality. You know, whoever it was that did that, and that got more popular than mine. So I just shut all that down, and then I came up with the flat still Earth. And so that's what I had. My channel was at for a long time. So yeah, that's my little short story, my introduction to all this. I mean.
Nice. Yeah, I'll probably be getting a phone call here from work in the next few minutes, so if I disappear on you, you know why. But yeah, I had a really nice chat with Tyler this morning, who was recently a victim of McToon on McToon Show. That was really interesting to kind of hear a little more about. Are you familiar with him, Vlad?
No, I'm not. That was something new. I just kind of came back into this about a week ago. I stepped
cool.
away because
Yeah, welcome back.
yeah, thanks.
OG
Yeah,
guys. There you go.
Yeah, just about 2.5 years ago, just all the back and forth stuff, and I was just like, I don't want to do all the debates and arguing and yelling and doxing and all that shit, you know. So I just stepped away from it. Like I said, I didn't turn against it. I just stepped away, and then I don't know why I just came back and started looking around, and I found Heliosceptic. Actually, what it was is Heliosceptic has on DLive. Or it's this going to 24/7 on there, and I just was looking and I found the link to the Discord, so I thought I'd just jump in because nobody was over there. It was just aired, you know, it was just going and going. So I jumped on here, and here I am. That's about maybe about 5 days ago, actually.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, so it's fun. It's interesting talking to everybody again, and then there's a bunch of new people and stuff. So. And it's cordial. It seems more cordial than it was before. You know, even with everybody, you know, and everybody here is, you know, wanting to talk to people and have an actual real discussion and give information with all the yelling and screaming and name calling and threats and stuff like that. So that's exciting to, you know, be able to jump in and be part of that.
Yeah, I hear you, Vlad. Jay must have got a phone call. He had to drop out. So.
Okay.
The guy you were talking to just bounced, so I'm just letting you know.
Oh, okay.
But I know what you're saying. Generally speaking, things have kind of calmed down. I mean, it's basically we've got it down to such concise questions about reality that, you know, the Globers, all they can do is spew beliefs. They can't really provide anything. So, you know, debating objective realities never made any sense to me. I mean, I understand. Everybody got taught the same bullshit story, and it takes different people different ways to get out of that bullshit story. But, you know, it's not getting past it's a bullshit story. Jay's back. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, they just need customer service, so thank God I don't do that job.
And that's the funny thing too, is that, you know, they say, "Oh, I can't believe people still believe in," or, you know, there's flat earthers, or you still believe in it. The Earth is flat. It's like, what do you mean still believe? It's like this is something new, and it's not really a belief. It's, you know, the understanding that it is. But it's like they act like people have always believed or thought that. And it's like this is like all new. Well, at least for me, it was. You know, I think I remember hearing like in a couple movies, and, you know, like the, you know, and when you're in school, like, oh yeah, you know, before Columbus sailed around the globe, they thought it was flat, you know, and like stuff like that. But you're kind of like, ha, flat. Like, how does that, you know, what, you know, you've been taught the globe since you're like in kindergarten. You know, by the time you get to 5th grade, you're spinning already. So when they tell you that, you're kind of like, ha, that's funny. Like, how would that even be possible? But your little fifth grade brain doesn't realize, you know, to actually do the stuff we're doing now. You know, what 40. I was 40. Let's see, 7 years ago. Yeah, I was 45. 7 years ago. So totally different. You know, 40 years later, or say 35 years later. You know, actually looking into it and, you know, and understanding it better than a 5th grade mind when you've already been indoctrinated. So yeah, it was exciting to me, the whole experience, the whole just thrown in your face and stuff.
Here's the thing that I try to understand is all the people who try to send me these, when I ask for a picture of the globe, they send me these obvious Photoshop jobs. And so then I ask them, okay, well, like I've had a few people recently send me this Japanese satellite. There's a Japanese satellite up.
Oh yeah, I've seen it.
Can you honestly not see that that's a drawing? Can you honestly not tell the difference between a cartoon and real? and you can't tell that that is visualized data collected from various sources? I mean, it says right on it that it's a visualization. I'm like,
yeah.
I'm like, are you unable to, like, can you not tell that that's not a photograph? Like, here's a photograph of somebody and here's a drawing of somebody. Can you tell that difference?
Mm-hmm.
And that Japanese satellite thing, it's obvious. It looks exactly like an outline. And I had several people send that to me. I said, okay, great. Have you looked at it? And they're like, well, yeah. And I'm like, okay. So you're telling me that that looks real? I'm like, yeah. And so I would then send them the screenshot of it. Okay, so this looks real to you? And they'd go, no, that's not real. And I say, okay, well, that's what came from the Japanese satellite you just sent me. So you tell me. Okay,
Yeah.
so in other words, you've not been on the Japanese satellite. So you don't know.
Yeah, and I don't know if I was talking. We looked into the whole landing on the sun stuff that they got doing that they have out there, which is absolutely ridiculous. But it's all CGI. And then the one, I guess the one. I mean, I don't know how the hell they think they can pull the fast one on people when the sun's supposed to be so hot. It's like what material here on Earth is going to be able to withstand that? And then to be able to have recording capability, because there's this video of these streaks, black and white, but it's streaks going by the camera. That's supposed to be the rays off the sun flying by. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? People are believing this crap. But they're showing us supposedly the probe as a probe, and it landing on the sun, and it's like this video, but it's all CGI. And then, but it's just crazy that people actually believe that. It's like, what the hell?
But I thought about drawing a big picture of a mansion that I could show people. Well, here's my house. Mm-hmm. Here's the house I live in. And, they might as well believe it, I guess. Oh, wow, that's your house. Well, actually, I live in a condo, but...
And you know what's funny about you just said? I've been wanting to do a video, with it'd be a lot of transition stuff, but like I was going to have like a cardboard box, like laying on the side of the road with like a little door, right? And I'm trying to climb in, and then when I get in, it's an actual house inside.
You're right, yeah, that'd be fun, yeah.
Like here's where I live. I'm opening this little cutout door to a cardboard box. When you walk in, and then you walk in, it's this nice house. When you turn around, looking back out the door, and it shows the other scene, because you open the cardboard box from the other side to be able to get the camera or reach in there or whatever. I was still trying to work on how I'm going to do it and make it look really cool, because I was doing some tests, but it looks so obvious. So I have to, do some green screen and stuff like that. And I've never really done any of that stuff.
Yeah, but there were people who believed that UFO Phil was really real.
No, what?
I said there were people out there who actually believed that UFO Phil was real, that he was actually really dealing with aliens and UFOs.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm not into all that stuff. And that's all. But because this is the thing with UFOs. If you look at the history of them, they didn't start reporting this stuff until like the 30s and 40s. That was like the first times that people were saying that there's something in the sky. Well, if you know the history of aviation, that's the same time frame. So there's people that never seen planes, and all of a sudden they're seeing planes in the air, and they're like, "What the hell is that?" Not everybody knew about planes back then. So when they see these things, so that's all the reports. And now with all these UFO sightings, and this is all around the world, it's all near military bases, and U.S. military bases at that. Wherever we're at in the station, that's where they're seeing all these weird objects. So it's military aircraft is all it is. Nobody believes me. I'm like, look into this. It's only near military bases. So, process of elimination, okay, it's got to be something from the military base. Why would these UFOs come? Let's say they're real. Why would these spaceships come and be flying around our military bases, and them not shooting them down? Think about that.
Now, look in the voice text, if you would, there. I just sent a about
Yeah, I
12
will.
and 4. I just sent a video of this cat. You know, he was around like 2007, 2008, something like that, and people really believed that he was really dealing with aliens and such. And if you watch that, you know, that's the same group of people today that tell us that the blue marble, well, it's Photoshop, but it has to be. But no, that's a real picture. That's a real picture.
Okay, so it's a video.
Yeah, you can watch it
Okay.
later. Just save it off the side or something. But
Okay,
I mean,
I'll go ahead and
that guy there. You mean you kind of see the shot of him there, but
yeah, it looks like yeah. Well, the way he's dressed, it looks like some kind of weirdo.
no, of course he's
Like, who dresses like that?
Yeah, he's a comedian is what he is. Yeah, so it was a comedy routine, but there were people who, especially people who listen to that Coast to Coast show and others who thought he was real because he ended up as a recurring guest on there. And they're the people who tell us that the Earth is a globe. They're the ones today telling us the Earth is a globe.
Uh huh. Yeah. People are just so, I guess, gullible. I mean, like I say, we were all to an extent. Like I said, I just never, certain things I just didn't, fall for. And I guess this I didn't have no interest in and stuff like that. But, once you're given information and you just absolutely refuse to look at it, you're a damn fool. Being gullible is one thing, but when you're given all the information and deny it, then you're a fool. And there's becoming a lot of fools, especially as hardcore globers, that come in and just want to attack. But I've heard a few people come in here in the past, like I said, past 5 days, I've been listening to stuff and kind of interacting, that they're actually open to it, and they're not sitting there, you're stupid. They're like, huh, okay. I'm gonna look into this more, So there's been a few of these, and I say in the past 5 days I've been listening here and there, so that's kind of cool. But then there's the ones, especially in the chat, they're just like, you guys are dumb. Like, I can't believe there's still flat earthers. It's not about still. It's it's just crazy. I'm tripping out. That people they refuse to even look into it. I mean, prove it wrong. Try to prove it wrong. Don't just say it's stupid.
Yep, good point, Vlad. Just interrupt for a second here. We do have an on the fence person here. Let's see if they want to talk. Iris Leonard, why are you on the fence if you want to say? Can you open your mic? All right, guess he doesn't want to talk right now. Y'all continue.
Yeah, I'm actually getting ready to I'm gonna do a walk in a park, and I have a it's a those pool for cleaning pools, that extends out. Well, it's 4 foot and it extends to 12 foot. And I have another 4-foot piece, so it goes to 16 feet. And but I only have the one part that I can carry around, like kind of like a walking stick. But I have a camera on it, and I've been going around all the parks and stuff for different areas and doing like bird's eye views of stuff. But I'm gonna so I'm doing that today and here in a little bit. I'm just getting everything ready while I went out and started talking stuff over here while I was getting ready. But yeah, that's what I've been doing. Just different variations. Yeah, it is. And you've seen stuff. I've been trying to get to some bird nests, but they're still higher. They're like 25, 30 feet in the trees. In the park. So I'm like, I can't get that high. Well, actually, it might be a squirrel nest too. But I can't get up there to see them yet because there's none low enough. Because if I'm 6'3", I can reach up 8 feet, and I got 12 foot, so I'm reaching at least 20 feet I can reach, but they're about 10 feet higher. The lowest one so far I've seen. I'm like, dang it! Like, where's the low ones at? I want to get some cool footage of with the nest. I have a little sports camera too that's good high quality video outside of my phone.
Nope.
That's kind of stuff I've been doing. I want to get a good camera with the zoom in it, but I don't want to spend. How much are those the P1000s or 1100s now? Is there a P1100?
I think it's still P1000 is their latest one. I mean, they might have come out with 1100. I know new they're like going for like $1,200-$1,300, but you probably find them cheaper used or something.
Yeah, I think I'd say like $600, $650 on eBay, but it was used, and I was like, if I'm gonna invest in something like that, I want to get it new. But yeah, they're expensive, so I'm trying to find a cheaper one that's got some good zoom, but there's really none out there. Look, I want to do some more experiments or not experiments, but some video of places that I know that there's this huge distance that you shouldn't be able to see that far. But my phone, you can only zoom in so much, and it's all hazy and stuff like that. Outside of the actual horizon haze, you zoom into it 10 times, and the phone does. It fuzzes out because it's not digital anymore. It's the optical zoom. So it's like, oh man. So I just haven't got around to spending that much money on a camera, because everything else I do, I. So yeah, I just.
For camera, I hear you, man.
And
depends on what kind of use you're gonna get out of it, I guess. It's all up to you. What we spend our funds on.
I use my phone a lot for taking pictures and video, but it's not the long distance stuff. So I just haven't, and I really don't need to invest in a camera to do everything. It would just be for those long distance shots. Because I am by the water, and so I can have some good, level areas that I can do. But with what I got, I can't, because I can see it. I just can't record it. That's kind of a pain in the butt, So, just having fun doing other stuff right now.
Nothing wrong with having fun, man. None of us know how long we got here. Might as well have some fun.
Yeah. Yeah, my mother recently, in September, she passed away. So I've been dealing with that, all that stuff, and it's been tough, that whole experience. So it's changed my perspective on a few things, and I want to start traveling more.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I'm be 59 this year, and just last November I lost my wife of 24 years. She had a long illness. And
oh wow! I'm sorry to hear that.
Right back in November, and I was kind of taking care of her the last year, so it was kind of rough and watching her go downhill and stuff. So I'm just trying to take care of myself and enjoy what time I got left on whatever this is,
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway.
Yeah.
Let's see if anybody else new joined so far. Get Big Ed, he's always got something to say. He thinks he lives on a spinning ball, spinning up like Polaroid, zipping around through nothing. Don't you get Big Ed?
If it was not spinning, would you feel dizzy?
You were born with it spinning, so you never feel it.
Yeah, but if it will stop, would you get dizzy?
If it stopped, you go flying off, right? I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah.
The day the Earth
Imagine how dizzy the world would be if the world wouldn't be spinning.
If it suddenly stopped, it would prove it was spinning, I guess.
Yeah.
In a way, but we know that's bullshit anyway. Give us a full report from Romania. What's going on there? Nothing.
Not much. They lifted the restrictions, but I'm in Germany, and
He's
Oh, you
people
like
here
Germany?
drive their cars with masks on. And
Deutschland.
yeah,
My bad.
Deutsche
You're
Leute.
from
Deutschland.
Romania,
We
but you're
wear
living in
masks
Germany.
on our face because we're so strong and we're muscle men in Deutschland. We wear a mask on our face.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Show
Yeah, they in the morning when it's 0 Celsius, they are doing jogging. They are running like crazy on the streets, man, in the village, like 6 a.m. in the morning, and in short pants and t-shirt, with a hat on the head and the mask on the face, and they are doing jogging. Oh my God, they're literally clowns.
That's a good
Oh,
idea when you're doing exercise. You first thing you want to do is restrict your oxygen flow. That's a good idea.
yeah, yeah,
Doesn't everybody train like that? Let's see. Let's cover your faces, kids.
yeah,
We do that all our whole lives. We always did that, right? Ah,
yeah.
yeah. Just cover your face. No worries. You don't need that oxygen. That pesky stuff
I
that's
don't
coming
know,
out
but
of you, that exhaust coming out of your mouth. That's okay to just rebreathe that.
I don't see the point of running for nothing with no purpose. You know, I can't understand jogging and going to the gym and stuff like this.
It's always it's actually causing more brain damage than they already have, if that's
Yeah,
possible. But it
yeah.
will. It'll cause
And
brain.
physical injuries. Yeah, it exposes you to physical injuries.
Yeah, the jogging is bad enough, but doing it with your intake restricted. Who ever heard of such?
Yeah,
Exactly.
All these
Sounds
people
like
that
people.
jogging like that, it covering your face is going to be good for you. Do they? I really want to talk to that person.
Exactly, Sonny. It's like people wasn't stupid enough. Now they're restricting the oxygen to their brains. They're getting stupider. So there you go.
Yep, stupider.
If that's possible.
I guess we're going to find out.
Oh.
All right, it was nice talking to everybody, Dave, and the new people I've just met. I'm gonna get going. And,
Have a good one.
all right, you too. Later.
Have a good day.
Vlad
is OG. He's been around since he's just now coming back to it, but he was around back in 2016 doing the hangouts and stuff.
Cool.
So he's an OG flat earther.
I noticed a lot more. I noticed a lot more of these OGs have been coming back into the server. I guess they used to be here and then they came back.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to see people still on the path or, whatever you're going to say. People have accepted reality. You don't go to denying reality. At least most people don't. Anyway. Looking through the list, we only got Johannes Midgard. Did we talk to them any? Hello, Johannes.
Sorry, I'm cooking food.
Okie dokie.
Okay, up with something delicious. Enjoy your cuisine. Speak up whenever you got questions. Sonny or Get Me Get have all the answers, don't you guys?
Yeah, we do in regards to flat Earth.
That's right. Just ask
and
us.
science.
Okay, what is the sun? Give me the answer.
The sun is a light source. The daytime light source.
What is the sun? Next question.
Yeah. What it is? What is gravity? I don't know. Next question. Yeah, it's funny. I was listening to QE recording a couple hours ago, and he was saying how ludicrous it is, this Newton's motions of laws of motion. Um, like the force equals mass times acceleration over time. And the m is resistance to acceleration, and you have to multiply that with acceleration.
You have to multiply the resistance to acceleration with the acceleration.
With the acceleration, yeah. That's the formula is, because when you ask them to define mass, yeah, they're saying it's some inertial resistance to acceleration, mass and weight.
Because they think they still don't have a cause for acceleration.
Yeah.
Too bad about that. They could say all the single word definitions they want or whatever. These single word things from Globers are really getting annoying, because when you ask them about any details of it, what have they provided? Nothing. Nothing at all. No substance. Empty claims. But we all know that's what the globe is. One big empty claim, starting with curvature.
Yeah. Curvature is missing, motion, spin, rotation around the sun.
Yeah, if anyone listening, if you think you're living on a spinning globe, please do come in. Provide us with any substantive information, data, measurement, anything that supports your globe as being a real thing. Now, the problem with this is you could do this on paper all day long. Sure, you can make it all work out on paper. We're talking about using that information and using reality as a template to put that information on. Does it match reality or not?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, you know. When I look at a bird in the sky flying, I see it flying, moving from A to B. And that's exactly what I see about the sun, moon, and stars. They do the same exact thing. Even if it's an airplane, yeah, it's still flying in the sky. You see it moving from A to B, crossing the sky.
Yep. Now, notice how
they all do the same things. Yeah. Now, when I'm in a train and I am in motion, but I see a tree on the ground, yeah, because that's where trees are, and it looks like the tree is moving, you know, but I look and I see that the tree is not moving. You can see that. Even when you are in motion, you can see that the tree is still and you are the one moving.
Yep. So,
and I see myself when I'm moving. But I don't see the sun being fixed into a place and the world to see it moving. I don't see it moving. It doesn't move.
Yep. So whenever these
Yeah.
people come in here and say, "Oh, like we ask them how was motion on Earth detected?" Right. So
Yeah.
notice this. This happens every time, and you're going to be able to
Yeah.
catch it from now on. You're going to say, "What about motion? When was actual rotation detected?" They're going to say
Yeah.
the stars, something up in the sky. Right. So
Yeah. Sun and the moon. Yeah.
notice when they do this, they're going to be talking about rotation, right? Only rotation. They're going to say star
Yeah.
trails. Ask them this. What about
Yeah.
the three other vectors?
Yeah.
They're in a
Because
dead,
there should be parallax. Yeah.
they're in a dead stop. They're in a dead
Yeah.
stop right there. And it's the same thing with
Yeah.
refraction and gravity. That like
Yeah.
whenever they start talking about something, everything stands still. There's no motion in the atmosphere anymore, or the atmo, because they started talking, everything stops. And now they only
Yeah.
get one motion, only one thing happening at a time. All the other stuff they can just completely disregard. So now we're going to be able to remind them, oh, what about this? What about this? What about
Yeah.
see, they have nowhere to go.
Yeah, what you were describing is something like, when you have a pickup player, yeah, you have that rotating disc, and let's say we have one which that disc can spin with 5,000 RPM, like very, very fast. It's rotating fast. And now you put a watch on that disc, so the needles of the watch, they are all moving, yeah, they are all rotating, but now the whole watch is being rotating, and the paths which those watch needles are describing, because they have two vectors of motion, they will be describing some curly circles, It wouldn't be a perfect circular path. Yeah, it will look curly. And we don't see that at the stars. Not the slightest curls. Nothing. And yeah, we have the Earth's rotation, tangential speed, 1,000 miles an hour, one revolution a day. It's very fast, And also the speed around the sun, 66,000 miles an hour, which is such a bigger speed that it's mind blowing. I mean, you should see that. We should see that. We are moving like faster than any missile that we can build,
Yeah, it's crazy because I don't understand how they can forget about all these other motions and different vectors that are
Yeah,
increasing in
yeah.
speed, and you can just forget about those. Is that how motion works? No.
Yeah, it doesn't. True.
Yeah. So it's like saying, I don't know. Let's see. It's something stupid like a race car. Or no. Let me think for a second. Yeah, it's like telling a race car driver, "Don't worry about you're going 150 miles an hour. Just drive it as if you're going less than 1 mile an hour and you're parallel park."
You'll be the winner.
Yeah, just forget about the 100 miles an hour. You're not really going around the track at 150 miles an hour. You're actually just
Yeah.
slowly pulling up to a parking spot. Yeah, see how that rate goes.
Yeah.
That's what they have. Gee whiz, how do they even get out of bed and make it to the freaking bathroom in the morning? I don't understand how they even function thinking like they do. They think they're every time they lift up their foot and then go to another step that some motion happened in between those two steps on their floor, where the floor is actually moving, not their feet. What? What? Which one is it?
Well, because these puppeteers made them believe all these bullshits. Now they are doing anything they want with them, with this kind of people. You know, they are uh, objects. They are not people anymore. They are objects to use, to make use of. You know, not even slaves. They are not even at the rank of a slave. They don't go that high. They don't rise that high. Meat cannon. Cannon meat. That's what they are.
Yeah. So I don't know why they always come in here day after day thinking that we're asking for an explanation from them. No, we don't want your explanations. You're like QE said last night, your explanations here are useless. We want a demonstration, experimentation instead of explanations. Do you understand the difference? Trying to help a brother.
Yeah, I know I can imagine so much bullshit and speak so much bullshit without ending. I can do that. I know.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna do that because I'm aware that a human being can do this. And that doesn't mean I have to do this and we are supposed to do it. No, we are not.
Yeah. I wonder a lot of times what causes them to even come in here. Not that we want you to come in here, but like you come in here armed with the knowledge that we've heard from most of you, and it just fails on all accounts. Like if you were to take that information to some third party that was looking at this like a court of law, you wouldn't even make it into the court.
Sonny, you know those psychological tests where they give them all sort of shapes and some board with the shape of those objects like holes, and they have to match them. Yeah. Well, if you give them like two or three kinds of shapes and holes, yeah, they can work with it, and quite often they stump, uh, they misplace, you know. But if you give them like 1,000 kind of shapes and holes, they wouldn't be able to match them, you know. They stand no chance. That's the funny thing, because I see this happening like when you open apart a car or a CNC machine, like all the component parts, some of them look similar, but hey, there is a catch. Everything has a slight difference, and that means it fits in a different place. It could fit in somewhere else, but it wouldn't provide the purpose you won't achieve the good functionality, you know. Yeah, thank God to Photoshop and AutoCAD Inventor. Everybody's a genius today.
Was that
Huh?
who was it that used to do all those excuse me?
What?
Who was it early on when I first found flat Earth? There was
Oh,
somebody. Was it Antonio Subriats? I think he just passed. But who was it that was doing all the AutoCAD stuff early on? I don't. Do you guys remember? I'm sure someone does.
Powerland?
They were no, they were doing AutoCAD about Earth and
Today?
no, this is starting early back in 2017 when I first started.
Oh, yeah. I think Jeranism was doing
Mm-mm.
some.
Foreigner. He was like some Russian guy or something. Let me
Oh,
see.
I
I
see.
think I have one of his videos. Let me see.
I know AutoCAD, but not these new ones. The older ones, and the previous versions of AutoCAD requires you to have knowledge of technical drawing, mathematics, and you know, it's not as easy to use it. Gotta go shopping. Be right back.
Yeah, this is one of them. I think his name is Andreev or something. How is it that YouTube can say that flat Earth is for one a model? Did they ask one of us? We don't have a model. You're dumb. And that it's an archaic. Doesn't that mean ancient? Like like Aristophanes? That's not archaic though, huh? I guess that's why they keep coming in here with sticks and shadows from 200 BC because it's not archaic. And this is only the first three freaking words. And that it's scientifically disproven. How is it disproven? Can you show us where the curvature was measured if you're saying it's scientifically disproven? I don't know who writes this junk. They must have third graders in there on YouTube. You people are really dumb. Really, really dumb. Beyond dumb. Meanwhile, we'll get back to somebody else who's not bludgeoning YouTube idiots to smithereens. Anyone else? Rookie? Comments? Suggestions? Yeah. Could you please drop those proofs? How it was flat Earth was disproven by who, when, where, what method was used? Can you please give us that information before you label all of our videos with actual proof that Earth is flat? Duh. Operators are standing by. Waiting for the call from YouTube to support their lame ass statements that they paste on every single video that doesn't conform to the idiotic spinning clown monkey ball in space second law violation. Yeah, we could settle this. Just show us when your spinning ball was proven and what method was used. Thanks. Please don't use archaic methods. All right, great. Glad we got that straightened out.
I would like a modern method to prove the globe model, because I don't think they can do that either. Any globers have any modern interpretations or experiments showing a globe Earth?
Yeah, there's one where a caveman drew a picture, drew a circle on the wall.
Just like maps, the surface he drew it on was flat, so yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so it seems like they come in here and they're talking to here, and we got, you dumb flat earthers, look, sticks and shadows. So I could have sworn we were in like 2022 or thereabouts, and we have all kinds of technology out there. So why is it that Globers only can come in and talk about Eratosthenes? That is questionable whether even the dude even existed. Plus, I have no source data, so who cares? Sticks and shadows. It's stupid. Are you people retarded bringing sticks and shadows? Well, Eratosthenes, you dumb flat earthers. You realize how idiotic that sounds coming from supposed modern people? So yeah, I agree. We need some, how about some modern, a modern method of proving the globe? Can we get some of that? Thanks. We'll be here all week.
NASA being funded with $67 million a day for the past, I don't know, 50, 60, 70 years, whatever. I mean, hello. And all they can do is provide these CGI images. And the best we got from Globe Earthers is like some dude maybe with a sextant class that he teaches. I don't know. It's pretty bad. The Globers are supposed to be getting support from NASA for their globe beliefs, and they're not getting it.
Yeah, what's up? Where's the support for their own? No?
I kind of think NASA's leaving them to hang out dry, high and dry, you know? NASA doesn't have their back.
They don't care. Yeah, exactly. As long as they can keep fleecing them and their descendants into perpetuity, they don't care.
You know how they say like CIA is incestuous? Like people are born into it because their parents were like CIA people. I bet NASA's the same way.
I think so.
Yeah.
That would explain some of the cognitive ability in the astronauts.
Especially if they're descended from the Habsburgs and all that inbreeding.
Yeah, and King Alfred, all that stuff.
Well, then you have a leak.
Weren't there some Mongoloid children born like and that they had to keep in the tower? And
Yeah.
And the London.
Yeah, their Habsburg jaw protruded like 8 inches from their chin, and they're like, "Oh my god!"
So I guess early on they didn't know how to like fix that inbreeding problem.
Well, they just have to put the cookie down, and go out into the world and do stuff, instead of like sitting at home and pretending to be rich and giving into their hedonistic desires.
Yeah. Remember early on, like it was like 2018, 2019, I think about 2019. And thousands of CEOs from Fortune 500 companies all committed suicide. Bankers, CEOs of businesses. What was that all about?
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Thousands.
Yeah, it was a lot. And many even stepped down. If they didn't die, they stepped down.
Stepped down or died. Yeah. Either one way or another. They switched this whole thing up. So what was going on with that? There's a preliminary motion right there to what was coming. Now that we saw what they had in mind,
like it, yeah.
Like all these people died. Like
I think it was 1,000. I think it was like 20 or 30.
No,
okay, maybe I might have been exaggerating. I thought it was more like in the hundreds. So I was exaggerating, but yeah. But I bet if you look at the total body count, it probably is in well over the thousands.
Well, there's 500 Fortune 500 companies, so if it was 50, that'd be 10%.
There were like globally, there were like 14,000 of them.
Okay, lovely.
Years.
So that
that includes resignations and deaths and
seems very unusual.
Somebody can find the article.
Yeah, I got a link to I got it. Give me a sec.
I remember reading that a banker was committing suicide and the knife in his back.
And then right after that, every governmental level all cuckold at the same time. When has that ever happened? Never. That's never happened. Everybody folds all at the same time, says, okay, we're going to do the stupid shit we have no scientific proof for. We're just going to run with it. Lock people down. Those people need to be tried.
Yeah, now admittedly this list is, resignations and arrests and all kinds of stuff, but it's
Well, I know when you work for a big company and they want to fire people, they fire everybody at the same time. They don't do one by one. Just bam, all at once.
Mm-hmm. Same thing with the cabinets and all of that stuff. But the thing is that they're not showing is that in the background, they're all passing each other, shaking hands. They're all on the same team. Like, okay, you go.
Yeah, so that resignation.info has a pretty comprehensive list.
14,000 resignations. Wow. That's in 2017.
I think it's like the 4 or 5 years total.
Oh, they've been tracking since 2017. I get it.
Still seems like very high, especially a lot of those companies are huge names.
Canadian police chiefs, a bunch of police chiefs, a whole bunch of them. The Peter Thiel, the parent company of Facebook, resigned. Jeff Zucker, CNN, resigned. Casper Sue, government of Hong Kong, resigned.
So many companies. American Airlines, Amtrak, I mean, so many. And this goes on for years.
President of Armenia, resigned. The chairman of Credit Suisse, resigned. The CEO of Metropolitan Atlanta Rapid Transit, dead. Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's see, what's this? Let's look at all the resignations. Government of Hong Kong, resigned. NSO Group, resigned. Government of Armenia, resigned. Okay, we went through that. RTL Group, Netherlands, resigned. The whole government of Kazakhstan resigned following a fuel protest. After Project Veritas reported on allegations they solicited nude photos of underage girls, Rick Salisbury, CNN, resigned. CEO of Amtrak, retired. Allegra Stratton, government of Great Britain, resigned. Doug Parker, American Airlines, resigned. George Scipio, Sony Corporation, fired. Devin Nunes, retired, U.S. Congress. Chris Cuomo, CNN, fired. Hans Fassmann, government of Austria, resigned. Government of Austria resigned. Alexander Schalberg, Leslie Wexner, Columbus Partnership, resigned. Gernot Blumel, government of Austria, resigned. Kenneth Gregor, Aston Martin, UK, resigned. Peter DeFazio, retired House Committee on Transportations and Infrastructure, US. Jack Dorsey, CEO, Twitter, resigned to be replaced by Parag Agrawal. Brett Biggs, Walmart, resigned. Barbara Sampson, New York City Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, resigned in 2021. These are all 2021. November 20, White House, Emma Riley, Communications Chief of Staff, moved to Department of Labor. Zhang Yiming, ByteDance, China, ByteDance owns TikTok, resigned. Arizona Senate, Karen Fan, retired. Barclays picked Jess Staley, CEO of UK, replaced, who resigned. Central Bank, Bundesbank, Germany, Jens Weidmann, resigned. Editor-in-Chief Axel Springer, SE Germany, fired. Terry Glebacki, Ocean Casino Resort, resigned. Chancellor of Austria, Sebastian Kurz, resigned. Replaced by Schallenberger. Goes on and on and on.
It'd be great if the arrest list read like that.
I wish we could get that. Well, I think I saw something, but I don't know if it was real. Some juicy stuff in here. Let's see. I mean, this probably does happen, but this seems like quite a bit of activity. Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas
And then you look at when you sort by like the organizations, it's like you got 33 resignations from Tesla, 18 from Wells Fargo, 18 from Facebook, just big numbers.
CFO of Goldman Sachs to replace by Denise Coleman. They say retired. CEO of Johnson & Johnson resigned. Replaced. Andrew Cuomo, what a numpty. Multiple accusations of sexual harassment, resigned. Otoniel Navarrete, state senator, U.S., after arrest in child sex abuse case. Cuomo's top aide, Melissa DeRosa, resigned. Interior Minister, Ukraine, resigned. Opel Germany CEO Michael Lohscheller resigned. President of Haiti, dead. Assassinated overnight in his home. July 7th, 2021.
In completely unsuspicious circumstances.
Yeah, of course. No, nothing to see here, folks. Mitsubishi, president, resigned. Prime Minister of Sweden, lost no confidence vote, resigned. Health Minister, UK, resigned. General Counsel to Coca-Cola, fired. Who is this? Bradley Gayton. Bunch of government prime minister from Haiti. Another one. Health minister, Romania. Health minister, Austria. Fired, resigned. Border czar, resigned, U.S. The head of the Constitutional Court, Ukraine, fired in 2021. Foreign Minister of Slovakia resigned. Education Minister of Slovakia resigned. Justice Minister of Slovakia resigned. Vice Prime Minister and Economy Minister of Slovakia resigned. CEO Texas Roadhouse Inc. Isn't that a movie company? Age 65 suicide because of the Kool-Aid scare symptoms. R&D oncology chief in UK, AstraZeneca. Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, age 61, dead. This goes on and on and on. You could read this for a really long time, but anyway, that's pretty much the gist of it. I'll stop. I don't want to bore you guys. I'm thinking this is still going on right now. I'm getting this really eerie feeling sometimes when I go out that there's just an absence of people. There's just no one's out. Doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if there are less people on the planet than what's officially reported.
The planet.
Okay, you got me. Yeah, I mean the plane. Sorry.
I know. What's happening on your planet today? Check with your doctor to see if reality is okay for you.
Doctors are standing by with pills to prescribe.
In case reality isn't fitting your schedule, we've got a pill for that too. You have no reason not to believe me, right? Trust me.
Without the government, society would collapse.
If it would collapse, if what?
Oh, just it would collapse. Like without the government, society, they say, would collapse. Oh no.
Too bad. Oh, I guess I'll just have to go about doing the things I still do right now in that case. Watch me still fucking take care of myself without you, idiots. I don't need a psychopathic clown in charge telling me what to do. No thanks. I'll pass.
It's kind of insulting that you are represented by a globe believer.
Yeah, interesting. You say that. That reminded me. I just watched The Principal again. And it's very interesting to hear what these alleged astrophysicists or whatever the hell, the quantum physicists and all of these people, like some of them are really quite honest about it, though. I'm going to throw Max Tegart under the bus. He's like, I have to rethink it. That's what he said. Pretty much saying there's a lot of evidence that we are very special, that we're I don't know if he actually said center because they can't say that.
Yeah, you're right. And because if they did, they lose their position. They lose everything that Edwin Hubble built his entire profession around.
Yes. So you see some of them smiling because they know they do, just like us. They just happen to be in this field that's like they know it is. Like this was a few years ago, 2016. Isn't that when that was produced? Whatever, released.
Yeah.
They're like, cosmology is in a crisis. That was back.
Effectively, they are like politicians, and everybody knows politicians lie. So why wouldn't they lie?
Right. And they tell you right up front from their ancient archaic writings from their priest, the holy followers of this principle, they say we can't allow us to be the center. That is their principle.
Yeah, it would be painful to them.
Not even painful. They can't allow it for any reason. That's so in the very beginning of any of their statements, even these brainwashed zombies, they don't even know that what they have is locked inside their cognition centers. This principle that thou shalt not ever depart from, no matter what happens afterward. You are stuck, you're never moving, and they refuse. Now, some of them, if you can make a chink in the armor, you can get through to them. That's our job. And I think we're doing quite well.
Okay, Sonny, if you don't mind. Oh, you wanted to.
No, I was like, is Nathan gonna go? Okay, take it away, Nathan.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt Sonny, that's all. But yeah. So I'd like to announce, obviously, Precious Metals Takeover starting. So for the next 2 hours, please mute your mods, admins, and moderators, mute your mics. Silver Goals will be running the show, and big thanks to everyone that's here. Redford, you obviously want to say hi as well, and yeah, take it away, Silver and Golds.
Yeah, hi everybody. How's everybody doing?
Great.
So we have I don't know if Roger's around. I don't think so. Oh wait, Crypto's here. Oh, you want to talk, Crypto? Hey, instead, do you think you could do the announcement for PMT for us? That would be great. if you're able. All right. I don't
Stand by
think.
for the announcement from crypto. Maybe not. Crypto, are you there?
Oh yeah.
I am, yeah.
I'll DM. I'll DM you what we can put in the announcements. Do you want to start the question, Nathan?
Yeah, sure. I guess I can just put it out to the floor or choose, you know, an individual. But the question for today is, what do you think the biggest fall of mankind is? If anybody wants to answer it in particular, feel free, or I'll just work my way down the line and go from there. Yeah, sure. CI, go right ahead.
I think the biggest division in mankind has got to be the biggest sorry, I spoke too soon. That's my answer. The biggest fall of mankind is actually division in itself. At least from my perspective. Instead of difference, right? Because difference, there's nothing wrong with being different from one another. It's how we handle that difference. And if we let differences divide us, and if we let labels be the thing that cause conflict, instead of individual ideas, intellectualism, I think that can be very dangerous. I feel as if it could be very dangerous because division is something that's really only in the mind. And it causes most conflict we have in the world.
Yeah, I would agree. I would probably say division as well is probably the biggest fall of mankind, right?
It's not about.
It's a big one for sure. What were you gonna say, Sia?
Sorry, I'll wrap up. It's not about man versus woman. It's not about introvert versus extrovert. Jokes aside, it's not about flat versus globe. It's not about these versus mentalities. We're all human beings at the end of the day.
And if you don't mind, I'll add in real quick.
Sure, Barrington. Go right ahead, man.
More or less, I wouldn't disagree with anything the previous commenter said. The only thing I would add in here is that instead of divisions, I would just say that the biggest downfall of man is our appeal to authority, that we have to always refer to an authority, whether it's a group of people, a expert, or whatever else, and that is what causes our divisions. And so many times and so often, it doesn't become about fact or whatever else. It's about my team versus your team, which is really the authority that I appeal to versus the authority you appeal to is mine's better than yours. My boss is bigger than yours.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm going to put a quote in the, a citation in the live stream voice text about appeal to authority. I definitely think that's a big downfall, right? I mean, it's why we're pretty much in this mess to begin with. We just always had that belief that, someone else smarter than me's figured it out. And, we just take it in our stride. We don't question things. And as a result, we end up in a mess. So, yeah, I agree with that as well.
Flat
Bree.
Arthur, how's it going? Are you there?
You asked me?
Yeah, hey, how are you? Nice of you to join us.
All good, all good. Thank you so much. Just here to listen.
Oh, awesome.
And
So we're doing an event, or we do this show called Precious Metal Takeover. It's when the silver and golds take over the live stream. And we have a question that we always have to keep the conversation going. So would you like to answer the question today?
Sure. I have no clue what this is going to be. Seriously.
Yeah, no. So it's just that we do this from every Saturday from 12 to 2 and just have it to keep the conversation going. So the question is, what was it? What do you think what do you think the greatest fall of mankind is?
Can we say the original sin?
You can say whatever you'd like. It's all hypothetical opinions. So yeah, you can go into more detail a little bit if you'd like.
Caught me off guard, but I would say that making oneself their own god is the greatest fall of humanity, I suppose.
Yeah. No, that's a good answer. Thanks for participating.
I'm not sure. Are you looking for more further details or something?
Pardon me?
I mean, how detailed an answer you wanted, I'm not sure. I tried to give a pithy answer. But you continue with the next person.
Yeah, I'm
Let me
sorry.
get some idea.
I'm actually, hang on. I got another laptop, so we'll see. But my sound, okay, I'm gonna turn it up a bit. Maybe I can hear you better. Did you want to elaborate a little bit more on your answer, or I know we kind of caught you off guard there. Or you're good?
From what I understood of the question, I think that's what suits as my answer. But I would like to listen first, and then maybe if I have something to add, I will do that.
Oh, go for it, for sure. That sounds good.
Yeah,
I
so
wanted
we can
to.
continue with, yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to go to Bree next because I noticed she was here, and I'm interested to see what her response is. So if you are there, Bree, I'd like to ask you today's question.
So yeah, I'm sorry. I'm like working while listening. What was the question?
The question is, what do you think the biggest fall of mankind is?
Ooh, dang. Can you give me a second to think about that? I feel like I would have a long answer for that.
Yeah, that'd be great. Take your time. Great answer so far, especially the Division 1. That would still be number 1 for me. Hey, Cyber Blitz, do you want to answer today's question?
I don't even think he's in the VC.
Right, yeah. I just realized.
Yeah, no, I just realized that too. I'm like, wait, he's not there. Well, if you want to join the VC, you can answer. Or you can always type it in the text chat too.
So since you mentioned division, I think I did hear a little bit something about that, and I think I do agree. I think that if we weren't divided, it would not be as problematic to explain to people, hey, we're all being lied to, wake up, if that makes any sense. I mean, I know we can't really I'm sure that if we weren't divided, there wouldn't be as big of a language barrier as well, is what I'm trying to say. And we could just inform as many people as possible. I think we would have more people noticing and waking up to the flat Earth, and the world could just go from there. Really, I think that would bring about a really big change.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%. I think that is the biggest fall of mankind. You know, we all get segregated and divided. And, like CI said, we're all humans at the end of the day. It's an inherent quality for us all. So, yeah, it'd definitely be great if that wasn't an issue, but it's always going to exist. So, it's still hypothetical, but it's nice to kind of work on it anyway, all the same. Hey, I love that one, Monkey.
Not all at once, everybody. Flatman Can, are you there?
Yeah, I was just trying to think on it. It's probably a combination of stuff.
Well,
Lack
go
of
for it.
empathy, lack of logic, man-made problems. People saying, "Oh, you can't collect rainwater." You know, I don't know. It's a combination of many things. Lack of understanding, you know, would definitely be in there as well.
Mm-hmm.
I like to refer to them as sighted blind people, where they see a problem, but instead of doing something even as small as offering to help, they don't even go that far, you know? I saw a clip recently, I think it was a high school class or somewhere in the gym, and they were running laps, and this young lad collapsed. And people just kept walking past him for the longest time, and then finally somebody ran over to him to start seeing what was wrong with him and offering assistance. So I guess that's part of what it is, you know? Sighted blind people. Like that. That's the biggest downfall.
Mm-hmm. No, that's a good answer. There's definitely a few. That's for sure. Does anybody else want to answer? Willingly. Before we call on you.
I want to call on Miguel. He always has great answers, if he's there anyway. So are you there, Miguel? And would you like to answer today's question?
Hello?
Hey, what's up, man?
Just a second. Okay. Okay, no, it's okay. So for me, the biggest fall of mankind, I think, is the existence of money. Because if without money, we could be more, we could help others without thinking in the interest of their money. But living like a human being, help the other. Without that, I think it will be more. It will be more respectful and more human. Without this system we are living in.
Yeah, would you agree it's kind of like greed and selfishness as well? Is that what you would be saying for a fall of mankind?
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree then. Yeah, I feel like that's definitely something that we all kind of have here and there. Some more than others, but it never ends well. Let's just put it that way.
I think just to conclude, I just saw yesterday the last movie from Batman, and I think the end of that movie, it has a strong message. I think everyone should watch that. It's about helping the other. So that's my opinion.
What's the movie title for that Batman? Because I'm going to get MJ to stream it.
Let me see in English. Okay. I just post. Okay. Batman.
Yeah, take your time. Don't rush, man. I just want to spam MJ with a list of movies so he gets overwhelmed. So go. Yeah, right ahead.
I really don't know because I just went, without seeing any trailer.
Oh, it's fine, man. If you can't remember it or anything, I mean, I think I can just look it up. Is it the newest Batman movie or
the last one?
Oh, all right. Yeah, I'll be able to find it myself and get it sent through to MJ. But yeah, don't sweat it if you can't find it. I'll definitely get it myself. Don't worry,
I
man.
just
And
yeah, I'm watching the trailer, but this says final trailer 2022 concept. Doesn't say the the real title.
2022. It sounds like that might be for an upcoming one. If you've already watched one, it must be an older version. Either way, it doesn't matter. Great answer, man. I love your opinions and insights.
Thanks.
Really
Thanks.
nice to hear you. And thanks for showing up for the PMTs as well.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Of course. Get Beget, hello, are you there? Oh, we got a Glober for join from the last ladies' night, I think.
Is this his
Oh.
Balix person?
Yeah, I heard him quite a while last ladies' night. He was an interesting individual, let's put it that way.
Yes. Let's see if he can unmute. Huh. Are you there, Balix? Oh, he can't unmute.
Yeah, it's not a problem, man. If you want to talk to us later, feel free.
We have Jack Whispers. Did we talk to that person? Or was he in here before? Jack, are you there?
I remember him from a few weeks ago, but yeah, I don't think he's too frequent. He is here for the precious metals, though, so that's pretty cool.
I hope he whispers too. That would be awesome. Jack, when you do talk, just whisper. That'd be great. What about Sunny? Sunny, are you there?
I always get a little nervous because I know you're going to call on me, so that's all right. I'm getting used to it.
But now I'm also going to ask you if you want to play us out at the end of the show, so the pressure's even on even more, Sunny.
No, because I sat down and I invented something right a little while ago. But anyway.
Oh, like to play for us, you mean? Or what do you
Yeah.
mean?
A little
Ooh.
tune. Yeah.
How much time do you need? Because we can do it really at any time, and we can do it at the end too.
3-4 minutes.
Okay.
But no, I won't do it right now. I'll answer the question.
Okay.
So, good morning, everybody. Good to see all of you here, first of all. I want to say that. So, the question, the biggest fall of mankind. Okay, so. Okay, so the biggest fall of mankind is that however this happened, or whoever did it, possibly it might have had a beginning. Who knows? I can't answer that. But whatever it was that divorced us, or that they actually succeeded to divorce us from our true nature. So what this caused was to change our mind to materialism. So that basically is a symptom of this divorcing us from our true nature into materialism, which created everything that we know of as problems that cause human misery in life. So all of it stems from this materialism. So the globe exists in that subset also. Racism and all the racist systems, monetary system, the fractional banking, pseudo law, pseudo education, pseudo medicines, godless society, nothing, no higher power, no control, no understanding of the creation or where they actually live. So it caused all of it. I could go on and on. There's a list of thousands of different things that are propagate from this, as we all know, that we've all looked into for years. It's no secret to any of us listening here, or at least it shouldn't be. So, yeah, so that's it.
That's a good answer. I think that's a good point to point out. Yeah, the whole division from nature. That's a huge one. Awesome. Thanks, Sonny.
You're welcome.
Will be flat. Are you there? Seb, are you there?
I mean, Amish Earther is typing in that chat, so maybe he'd want to unmute and answer the question.
Yeah, let's go to him. And Mystic just joined. If you want to go up to the VC check-in, somebody can meet you up there and then give you roles so you can speak in the VC. Is Amish Amish Earther there? Is he there?
Yep, I'm here, just hanging out.
Well, Nathan, would you like to ask him the question?
Oh, sure. Sorry, I thought you were going to take that one. Do you know the question, or do you need me to repeat it?
No, I've heard it. I've been hanging out here, so yeah, I think the main problem with the fall of man has to do with how we conceive ourselves in relationship to our creator. And we often try to substitute our own knowledge and experience for his own. And that leads to our folly because we are limited in our understanding and in our experiences here. We don't have infinite knowledge.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree. You know, no human can know everything. That's absolutely true. But it's we still strive to, don't we? You know, endless optimism.
Yep. And I kind of look to the Garden of Eden story, and I think it actually happened. And other people might think of it as an allegory, but it doesn't matter. I mean, either way, what happened is Eve was tempted with knowledge that was provided by something other than God. And she accepted it probably because she wanted a leg up in this world and she just needed to just understand things a little bit more than what she was capable of. And she accepted the first offer that came to her, and it came from a poisoned source. And I think allegorically, this can help us understand in our own lives how we have a proclivity to accept explanations from authorities that we respect or fear. And that contents us. And we go on with our lives, and that's a big mistake.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that because I don't think there's anything such as bad knowledge or evil knowledge or anything. I feel like knowledge is always going to be beneficial, right? Doesn't mean that it's going to be good, but it's going to be beneficial because you're going to be able to make decisions based off you gain knowledge. So, yeah, I'm not sure if I fully agree, and you know, it's difficult to say with any certainty if those kind of things actually did happen. So.
What if you didn't have the prerequisite to understand the knowledge that was given to you, and the person that was giving it knew that you didn't, and knew that you'd probably make mistakes as a result of that?
Nah, that's an interesting way to pose it.
especially if this force was way more intelligent than us and kind of knows us better than we think we know ourselves. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ghosts. Crypto was supposed to, but I guess he didn't. He did an announcement in the voice text, but I guess he didn't do one, or maybe he's not able to do an announcement. Says who? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey.
I heard the question, and I'm going to completely agree with Amish Earther on this particular topic. We've basically just kind of lost our relationship to the Creator. We don't know what our responsibility or relationship is to the Creator. I mean, the thing about knowing that the Earth is a stationary plane, enclosed, so on and so forth, is it completely throws out all other possibilities of, we were seeded by aliens, or, this is all just one giant accident. We have to deal with this idea that we are kind of in a very central point in someone else's attention, this Creator that made this place. So if we are created, then we have to say, okay, what is our relationship to this particular Creator? What does he want? What is his law? And what are we supposed to do? So since we've lost that, since we've pushed that aside, and like Amish Earther said, even in the Garden of Eden, we've decided to define what is good and evil for ourselves, what is morally good, or just in general, what is good on the earth for us to do. We've defined that for ourselves. Now, everything else, this division that you guys are talking about, someone else, I think in the chat, talked about like the Federal Reserve or social media, just all this division is a symptom of the fact that we are no longer united over the truth of what our responsibility is and our relationship is here to our Creator. That's basically it.
Yeah, that's a good answer. I don't really have anything to add. I mean, you guys kind of covered it, so that's awesome. Thank you for joining and participating.
You bet. Glad to be here. Love Saturday afternoons, man. It's fun.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm really glad to hear that.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah, Guppy gets willing to answer the question, but he wants some time to think first.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Well, nice of you to join us, Gepiget, and just let us know when you have an answer.
Hello, family.
Hey.
Yeah, I was thinking it can't be Adam and Eve because they are not mankind. They are parents. They are not
They are what,
mankind
sorry?
itself. Adam and Eve are the parents of mankind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the same clarification I also needed in the very beginning. But please continue.
Yeah. I will say, but I can't also call a fall like the mingling between mankind and the angels, the fallen angels, because some of them have been seduced, lied to, deceived by these beings. So I can't blame them. I can't blame mankind. But later, yes, learning blasphemy, I think that was one of the triggers. And departure of man from God, yeah, from his ways, forgetting it, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. You know, a lot of people, they just get told what to think, not how to think, you know, and they get brought up in a set way that they're not able to, you know, really think about what matters and make better decisions. So, yeah.
And even like holding traditions, rituals, and history knowledge, quite a lot of the times we've been through horrific events. So people were slaughtered just to change the whole world because a new king, wanted to change the paradigm of the whole world, the mind thinking of people. So it's hard. It's very hard to blame mankind. I think it's a miracle we survived all this long.
That's an interesting conclusion to come to. Yeah. I guess you can definitely look at it that way.
Yeah.
Hey, Elijah, if you want to answer, you can do it in the text and I'll be able to read it out for you. And while we're here, I'll read out Cyber Blitz. He says, mankind's greatest fall was leaving small community living to living in massive, anonymous super cities and relying on cold technology. Yeah, I see where he's coming from. The smart cities is definitely something that I wouldn't want to be a part of.
They were foretold their existence.
All right, Elijah, no worries, bro. Take care. We'll see you another time. We have a new person, Harvey McCleve. If you want to head up to the voice chat check-in at the top of the server, someone will be able to give you the role, and then you can come down and speak with us. If you've got questions, we're always happy to answer.
If you wanted a conversation of just any kind or whatever, Elijah, I can meet you down and chill or whatever if you want.
Yeah, he left a voice chat, so if you want to get that message to him, just try a DM or something, because he's not here. He didn't hear you got rocking.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. But while you're here, would you want to answer today's question for us?
Sure, why not? What is it?
So the question today is, what do you think the greatest fall of mankind is?
Well, it's really hard for me to come up with a specific moment in time. I would just say that mankind's morals have basically falling right out the bottom of the floor, nobody has any real, doesn't seem like to me anybody has any real morals, involved in all this, trans stuff and just totally demoralizing, acts. I would say is probably the biggest problem that we're having in current times, anyway.
That's a great answer. I agree as well. The morals have definitely fallen in standard, especially in recent years. But it's just the way that society goes, right? You can't really help it. You can only work on yourself and hopefully be a good influence to other people. But of course, it's their decision if they want to follow you or not. But most go their separate ways and get in a big mess. It's just sad to see.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, everybody, if they just concentrated on themselves and, tried to become better people and treat people better and all that, yeah, I'm sure it would make a huge difference. Just kind of so hard, in my opinion, to see people break away from the system. They're just everybody seems to be so caught up in all the current events that I think are just propaganda, and just they keep everybody so distracted that I just see a lot of people having a hard time trying to do anything for themselves. I mean, I know it's probably the best thing they could be doing, but I don't know. It seems really desperate times we live in. Despair everywhere.
Yeah, it takes a lot of hard work and commitment, to work on yourself. And a lot of people come into the server that are like Globe Earthers, for instance, and they say things like, change my mind, right? But it's not me that changes your mind, it's you that changes your mind, right? You can only change your mind, I can only change my mind, that kind of thing. So, they want other people to do it for them. They're not willing to put in the work. And it's the easier way, but it's also not rewarding. So, if they want to do that, they're welcome to it. It doesn't really bother me, but I really want to figure things out for myself, and I'm willing to put in that work to do so.
Yeah, I just say lead by example would be probably the most beneficial thing.
Yeah, that's pretty much all we can do, and I'm trying to do that every day for these Globe Earthers that do come in here. But it's difficult, some of them they're not ready, and they need a few more years.
Yeah. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good day to all you all. Jin CBR1 here.
Hello, Jin.
How you doing?
We're all doing great. Thank you.
Yeah, great to hear your voices. Yeah, I would agree with what you say there. That you lay down all the evidence for them, and then it's up to them to put it together. And once they realise that they've been carrying a belief, it should prompt them to want to know the truth. And that's the difficulty. How much do they really want to know? Do they really want to know the truth? That's what you're dealing with every time when they come here. It's very rare that you get someone that really wants to know the truth. And, some of them claim that, but then they start fighting against what you're telling them. When you're actually presenting them with the discrepancies of the heliocentric model, they start defending it, don't they?
That's because of the we're so stereotyped, this, the flat earth community, that even if you're laying down truth, obvious truth, they don't want to hear it from people that are deemed, idiots and, that sort of thing. So, for the most part, I would say over 95% of all the people on, that we come in contact with, at least in my experience, is that they already have their minds made up that we're idiots. We don't know what we're talking about. So even if you're laying down truth, they're just going to turn their head and just think you're lying or you're making up shit or whatever. And it makes it so difficult. to.
Well, this is when I start raising my voice at them when they do that. You know what I mean? Because that's an insult to the amount of hours I've invested. 53 years of learning the wrong way, and then 7 years now of trying to find the truth and actually getting it out there. Now I'm articulating up to actually get it out there. So if you're going to start calling me this, well, that's almost like fighting talk. So you want to be careful to not insult me if we're in my presence. You don't want to do that, because that could end up result in pain for you. So you want to, I'm trying to help you. Don't insult me. That's what I'll be saying to them, because it's not a joke now. It's quite serious to have lived 53 years thinking you're on a spinning board that doesn't exist. That's a pain that I'm never going to forget, ever going to forget that. That's robbery. They stole my time. They stole my time there. That's unforgivable. So anyone going to call me an idiot now, well, they want to be very careful they don't receive a slap in the face instantly.
Okay, Jen, we're PMT is a little different. We don't talk about violence. We don't answer the question.
That's
Jen,
what it's like for me.
We keep it off FE. We keep it off FE because we talk about it all the time. So PMT is a break from that.
Yeah, well,
Unless we're talking.
I live my life off the cuff, mate. That's how it is. But anyway, let me see. I've got a question for you guys. If you want to go to a destination by an aeroplane, by plane, and you sit in the aircraft, can you tell which direction the plane is going?
No. Probably not. Not without a compass. I don't even know if that would work.
Yeah. You can use your compass. You can use your look. If you've gone in a plane and you're going to a destination that you've never been before, you're probably and you want to know which direction it's going. You're going to use your compass, aren't you?
And that's what I would think.
Yes,
exactly I would think it's heading in the direction of the place I'm going.
Correct, but you know the actual direction. The actual direction, north, south, east, or west.
Yeah, but the flight paths on a flat Earth are completely different from the flight paths of a globe Earth, and so depends on if you've got a flat Earth map on your possession and you've got your flight path mapped out for yourself. Then you might be able to come to some conclusion that way as well.
Well done, God Rocking, because I just spent like 30 minutes in Jem Pandas arguing this very point, that when I get on a plane going to the regular destinations that I go to, I know exactly how the aircraft's going to behave and what direction it should be going once we've taken off and left the airport, and the behavior of the plane. Saying you can't know that. That's not possible. That you can't know if the plane is, because they're talking about what Jeremy's been talking about, the Coriolis effect, that the planes are taking a curved route across the Earth, whereas we know it's a straight line. Yeah, it's a straight line, isn't it? Point A to point B, direct straight line, is it not?
What I mean by you cannot know is that, you see, when I drive, I have the street signs, and if I don't know how to read, then the gypsies were always using they tie a pair of shoes, the shoelaces, and they throw them on the hanging wires, the telegraph or electricity wires, as a sign to know where they are,
Okay.
So whenever they encounter a crossroad, if they saw those pair of shoes on the right side, they know, if I turn right here, I'm going to that city, and if I go straight, I'm going to some other place.
Amazing. Yeah. So you can
this thing. When I look out of the window of an airplane, I see the ground from above, and it is unrecognizable for me. I can barely distinguish the things I see below. I see it is land, but it's not from the same perspective,
No, because you're in the air, but you should be able to recognize certain land masses, certain areas, if you know the route. If you know the route. Maybe the
if I
first
see a
time you won't know.
river, if I see a lake, you know, these major points, locations, like you can recognize them.
Also, I would like to ask Nathan and Redfoot, how does precious metal run when this goes on?
I mean, if they want to talk about it, that's fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, there's a conversation. Like, if they want to wrap up their conversation, that's not a problem. And then we can get back to the question. I mean, Jin did ask a question, which.
Sorry.
Ask Jin the question.
But no, I get what you're saying, MJ. Thanks.
Ask Jin the question, today's question.
Yeah. So, Jin, I don't know if you've joined us for Precious Metal Takeover before, have you?
No, it's the first time, actually.
Oh, okay. So we do this.
No, you did.
Maybe like back a long time ago.
Maybe,
long time ago. Yeah.
Okay.
Deppy gets like, I'm here every week, I remember.
Okay, so it's been a while then. Must have been maybe a month or two ago. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so that's when the silver and golds get to take over the live stream, and the moderators and admins have to mute, and then we, like the golds and silvers, get to answer any questions anybody has, and then we also have a question to keep the conversation going.
Yeah.
So our question today
I do remember this now. Yeah.
Oh, okay, awesome. So what do you think is the fall of mankind?
What do I think is the fall of mankind?
Yeah.
Greatest fall.
The answer would be, for me, would be pride and ego. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, but you can elaborate if you'd like.
It covers quite a lot. Like, for example, saying he's gone to the moon when we don't have the technology to get us there. Okay, trying to introduce these medical. That's all I'm going to say. When it's not necessary.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Just man's ego wanted to control everything, thinking he's more capable than he is. You know, that's you know what I mean. Look at all the wars going on that have happened. Just want a destructive ego gone awry. That's all I've got to say. Ego out of control. I think you can understand what I mean. If we look at our lives, if you go back in your life from yesterday, it's going to be a bit political. So here we go. The governments have lied to us every day of the week from when you were born. They haven't been telling the truth. You understand that? If they're promoting, we've gone to the moon. If they're promoting, we can go to Mars. If they're promoting that they've got satellites that are geostationary and orbiting the Earth, these are lies. So the governments have lied to us every day of the week. And that's not good, is it? That's what we're living in. Man's ego.
Hey, Redford. Hey, Redford. Now do you remember my answer that man can be his own God? I think I was pretty on point back then. After listening to him.
Yeah.
I would agree, Flat Earther, yeah.
There you go. Yeah, man is.
I resonate with that answer too.
Thank you very much. That's the best answer I could give, really. At the end of the day, we've been living. They've been lying to us, and we're trying to find the truth out of all the lies.
I was going to blame women, but I know we're partly responsible too. So.
Okay, but it's always the men. It's always the men.
Yeah, there are women who are now joining in on this thing, but again, the men have to elect the women into this situation.
Can I answer?
It's the men who
Goddard, just wait for Jin to be done, and then for sure.
Oh, okay.
I'm done now. I'm actually done. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, awesome. Thanks, Jin. Goddard?
I think a big part of the fall of man is governments. When people get into power, they get corrupted. And it's like, and they take advantage, and there's all these senators and oligarchs and congressmen that are millionaires, and all these poor people who can barely get by. And it's always been that way. Kings and queens, bishops, and these people in high positions, they They get prideful, and they get corrupted, and they abuse their power, and that affects the people.
I agree. Actually, I was waiting to see if somebody would say power because that was going to be my answer because it kind of stems from everything, right? If the power, well, they're the ones, invoking like the divide and conquer, and it kind of stems from there. And I mean, we just see it. I see it everywhere when people get into positions of power or are given some sort of, authority position. They just become drunk with power. It's interesting to see, but it seems to be just a trait of mankind. It's interesting.
Unfortunately, many people are dying, and it's the innocents, the citizens of countries that are dying. The taxpayer is the one who dies the most in these wars. Which is like a crime in itself. I mean, look at this, right? Let's say you've arranged to have a meeting at the top of a tower overlooking the world, okay? For Monday morning, okay, business meeting, breakfast. On the day, your wife or your husband says, "Don't go. I booked you in at a dermatologist for your skincare, okay, and I'm insisting you don't go." Are you going to go and do this business meeting, or are you going to go to the doctors? No, I'll let you know on the day of your meeting. I'm letting you know. On the day you're going to do the meeting is what I'm telling you. I've booked an appointment for you to go and see the dermatologist. So can you go and see the dermatologist, darling, please? So are you going to go to the meeting, or are you going to go off and go to the doctors? What decision would you take there?
Well, I have a work colleague who is trying to actually get a doctor dermatologist meeting consult, but he stands no chance. It takes like 6 to 8 months, and is not even 100% that they will make that appointment.
Okay, but my question is, you have a business meeting already arranged for a Monday, okay, and on Monday morning, your wife your husband or your wife is telling you, "Darling, you can't go to the business meeting because I've arranged an appointment for you to see the dermatologist." So what are you going to do? Are you going to go to see the dermatologist, or are you going to attend that business meeting?
If I know 100%, that's a good doctor, trustworthy, then I will go to the doctor.
Well, even though it's an important business meeting and you're the top man.
Yeah, business. I have time, the time of my life, but health is imperative.
Hey, anybody else? Anybody else? Would go to the meeting.
Gardening, if that's an answer. I don't want the business meeting or the doctor.
But if you're the CEO of the company, right, and you've arranged for a breakfast meeting, so this is a breakfast at the top of a tower, looking the city.
Jen, what's the point?
I actually got it. Yeah, what is?
Jen, what's the point of your question?
Well, the point is, right, Larry Silverstein, the guy who owned the Twin Towers, building number 7. He had to go to the doctors on the day 9/11 happened, and he cancelled.
See, just the way I chose.
And he said he went to the doctors, but I don't believe that he had that appointment. I reckon he knew that that was coming.
Yeah, it was fake.
Okay.
Yeah. You see what I mean? But the thing is, everybody died that day in that restaurant. They all died, and he could have saved them, couldn't he? He could have saved those people, but he didn't.
When you care for your health, it means you care for your life. And that's how you live. If you're healthy, then you're gonna be living. If you don't care about your health, then you stand all the chances to die as soon as possible.
Yeah, dermatology. It would depend on how desperate. I mean, remember, the wife booked the doctor. He said his wife, bless her, booked me into the doctors on that day, and she insisted that I had to go. She insisted. He said, and if you got a
but his father also told him.
business meeting.
Okay, you
His
guys.
father also told me
Let's
to
get back
told him.
to the question
Yeah.
though, because it's not really.
Yeah, sorry if I've led you away from that. My apologies.
That's okay.
But,
If you can bring it back to the question, that's fine. I mean, sometimes we go off,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
But as long as we
I was
keep
just
it
showing you how
within-
evil man can be. That's
Right.
all. How evil man can be with his ego. He made, just to finish that off, he made 5.3 billion on that, for that event. By the way.
Yeah, in regards to
$8 billion.
today's question, someone answered, I think Flatman can said about something about corruption. And I will not blame corruption in the government as much as I would blame these governmental job positions which are paid unjustified. Like these people have job places secure for their whole lifetime, and they get so much money for so little work that it's mind blowing.
Yes, it is. Exactly.
Yeah.
I agree. And then when they finish working in the government position, or they'll go into a company that sponsor, what's the word, that sponsored them in a way, and they join that company in a high position.
Yeah.
You know? What's the word? They're like the lobbyists, and campaign trail. These companies donated lots of money to them, so they go and join those companies for their second career after they finish in the government. Disgusting. Yeah, really is. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, lots of poor people everywhere.
I have a thought. Who thinks we should go back to being Amish? That would solve a lot of our problems we're having right now.
Probably Amish Earther. He might be.
No technology, just make your own clothes. There's a value in having to make your own clothes and not have to.
Oh yeah, my mum used to make my clothes
with technology.
You know that Amish teach flat Earth in school.
Oh, do they really? Did you want to talk about that a bit?
Yeah, I live in the Amish capital of the world. This is Lancaster, Pennsylvania. And I know people who work with Amish communities, and they told me that their school curriculums and all their little Amish schools that they have out in these fields with little fenced-in schoolhouses and kids running around playing with a ball, they're all flat earthers. And one of the modes of recognition from Amish people who break away from the order during Rumspringa, which is when Amish turn 16 years old, they're allowed to go out in the world and decide for themselves if they want to go be part of us in the profane world or remain with the order. And a lot of them who separate and leave still have their flat earth beliefs. And they recognize each other by saying, hey, so the world is flat. And then the other guy's like, yeah, I know. And then the first guy says, how long have you known? And the second guy says, my whole life. And then that's how they connect. And they're like, hey, so are you Amish? Yeah, I'm Amish too. We broke away from the order. And this is how they recognize each other. I found this out about last year when I was flat smacking in a bar.
Wow.
And the bar owner was a former Amish guy. And he told me he was a flat earther. And I'm like, no way. And we had this long discussion. He was telling me all about it. Yeah, we got a lot of allies, and they're not on the internet.
Sorry. This sounds too good to be true. I'm sorry.
It does sound too good to be true, but come over here to Lancaster. We've got a little community, a meetup, and everything, and I'll introduce you to all these folks. I mean, it's true.
Yeah,
you have to understand that the Amish are Anabaptists.
Computer. Yeah, bring them
I'll give them
a computer in their church so that we can connect and talk with them.
Yeah, these guys usually have like one cell phone for their community that they're allowed to use under limited circumstances, and so. But yeah, they have no love for the Catholic Church, and heliocentrism and Jesuits who started all this whole thing.
Wow, that is awesome. You know what? I always had a kind of a feeling about that, about the Amish. Like they're very simple, like earthly type, you know,
Oh, I
connected to
hate that
nature.
term simple, Sonny, because it's not. Nature is anything but simple, and living off the land is anything but simple. But I know what you're saying.
Well, it doesn't. I didn't mean it wasn't. I didn't say it was easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, simple doesn't mean easy.
I just remember that song, Amish Paradise, with Weird Al Yankovic. I thought that was a great idea, but I had no idea they were flat earthers.
Yeah, they are. I actually saw Weird Al a couple years ago at a theater nearby, and he busted out the Amish garb and did the whole gangster Amish Paradise thing. It was a hit, man. The whole theater was just like brought down by it because we all live with the Amish, and it was freaking hilarious.
So check it out. Many years ago, actually more than a decade ago, I met someone here in San Diego that would go and take apart these 150-year-old cabins in that area, and they would move them to different places. Like they'd take them apart piece by piece and rebuild them, moving these really old actual log cabins, you know. Very interesting.
Yeah, a lot of their construction is really old. We have around here houses and buildings that are from easily the 1700s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and are they in good condition?
Excellent. And all the farms are very well run. There's no trash or stuff lying around. Everything is really clean. All the farms are really nice.
Yeah. I try to keep little areas clean out in nature nearby. It's so difficult. There's so many people that just leave the trash. It's just disgusting. Can't stand it. So I don't mind.
Yeah.
I have my little area that's paradise for me, and I'm going to keep it that way so they could trash it out every single night. I'm going to clean all their shit up and move it off out of the way every day if I have to. Like I won't give.
I actually do that twice a week on a Tuesday. So that's like an early Tuesday morning and early Friday morning, where we take our rubbish to be collected. It's always a mess. So I tie it up. So when the rubbish collectors come, they got an easy time of it.
I'm sorry, Tim. I cut you off. I didn't mean to cut you off, man. I was going to say that's how one determined person can take on a gang of others. One determined, focused person. One of us can do quite a bit. You'd be surprised if you're focused and determined.
Oh, yeah.
There's a gang of people that are maybe doing the opposite thing you are and causing more work, but it doesn't matter. Like for someone like me, I don't care. I'll be there every single day. Let's see you come there every day and eat the greens right off the forest floor like I do and live out there. Let's see you do it. So I'll clean up my spot every single freaking day. They can't. It's still beautiful there every time I go there because I make sure it is. So that's great. Like if all of us did that, then the people that are trashing this place up, maybe they'll get a clue. You know, like see, if people leave their trash around like that, that means they're waiting for somebody else to pick up for them. Okay, fine. Guess what? I'm going to be that person. Don't expect your stuff to be sitting there if you're going to trash an area up when you come back. You're not going to do it. Not in my place. Not on my watch.
Yeah, I end up doing that twice a week. I think that people are frightened of catching this bug from the rubbish and that, so they're not placing it in the right location properly and closing the net down. They're just doing it willy-nilly, and it's taking up more area than it should, and it's just looking like you can't even get in to put your rubbish in. You have to end up I end up picking up the whole net. I always go there with gloves on anyway, and I just push all the rubbish to the back, pick it all up, pile it up neatly, and then it's taking up half the room now. Now you can get in, it's spacious again. Yeah. So by the time the rubbish collectors come along, they've got an easy time of it. Been doing that now 3 years non-stop.
You probably don't have thousands of insane people walking around on the streets either, though.
No, we don't have that. No, we just have insane people that can't put their rubbish in properly.
You should put a camera in that place to film who is throwing it incorrectly. A spy camera, yeah. And then those neighbors,
I wanted to sit there and watch and see. So, excuse me, can you put your rubbish in properly, please? Yeah, you think you can do that? Just place your rubbish. It's your rubbish. So put it in properly where you're supposed to put it.
Yeah. Everyone pays for the rubbish taking services, you know. And these people who are doing it not correctly, they should be reported so that they will be paying more, you know.
Yeah. And today, actually, you're talking about rubbish here. Today, we had the man who comes around to clean the public toilets. Okay, that we have here in the parks. He does a horrible job and he leaves it stinking of tobacco. So I told him off today. I said, look, when you come here to clean, it stinks worse than when you came here. Okay? If you don't do a clean job today, I'm going to report you. And I took my fist and I said, yeah, like that. Okay? Bloody thing, clean up. And
Hey,
stop
we're going to try to get
smoking.
back to the question again if anybody hasn't had a chance to answer.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
It is for a true flat earth. I'm not sure if you're able to unmute.
Yeah, go and ask.
Keep them on point.
Hello. All right.
Have you heard the question today? I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
the fall of man. So I have to agree with everybody. My first, I liked everybody's answers, really. My first answer would be, of course, the fruit that was eaten. And that's the same thing. It's the temptation of man to, the ego, to become more than God, right? So that was my first answer. But I'd like to give a more generic answer. My generic answer is something maybe some other people haven't said it. Is the fall of man is when parents allowed their kids to be taught in other classrooms. They gave up the education of their kids to somebody else, right? Allowed somebody else to educate their kids in mass, right? In masses. So that's how they ended up, I think, getting it, is to teach the kids because they knew they couldn't get the adults. So when the adults gave up the education of their kids to someone else, that's one of the faults. But honestly, that's just a generic answer. And I liked all you guys' answers. Thanks.
That's actually a really good answer, though, because that's kind of part of the whole PSYOP, right? Taking children out of the home and teaching them something different, taking them away from all of, things that matter. And then they just try to push what they want through education. So, yeah, that's an awesome answer. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's bang on, that one. I agree with that one totally. Yeah. It's why humanity's in trouble today now.
Yes, and that's kind of like how quick it can happen too. Just a generation, right? Just going after the children. It's terrible. Is Flatty there? Maybe he can unmute. Maybe he even answered. I'm not sure. I was away for a minute. Oh, hey, are you there?
Hello.
Hi. Is it your mic or are we getting feedback from Jin? I'm not sure. Try again.
I got bad signal, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, I can hear you now.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yeah. All right. Did you want to answer a question for today? And congrats on getting silver. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, so the fall of man, is it the
Well, yeah. So what
I
do you think the
think-
biggest fall of mankind is?
I don't know, everyone's answered such a good question. Yeah, like a huge speculation thing then. I think that something happened some number of years ago where people lived differently, maybe like the Tartaria kind of times, and then some kind of, so the evil reptilian or whatever you want to call them, predator class that are around now, I feel like they swooped in at some point and changed the course of the direction of man. I'm completely like speculating here. So something happened there where it went from a very simple or different life to a very controlled life for man. I don't know. I can't think of something that's different to other people's, but does that make any sense to anyone? I don't know.
Yeah, it does for me as a Romanian. It takes my mind back to our last king, true king, Decebalus Perscorillus, which fought against the Roman Emperor Trajan. And yeah, he lost 15,000 tons of gold in 1 year, losing a battle with the Roman Empire. But the Roman Empire won in that battle so much gold that they achieved in 700 years of conquering all over the world. So they won 3 times more.
Yeah, what get said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with what you said as well. In that, I think modern man is dumbed down so much. He's losing a lot of his skills.
Yeah.
As we move towards modern technology, losing a lot of skills, natural skills as well, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like there's some kind of unmanly influence, some evil influence or something has crept in somewhere along the line.
Right, and they market
Yeah, I
it
don't know if
as
I'm explaining it very well. Like,
an
yeah.
advancement.
Yes.
Advancement, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It's all trickery and smoke and mirrors and, yeah, bad intention.
Every day is a lie. They're lying every day of the week. That's not a joke. That's real. If you listen to the news is lying to you every single day. So you don't, obviously you can't even listen to the news and say, did I learn anything truthful there? You can't. You know?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, but unfortunately, yeah, there's nothing I can do to stop it. So just shut it off. Don't watch TV.
Yeah, that's right. That's what you do. So you have to shut it off, of course. But you've still got to cope with the people who are still watching it all around you.
Well, yeah, and it's trying to find that balance of how to navigate to deal with people and pick your battles, right? Because I mean, I don't want to go fighting with everybody over everything because they watch the news and I don't. Like that's their journey. Like whatever, they're on their own path, even though I don't agree with it.
Yeah, of course.
It's a struggle though, for sure, Jen.
Yeah. I mean, because people are going to be talking about the war situation that's happening now, and I've said, well, if you look at it on one hand, the people who voted for their government deserve what they get, because if you're voting thinking you're getting a democracy, well, you're not. There's the answer. It's raining bombs in Ukraine now. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't think people realize that it's all an illusion. It's all a trick, right? It's selection, not election. That's where you.
I don't think they have a choice, Jen. I don't think they have a choice between a good and a bad government. You say that it's their fault that they voted in those people. Where are the good people to vote in? Where's this other side you speak of, or you suggest?
Oh, the good people are there. I think they're frightened to step forward at the moment because why? Exactly. Where are the good people? You hear them on the YouTubes and on the and Twitters, if you've got those accounts and that. Some of them have been good enough to put out content, wake us up. Those good people are there.
I'm mainly talking about when you go to the ballot box and the way things are set up and have been for many years. The choice doesn't matter. You're going to get the same result.
That's right. That's why you should stop that action. You see. That's what. I just don't see any hope there. Yeah, neither do I. I don't see any hope there at all. This is what I'm saying. That people think that they're voting to get something out of it, but all they're getting is raining bombs. Prior to that, they were being told to, take this thing that you don't need and put on this thing on your face that you don't need. right? And if you can't think that that's not right, what's going on then? They're lost, aren't they?
And we know that, but there's no point, and we can't get mad at them for it. Like, they're doing what they believe. Like, I mean, in their ignorance, right? Should we not have more tolerance and understanding from them? Like, I'm just tired of everybody. Then we're just we're part of the problem by dividing the division as well, because we're dividing ourselves from them, right? Because we have no tolerance from them for them.
I'm leading by example. I'm saying, why are you voting for your demise? What good has the government done for you today, yesterday, last year, and the future? What's it doing? It's not done anything good. So why do you keep on voting? I say to people, I've been saying it for years, don't be voting. Why are you doing that? Why? Where we are now.
They think, they don't understand.
It's like farting in the wind. I mean, you got to fart somewhere. I guess that's why they do it.
When you sign up to vote, like, you, in a way, I mean, technically not, you give up some of your rights forever. Like jury duty, for an example. That's an example. If I don't sign up to vote, I don't ever have to do jury duty. And another thing, it's a presidential selection anyway, so why would I sign up to vote? That's my question. Democracy is a myth. The U.S. is allegedly a constitutional republic, so whenever people say the U.S. is a democracy or, oh, we're losing democracy, I laugh at their face. It's not like we had it to begin with. We're not directly represented. We're quote, represented, unquote, by lobbyists who are funded by private interests.
That's right. Basically, the US is a film set and a business. That's all it is. It's not even a country. You can't call it a country. It's just one massive Shakespearean Hollywood thing gone out of control. They took out JFK. Amazing. Oh, amazing. And then they killed the man that said he did it. Oswald was knocked out as well. 2 days later.
A bunch of megalomaniacs like running the show, eh?
I was just doing a little bit of research on the Amish people and stuff, and I found this. I'm gonna put this in the live stream, and it's the same old story. It's like this. It says that people believe that we live on a flat plane, and it says that they have to come up with all these excuses and different dig deep to come up with excuses and explanations refuting solid scientific evidence proving the contrary. Now that's just an out and out lie, and then they keep this is what, when people search on the internet, this is what they find. And again, this is nothing but lies, like we're saying, and it's just depravity. It's just so sickening. I mean, and then your normal person reads this, and where do they go from there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
just ridiculous.
They just they run to the ballot box, don't they, to get some more?
How they can get people to revel in their own idiocy is basically.
Yeah, it's terrible. I mean, it's the most disgusting thing that's going on right now on the earth, and it's just total depravity and more demoralization of everybody, not being willing to do any research, not just rely on the consensus of their priests or whatever you want to call them, their scientists and whatever. And we all know, we talk about this every day, it's nothing but lies. And so it's just a demoralized society we live in. I can't describe it any other way.
That's the word that they were using, demoralized. Exactly. That's it. That's what's going on. Because, man, humanity's in trouble. Has been for some many years.
Yeah, well, as a whole, but I mean, there's always ways out of it, right? Like, that's just I don't know. There's always solutions. There's always things that we can do.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, for yourself, yeah. For yourself, perhaps. For you, your personal life, perhaps there might be. But then, is that good? Is that good enough for you? Are you happy with that? That you're all right?
I can't change people's minds if they don't want to go and start a community, right? Or be part of a community, live more off the land, and do things like that. That I can't change their mind. They have that choice. We all have that choice. You don't have to play in their games, right? I mean, to some extent, because I'm still dependent on the system. But there are certain things, like I don't think it's like this. Oh, okay, we're all done. You know, there's nothing we can do. I mean, that's just more fear. I don't agree to that.
Well, I don't believe there's nothing we can do about it. I think people are scared to do what they have to do for real, and that is to get together, organise, and start to move away from the system, of course. That's what it is, you know. Because this is a joke, what's going on at the moment.
Okay, so instead of us like sitting here and complaining about what are we doing to change it, that's where it gets me, because it's like, well, I'm doing what I can right now with the means that I have, but I can't speak again for anybody else. That's me and my life, right? But I don't think just complaining about it without a solution is a practical thing.
I've got loads of
fear
solutions.
again, right? Like it's just all fear. That's all everybody is. Like, let's find solutions, not problems.
Yeah, the solution is that you need to stop voting. That's the first solution.
That's not, again, Jin, like, they're going to do their own game, right? We have no control over that. So that's not going to be
that's one solution that you have to...
Like, that's your opinion, but I disagree with that. Because I can't see that ever working out.
Well, I mean, it's a start. It's definitely, it's so easy not to do.
Is it realistic?
So if you're talking to people and you explain to people, look, voted, yeah, they took the tax from you, they've created wars that the taxpayer dies in, and then the weapons they use we pay for. So we pay for the soldiers that are doing the killing. We are paying for everything, and we're the ones who die in it. So if you want to stop that, don't vote for this thing. So if everybody stops voting now, then you will see what kind of government is.
Do you think that's ever going to happen? Do you think that's ever going to happen where no one's ever going to vote? It could.
I reckon so. Yes, why not? Why not? I think when people wake up,
runs deep.
When people wake up, when people actually wake up, they've got to wake up to the point that why would I go and vote for the thing that's been lying to me all my life?
But Jin, do you think everybody's path is to wake up? Like, I mean, I don't think that anymore. I used to think that it was like, oh, you know, everybody should know. How do they not know about this? Because most people don't care.
But you don't need most people to know. All you need is enough people. Keep in mind, you know, all you need is enough people.
No, I'm just saying Jin wants everybody to just stop voting. He thinks everybody's just going to not vote. And
that's what I want. Of course, that's what I want. Of course, that's what I mean.
The problem is they think they're awake. You know what I mean? They think they've got this internet and they can Google stuff. The answers they come up with, they think they're true. And they think they're awake. They think they know. And it's misinformation. And think about censorship. You know, that paragraph I posted should be totally censored and is 100% misinformation and lies. And, you know, that's never going to happen. That's a big problem.
Hey, Jin, let me ask you a question, because I've heard you say this many times before. Do you advocate for a constitutional monarchy?
Constitution, monarchy, no. Just constitution to protect everybody, yes. Monarchy, no, thank you. I don't want to be governed by anyone. Don't want to be ruled by anyone. Okay.
Well, yeah, but I mean, somebody's got to take the reins. I mean, either be a warlord, a criminal, a corporate person.
It's not going to be none of that. None of that. I mean, what I will say is that the person who's going to be in that role is literally going to be known as the oily rag, because that's what that job really is. make sure that the needs of the people are met. That's it. So he's not going to be the man that you're going to be running around with a fucking purpose to protect. No, that's overkill. That's not necessary. You see what I mean? Yeah, they've over-glorified the president or the prime minister thing. It's crap. Absolute rubbish.
We know it's all an illusion. We know it's a lie. So why do we waste our energy talking about it? That this is, you know.
Well, because it's causing.
I'd like
It's a
to
problem.
get back to the question.
Okay, but the problem is for us. This not addressing it, because we're not addressing it and we're not doing anything about it. It's carrying on. And how do we stop
Jin,
that?
you're
By
coming. We all
educating
know
the
it's a
people
lie.
around you.
If you want to go and talk to other people, like I just don't think coming here again complaining. It's just fear. We don't have a solution. It's just like I don't know. Maybe it's just the passion that you have. I don't know.
Well, I mean, no, I'm just checking where you guys stay. I mean, are you people still going to be voting for your government still, whilst all this is going on, or have you pulled out?
Libertarian, yes. Yeah, if it's a libertarian running, yeah, I'll do it and I'll campaign. I was at a libertarian meeting yesterday.
Okay. So who's a libertarian? All right. Well, that's fine. If you think that's...
I mean, much like, people that openly acknowledge the earth being flat, we are the minority, but that doesn't stop us from being right.
I think it's the same wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yeah, except these people you can see face to face and talk face to face, as opposed to the head of the Democratic National Committee or whatever, or the Republicans. There's some people that are so high up you never get to shake their hands or see them face to face. If you can shake their hands and see them face to face and talk to them face to face, somehow I feel like that's not a corporate shill.
Yeah, that's wrong. That's where it's gone wrong. Yeah, exactly. It's totally wrong, isn't it?
I still think they're susceptible to if they did ever get in a position of power, the libertarians. I just think that the big corporations and the people with money, it would take a matter of a couple of days and they'd have them in their back pocket like they do everybody else.
Do you remember Gary Johnson?
It's just disgusting, bro. That's all I think.
Do you remember?
Who is Gary Johnson?
Yeah, so he was the guy who was running under the Libertarian banner in 2016, and he was corrupt.
Oh, yeah.
By all means, he was bought and paid for. But what I'm saying is, it's not to say that it's entirely a lost cause. You know what I'm saying? Most of us knew that. But I don't know. I'm just saying... It seems like either constitutional monarchy is a solution, but that scares a lot of people because it takes away this illusion of choice with their voting, because there is no voting in a constitutional monarchy. It's effectively a kingdom, but it's not necessarily the worst way to go, because you can have a good ruler or a bad ruler with a constitutional monarchy. You can have a good ruler or a bad ruler with a democratic republic or a democracy. But the question you need to ask yourself is, which is more likely to lead to a good ruler of these three options? To the best of my knowledge, it's the constitutional monarchy, which again, you're going to have a hard time getting a lot of people to accept that.
And on that point, nobody gets to reply. We're moving on from this topic. We are done with politics. We are going back to the question. Okay, so Orion, if you'd like to answer the question, it is, what is the biggest fall, or what do you think the biggest fall of mankind is? And hopefully your answer is not government.
I'd say it's pretty simple. It's just, repeating over and over again, especially over the last 120 years or so, that the earth is a ball when it's not.
I don't know if you remember, we usually try to stay off FE stuff, right, for the PMT question, but do you have anything else besides flat earth?
I don't know, I guess maybe the economics of it. Take, for instance, a lot of people like to say, oh, this is America, and this is free market capitalism, and it's not working out so well, so capitalism must suck. But most people that say this don't realize this is not, by definition, free market capitalism. This is a combination of crony capitalism, fascism, and capitalism. So take, for instance, as long as Elon Musk, the James Bond villain, as long as he's still accepting subsidies from all of our taxpayer dollars, as long as he's still accepting subsidies for his electric car company or his fake space company, but let's just focus on the electric car company for a second. As long as he's still accepting that, none of us can actually truly know how much it costs to make these cars. And, if he's really selling them for an appropriate price. The point is, it's not free market capitalism. It's gummed up. And so when people think that they're complaining about this, they're not really complaining about that. And I think that's something we should, talk more about, or people should realize.
You raise a good point, because it's difficult not to mention politics, economy, and flat Earth with that question. Each one of those says man has fallen, and it's created a messy world we're living in today. So that is the fall of man, isn't it? The ego, and it's where we are now. Messed up, divided, devalued, downtrodden on. Yeah?
Yes.
That's where we are. Humanity, that is.
Is Stormfire there? I don't know if they can unmute. Julius J, are you there?
We also have Jay Duckert. I don't know how to pronounce.
Doherty, I think. Yeah, I know. I was getting him. We can, if he's available, you can ask him the question.
Yeah, I don't see him. Oh, he's just. Oh.
Oh.
Right. Hey, Jay, are you there?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good. How about you?
We're good. Thanks for showing up for Precious Metals. Is this your first Precious Metals?
No, I've been on here a while.
I don't remember seeing you too often, but nice of you to join us. Do you want to answer today's question?
I just got here. What is that?
It is, what do you think the greatest fall of mankind is?
Yeah, I don't know if you remember. Yeah, we always have like a question, keep the conversation going. If you need a minute to think, that's okay too.
Yeah, I was just like, in terms of what? Like capitalism? Like, what do you mean?
Well, we had a couple of great answers. I mean, people said pride, ego, greed, power and demoralization, those kind of stuff. They're all great falls of mankind. So, anything that you think.
Well, I think capitalism wraps that up. Yep.
Yeah, that got mentioned as well. So,
Case in point, right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Sasha, are you there?
Yeah, I am.
Sasha, how are you?
Good. I've come back from the farm. I was outside with the kids. Farm, like kids farm. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Are they your sheep? You said?
No, this is like for the kids fun, it's
Oh, for the kids, right? Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Our question today is, what is the biggest, or what do you think the biggest fall of mankind is? Did you want to answer?
Producing everything what is bad for the earth. That means plastic, everything.
That is a good
Detergent,
answer.
everything. That's the biggest fault for me.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
I like plastic. I think we just used it too much.
But we don't need plastic.
Hey, Jay Dougherty, can you define capitalism?
I can.
No, probably not. Well, you go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
It's a forest, and you can
you said it's the worst thing like the worst mistake of mankind, right? Certainly, you could define it.
Well, we all know what capitalism is. Taking advantage of somebody, right? Capitalizing.
No, that's my point. That is absolutely positively not it in any way, shape, or form, down to the very definition of it. No, it's just simply the means of production and ownership are in the hands of the people, not the corporation, not the government. And so, unless you want the government to be running your business, controlling your Italian restaurant, and controlling it for you, running it for you, while you're not in control of it, then if that's what you want, then okay, capitalism bad. But if you want to be in control of your own Italian restaurant and keep the money that your Italian restaurant makes, then you should be for capitalism.
Leave the gun, take the cannoli.
Well, yeah, I did mean modern day capitalism. Yeah.
So what you should say is crony capitalism.
Yeah,
it's not real capitalism.
Corrupt capitalism. Yeah, I mean, you can. A lot of systems work good on paper, right? I mean.
But yeah, but this doesn't even need to be written down. I mean, this is just basic freedom. You're allowed property rights. You're allowed to conduct business. You're allowed to buy, sell, and trade. I mean, that's capitalism. There's nothing involved with screwing someone over directly with what I just described. It's just a word. It's just a word that's been demonized. I mean, much like flat Earth. You know, they're like, "Oh, you're a flat earther. What, were you crazy or something?" It's like, it's just a trigger term. And here in the United States and a few other countries, they've managed to do that with the word capitalism. I'll admit, I fell for it too myself. But past the age of 19, I learned better, and since then, I've known better.
I'm not fond of it even in general. Some things are inherent. I don't think capitalism will thrive in any kind of environment. What do you mean?
Well, it's just an economic system, really, and it's not something that's inherently bad. Like I was just saying before, it's only when it gets gummed up.
Well, you can say the same thing for socialism then.
Very good. That was my...
No, you cannot. You cannot say the same thing with socialism, because socialism doesn't involve freedom. There's no freedom involved with socialism.
He was just answering his question. Like, what is what is happening here? It was getting too elevated.
Sorry, Orion. You are telling me that 20 years I was not free?
Well, were you allowed to own and operate your own business?
I was not interested about opening my business. We were speaking about freedom in the system.
Yeah. I mean, you got to be a little more specific. What do you mean? Talking about Russia?
No, I'm speaking about Yugoslavia.
Okay, well, I'm a little less familiar with their history of the last few decades.
Yeah, that's the problem. Why people from the West all the time speak about socialism and they never lived in that system? That is somehow like a assumption,
Well, I'm not even saying that necessarily all social programs are bad. I'm not even going to go that far. I'm just strictly talking about the economics involved with true free market capitalism. A lot of people have been brainwashed effectively to think that free market capitalism is a bad thing, when no, it's simply not. It's just freedom. I mean, that's why they call it free market capitalism, because it has everything to do with freedom in a market.
Okay, you produce the milk, okay? But you have only 8 cows. But I have 1,000 cows. And you have freedom, to work with the milk, But I will put the price of the milk that you cannot sell that, that from 8 cows. Because I have 1,000.
So wait, are you saying you'd be selling your milk for cheaper because you have more cows or something? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And how you will sell your milk?
probably for the same price, and I'd probably need to work on breeding more cows. I don't see where your point is with this.
My point is that I will swallow you if you are small in capitalism, you know, and you will not be so free that you go the free. Like I have free, you know, market. I can do whatever I want. I can. My capital will grow. But me, like a bigger one, I will swallow your. I will eat your capitalism. You know.
No. That's not how that works. You see, the way that you would swallow. No, that's not how it's working today. Let me explain something to you. The bigger companies.
You know what? Okay, you guys, it's no longer a civil conversation, so we're moving on. Is Rookie
Okay,
there? Like, I mean, it's personal. It's supposed to be just like.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to debate politics, we have the politics room.
Yeah,
a little town.
Doesn't matter.
That's a great suggestion. Actually, is Sunny there? Rookie.
Yeah.
Did you want 5 minutes and then you can play for us?
Sure.
Okay, we'll get back to you in 5 minutes. Okay, Ricky, our question today
What's up?
is what is the biggest fall, or what do you think the biggest fall of mankind is?
Television. The invention of television.
Great answer.
I mean, I could go on and on about it, but that would be my first, most obvious answer, yeah. I think there's more to it, too, obviously. I think there's a lot more to television than we're even on to.
That was an excellent answer. I should have included that in my basket of points that I thought were downfall or contributing to a downfall. Yeah. Perfect. Thanks, brother.
Yeah, that's a good answer, Ricky. Because actually, I remember back, even before getting on most of the stuff that I've looked into, I remember reading and coming across patents for TV and the whole programming, the mind control of it. So, I mean, those things are out there. It's interesting.
What's really funny is that most people don't take it seriously. They just laugh about it. They go, oh, yeah, sure they are. It's like, okay.
And I'll be like, it's called a program for a reason. They're programming you. And they laugh, and then they go home and watch their TV. And it's really interesting.
I always tell people, if you don't think that the TV is brainwashing you, then try going into the middle of a Super Bowl game or something and turn the TV off in front of everybody. See what happens.
Yeah. No, that's a
They get very upset. What's the deal with the music, dude? I miss
You want Sunny to play. Take it away, Sunny.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I thought you were done.
Oh no, I thought Ricky. I'm sorry, I thought Ricky was.
No, I'm done. I didn't know it was Sunny. I thought there was some guy here last night doing that.
Oh, I see.
What did you find riding along the way? Riding out on the plain. While you're on the way, did you see the nothing to lose. Ring.
That was fantastic, Sonny. Thank you.
Awesome, Sonny. You can keep going. Please. Sonny.
Okay.
Thanks.
Did you notice the minor major switch? Get ready for it. That's part of it. Thanks for letting me share. Made all that shit up.
No, that's awesome. I enjoy it. I mean, we got a few more minutes if you want to keep going.
I never know what to play. Now, someone told me I had an ancestor that was a big band musician. He's the only one I've ever heard of in my entire family that had any musical skill. And I don't know, so I don't understand where that influence comes from in my playing, but it's there. You hear it? Thanks. Pretty fun.
I like that one. That was awesome.
Might be kind of hard to follow if you're not sure. I don't know if you know what I'm. I don't know if y'all digging what I'm laying down there.
And that just about wraps it up. Thank you very much, Sonny. Great stuff, man.
Thanks. Right there, 59 minutes after the hour.
Perfect timing.
The 33rd parallel reporting in west of the Rockies.
I kind of want to maybe try something new. I didn't discuss it with you guys, so I apologize, Nathan. But because we are at the end of PMT, and I know that there has been some moderators that wanted to answer the question, but we don't allow them to speak during Precious Metal Takeover, obviously. So I don't know if we want to invite any moderators that are still in the VC if they want to answer our question for today. And that way we can include them. Because, I mean, I'd like to hear what they have to say as well.
Yeah, it's a great idea. I think Elijah was here, but he left.
Yeah. Let's see if he's around. Let's see if I can ping him. Yeah.
Now, Barrington, if you can hear me, I think you have a slightly hot mic, so you might want to mute yourself. I don't know if I should mute him for his own protection.
Yeah, we
Might be a
can.
good idea.
If he's
Yeah.
well, you can just mute him, yeah.
I'll send a message to Eli and see if he's looking, in case he's lurking somewhere else on Discord. Mistyped question, but I think you'll get it. Whatever. Yeah. We have the technology. We can edit. Amazing.
Hey, Jim, do you think that nobody should vote for anything at all in regards to leaders? No one?
What's the point?
Oh, well, I was going to say, I think he might not even realize it, but he may, in fact, actually be advocating for a constitutional monarchy. Because, in that sense, there is a leader, but nobody votes for him because it's a monarchy. So, effectively, a kingdom. Although, wait, no, maybe I got that wrong. Maybe a kingdom involves blood lineage. So, a constitutional monarchy, I guess, sorry, maybe I said that wrong. So, I guess maybe it's not a kingdom, but a constitutional monarchy would be, it's not blood. So, it's not the, son or daughter. Sorry, it's not the son or daughter of the ruler that rules after that individual. It's a protege. They do their best to follow the constitution that they have, and they select, some, I guess, man or woman around the age of 25 or something like that, someone that they see as, smart and level-headed, and they basically train them for about 5 years, 10 years, probably 10 years would be best, and they just have them by their side. And then when it comes to the time that they feel like they're retiring, either because of old age or they die, and that person takes over. So it's not like, it's not like a kingdom. It's just a constitutional monarchy.
Right, so I guess I'll just end Precious Metals for today. Obviously, next week it's the same time, so if you want to show up again, feel free. And we appreciate everyone that did show up. Great support today, and very insightful comments as well. A lot of answers worth remembering, and I did write most of them down that I could remember, which I'll post in the livestream voice text if anyone's interested. But those were basically all the answers we got, and all of them are great, especially the television one. That was great. But thank you again, everybody, and take care.
And it looks like we have somebody new, Wild Beast, who's just beast verified. If he wants to unmute.
Did it just go silent, or is it just me?
Yeah, we just ended precious metals, so
Okay.
Well, I learned something today. Amish people are flat earthers. That's just mind blowing.
that's incredible.
I saw the thing on, was it the Waltons on TV? I thought that was a joke, but I guess it's real. Where the girl goes, Grandpa, she says the world is round, but we know it's flat. Don't listen to her, child. It's flat.
Look
I
how
thought that was a
flat.
joke.
Look how flat that. Well, it's kind of slanted. Looks like it's tilted to the left, but the sky, how much sky are in those images Sasha's posting? Wow, that's a long distance right there that you're seeing actually. To that farthest hill in the distance. That's pretty far. I wonder how far that is. Maybe 10 miles. Could be more. Flat Earth. Did you do that, Sasha? I mean, Miguel. It's in Portugal. Portugal. Those look like some pretty ancient rock walls there, Sasha. Are those really old? Is that a river next to it or something?
Oh, that is not ancient. That is, I don't know. They are using that like it's like a fence.
Oh, right.
It's full of, yeah, but it's full of that. How to say? You can see everywhere that walls.
It looks like there's a lot of land you could get lost in, huh?
That's Peak District in UK.
Well, both places actually. The place that Miguel Souza put that. Look at that horizon. That looks way the heck out there. Totally flat. I wonder how much distance width-wise that would be. See, I don't know how to figure that out. If you have a known distance from you to, let's say, that pole that's a little off center, kind of in the mid-range of the visual area. Or whatever, how does anyone know how to figure that stuff out?
This summer I go in Croatia. I will make a million pictures. On the sea.
We need to speak to you first, Wild Beast. You're in the VC, so can you say hi? We need you to. We haven't spoken with you yet, that I'm aware of. That's what the live stream voice text is for. People in the voice.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, what's up? I thought I was verified.
Yeah, I just wanted to say hi because I never heard your voice.
Yeah, I recently started joining you guys.
Okay, all right. How long have you been listening to the chat here? Hello? No?
Hello?
How long have you been listening to the chat here at 24/7?
I just came. About like half an hour now.
Oh, just today? Is that the first time?
It's been like 2 days now. I've been in this group for like a couple of years, but I decided to like probably like join like for real.
Oh, okay, I see. So you're familiar with what the topic is about, flat Earth. You're familiar, and
Yeah, I'm a flat earther.
okay, cool. That's what I was kind of figuring. Just wasn't sure. Anyway,
Yeah.
carry on.
What do you mean?
I'm just saying, carry on whatever you're doing. I need to
Oh,
do
okay.
some things and start my day. So, get busy. So I'll be backing off a little bit. But welcome to the server. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Has Precious Metals officially over?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Cool. So when did you become a flat earther, buddy? New guy. Tell us your story.
Me?
Yeah.
A couple of years. I don't really. I think it's 2017. I was just scrolling on in YouTube, and 2017 the flat Earth blew up basically. So I was scrolling up, and I found a couple of good videos, and just started watching them, and just woke up to the flat Earth, pretty much. I used to like research other stuff before the flat Earth, but when I realized there was giants existed back then, it just started to not make sense to me that the Earth is a ball and all that. And I used to always question the ball Earth and in space. It just never made sense to me. So when I saw a flat Earth video, I was interested, and I actually never heard of the flat Earth. So it was the first time to hear about it in the YouTube, basically. And when I started listening to it and watching it, it just made so much sense. So that's how I woke up, basically.
Yeah, back in 2017, you could actually find a lot better information than you can nowadays. So
Yeah, great videos back then.
yeah, there was. That's for sure.
Anti-Catherian level, he was
this day.
So Anti-Catherian level, he programmed some code
in 2017.
Someone's breaking up. Am I breaking up? Test 1 2. Am I coming in clear?
Yeah,
you remember?
You're fine.
Any of the videos that you watched back in 2017?
No, I just wanted to say something about them hiding videos. So Anti-Catherian level, he was a mod like when this server started, and he wrote a piece of code, and it would search like YouTube, right? But it would do it through the API, not through their function, right? And then he compared it to like what YouTube showed in search. There was something like 1,000 flat Earth videos being uploaded a day, but YouTube said would say, like, if you use their search function, it would say something like only 10 were being uploaded. It was pretty messed up. I wish he still had that site up. It was pretty awesome. Because you can search YouTube videos through YouTube's API. You don't have to use like their webpage, and it's not filtered the same way. What do you call it? The algorithm doesn't work through the API, so you get actually raw search results.
That's the first time I hear about it.
Yeah, how's that done? By the way, Indio.
You can write. Well, I mean, you can use any programming language, right? It's just it does a request. Basically, write a piece of code that sends a message to their API server, and it'll send a message back, right? So search term flat Earth, sends it back, and it'll give you a list, and you can break it up however you want to code it, right? But it doesn't go through the algorithm; it goes like right to YouTube. So it's just raw. It's just their raw data. So he would list like all the newest flat Earth videos that were uploaded. And at one point there was like 1,000 videos uploaded. But then if you go into like YouTube search and then filter it by upload date, it would show something like only 10 were uploaded that day. They were really, and this was right after they testified before Congress saying that they were going to censor it. That's why he coded it, just to see like what they were actually doing. Yeah, so flat Earth is hidden. There's probably so much flat Earth stuff out there, but that we don't even know. Experiments, tests, but we're never going to find them.
I use DuckDuckGo now because YouTube doesn't show you videos of the flat Earth. So I use DuckDuckGo.
DuckDuckGo was bought out by Google.
Things.
It was bought out by Google underground.
Yeah, but still good for research.
They also censor a lot of stuff right now as well. They're just like Google.
True.
You know, it's super simple to write the code to do that. I should actually just take the time to do it. Just to see what's actually out there. It's so ridiculous they have to censor it. That makes a lot of sense, right?
I personally don't know how to code, so I don't know how to do stuff like that.
I wouldn't call myself a coder. I can write code enough. Something simple like that, I can do. There's probably something already out there. I wouldn't doubt it. Oh, we're still here. Are you here?
I don't know. Am I?
Okay. So how do I post images? How do I get verified for that?